coming out in favor of RAC, risk-aware consensual kink over SSC, safe thing consensual. So the neo-pragmatism says, keep revising these things so you learn more and stuff. Or
right. So it's the distinction. Let me understand the two camps that we're dealing with here. There's risk-aware versus what?
Safe, sane, consensual.
Safe what?
Safe, sane, consensual.
Sane, S-C-E-N-E?
SSC, yeah.
SSC versus RAC, okay.
Yeah.
And what's the, okay, so now I'm reading about the distinction.
And I'll spread the link around.
Hey, Nadia?
Yeah?
Maybe you should do the broadcast thing. I forgot the option. You could click on the option when you make a room that automatically unbroadcast anybody who joins in, and you have to unbroadcast them. And give them rights. Okay, yeah, because I tried to call you on Skype and we were trying to kick the other guy, but it was too late. It's just not enough time.
So, so it seems like the main distinction between those two is that the SSC kind of assumes a normative baseline, whereas RAC doesn't. That seems that reading about them, that seems to be the main difference. So, whereas the idea of safe and sane kind of assumes a sort of universal assessment of what is safe and what is sane, RAC instead says, be aware of what the situation is and set those parameters for yourself. I think that makes sense. Okay. Good. Now I understand. And knowing is half the battle.
Someone help me understand. Where are you looking so I can read about this as well?
Oh, sorry.
Y'all, like,
do
you have a link or something?
Well, here's a link to RAC, and I think it linked on Wiki. It's a link to RAC on Wiki, so it's an alternative to SSC. And just to be overly basic, there's the link to SSC. So, talking about RAC versus SSC. Okay, you're welcome. I was actually reading a different link on the subject, but it ended up getting blocked after I refreshed, because work computer. So, not interested in that sort of thing.
Hey Nadia, maybe we can broadcast Christian Hillbilly.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, sorry.
Like, this whole new world has opened up to me. I'm so excited. I'm like Nadia's biggest fan. I'm like her stalker now.
Well, I'm always glad to have fans.
Yeah, I'm like, when that person was like talking about, oh, well, you just host Google Chats all day, I'm like, that is so badass. I'm like, that is a serious, like, gift for me. I would pay you to host Google Chats all day.
Well,
just so I could sit and listen. I really would.
Yeah, and I sure as hell need a paycheck. Anyway.
Yeah, I pay people for like less than that, but I would definitely pay you to do that.
It's more of a last gasp for me. So.
Yeah, paychecks are pretty nice every now and again.
Yeah, that's what my employees tell me.
Okay, so Hinduism, humanism.
I have to go. I have a meeting at 10:30. I really don't want to go to.
Neff was trying to use Hinduism as an example of a name provided in the Table of Nations list.
It's so funny.
Is it a computer? Is it a computer
Actually-
name? Or?
I don't even know what name he was trying to link to Hindu. I think it was something about the name of like the first guy or something. Oh, I know what it was. He was the father Hindu is named has a name,
Yeah.
and he somehow linked that name to Japheth.
Right.
Sounds reasonable to me.
Yep.
I don't think so. But even so. Yeah. I think there's a little bit more evidence from considered in this actual cultural contact and so on. And the migrations.
Nadia, you just like your sin. That's why you deny Neff's theories.
I don't actually care where we came from very much.
Exactly, because you care for your sin. You just love your sin. Zero of it. I solved it.
Well, by some standards, I've got a lot of sin.
Well, I mean, we all love our sin now, don't we? It's what we do with it and how we handle it that matters. You know, do we hang on to it and stay in rebellion against God, or do we release it and ask for forgiveness and repent of our sins? That ends up being the big question.
Well, it depends on what you mean by sin specifically. Like, I know the definition of sin, like, against God or being without God, essentially. But, as an atheist, I don't do anything that you don't, except maybe, praying to God. But I don't think not praying to God is a sin, is it? Or is it?
No, I
Sir,
don't think it is.
sir, you being an atheist, you have sinned just like everybody else.
Oh,
Just
I have.
because you don't call yourself a sinner doesn't mean you ain't.
Oh, sure, I did sin, of course. I did steal, I did lie sometimes. I punched somebody in the face because it pissed me off. Sure. Generally, I don't do it, right? I'm a normal human being just like you are. I don't want to do
I
it.
do I
No,
do
no.
a lot of things you wouldn't do.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I was just thinking that Nadia too. I'm in a totally different category than y'all.
Oh, you girls are such sinners, indeed.
Yeah.
Well,
And
Maybe
I'm
there's a
Catholic, so
reason
I
you
just
gotta
gotta
do
say.
what you did to begin with.
Yeah, you caused the fall in the beginning anyway, so it's your fault.
I stepped on glass. I got a glass in my foot.
Yeah, tweezers.
Yeah, I do, but I don't want to get up again.
You have a chainsaw?
You know what? No. No. That would be a little dramatic.
Ooh.
pretty bad because, like, I am a staff magnet, so I cannot be sliced like that.
Yeah, I know. I don't like that kind of stuff, so I'm just like gotta take better care of my poor body.
Yeah.
I just
Way I work around it is sticking your needles so I don't have, like, large open wounds and stuff.
yeah. I mean, I have things in the world, so I have a port. And it's just easy to just stick it in your chest, and it's so much easier
Oh, a
than having
port?
to get it in. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Like a
okay,
power
different
port?
idea, but yeah. Yeah.
Alright, I gotta call this person. I'm gonna cancel their meeting. I don't want to call her.
Yeah, for me it's mostly temporary, so I do the jugular central.
Yeah, I've had that before. They nicked my jugular, taking it out, and I got a blood clot. Yeah. What's the really, common blood clot medication?
Can't they put a stint in there to get rid of that?
No, it came, but it was not like that big of a blood clot, or else they would have. So they actually was on medication for like 6 months. So, I was like, you would know what it is. But that's expensive. And I was like, oh, that's my heart. But granted, they saved my life, so I wasn't going to sue them.
Not sure if that's me or you, but I'm having trouble hearing it. A little bit of network bandwidth or something.
Yeah, it was choppy. Good morning, Nadia.
Morning, Carlton.
Oh, is that Carlton? Hello, Carlton.
Hello, good morning. Yeah, I started a hangout.
Good morning, Carlton.
Good morning, sir. Yeah, I started a hangout this morning, and nobody came in the room. I said, "Oh, wait, Nadia's got one." That explains it, because everybody always goes for the beautiful, hosts. So I shut mine down immediately. I know better. Can't compete with Nadia.
Oh, you're beautiful too.
Yeah,
Carlton.
come on, Carlton. You're beautiful in your own.
I have my moments, I know, but I know when I'm outdone.
Just put some more makeup on it. You'll be fine.
Well, what makes you think I have some on in the first place? What do you mean more makeup?
Yeah, I want to look at you guys, gaggles and hordes of just these, hot, buff, beefy, hung, hard-bodied cabana boys.
Slow down, girl.
Nice.
I haven't had any coffee yet this morning. Go easy on me.
Yeah. I don't even look for anyone else hanging out. I just look for Nadia. I'm like her stalker. I'm like, where's Nadia right now?
Well, hey, Nadia, you know what I was asking? I thought you guys would be talking about it. Did you see the video that Alex Botten did with, I think it was Arcane Logos yesterday?
No.
Oh, no.
Well, it might have been Arcane. I saw Arcane in the comments, so don't hold me to that. I've never seen his actual face, so I didn't recognize the guy on the other side of the argument. But the discussion, well, Alex was making a point that I don't think I agreed with. The point, I think, that was being made was that God is unchanging. And Alex's counterpoint was that if you define something as unchanging, then you implicitly also make it impotent. In other words, it cannot act, because once it acts, it in fact has changed. And I'm not entirely sure that I agree with Alex's argument. So I was hoping Alex was going to come in and flesh that out a little bit more. I mean, I have a lamp on my desk, and if I take that lamp and lay it on its side, it doesn't change the nature of the lamp. When I define what that lamp is, I don't define it in terms of its relation to its surroundings. So that's kind of what's got me puzzled about Alex's statement.
Well, but if his statement is that the unchanging means it can't act, laying the lamp on its side is not the lamp acting, right?
Well, but
So-
I left that piece out. But I was thinking ostensibly it shouldn't make a difference, because it is the notion of doing something that Alex is having a problem with. It's not the notion of how that action comes about. So whether my lamp decides to lay on its side or whether I put it on its side, that's not the issue. The issue is that the lamp is now on its side.
So you think that there's a way that your lamp could lay itself on its side without there being any change in the lamp at any point? It does seem to me that at least in a normal, for normal things in the physical world, action necessarily requires some change.
Yeah,
But I don't.
was about to bring it up there.
Yeah,
and also
but
you have to consider that, we're talking about God, right? And God is not material. I disagree with the whole notion, of course, of God. I'm an atheist. But if he's not material, if he's sort of kind of this, supernatural thing that doesn't have any mechanics behind it, it's just an effect, then nothing would necessarily have to change there.
Well, I mean, like Art just spoke a sense, right? So, according to Alex, art is no longer art. He is not the same, and if he's not the same, then he's not art any longer. He's not the thing that we identified as art a minute ago.
Well, I'm a different art.
Well, no, but you can't say that. That's yes, a different art. That just means we're using the same name, but we're applying it to a different entity. Okay, well, if that's the case, then then literally this whole, I mean, that implies a whole bunch of things that I think I would have problems with. Namely that, for my simple example is you go out today and you hold up a 7-Eleven grocery store and you shoot the clerk. The police can't come and arrest you, because by the time the police get there, you are not the same person. You have changed. You're not the same individual. Your fundamental nature is different than the nature of the person that pulled the trigger. And in fact, it's as different. It's as
I'm
different.
Googling the nearest convenience store right now.
No, let Carlton finish his claim here.
But what I'm saying is your nature at that point, an hour later, is as different from the guy that pulled the trigger as somebody who never pulled the trigger. So on what basis?
No, I don't see that that's the case.
I do.
I mean, I don't, because there is a difference between you, the slightly different person than the person who pulled the trigger an hour ago, and someone else who didn't pull the trigger, and the difference is memory of having pulled the trigger. Now, if you want to argue, I mean, and that really is the difference, right? Okay. So, and if you want to argue that if you hold up a 7-Eleven and then wipe your memory of ever having done that, then we shouldn't hold you responsible. Then that's actually a position some philosophers will agree with.
Well, I think here's my problem with that, and I know this is all hypotheticals at this point, kind of going off the edge here. But let's say that you did go out and shoot the clerk, and then let's say you went home, and you have a nice little cloning machine. Okay, clones you right down to the position of the electrons. Okay, it's a perfect clone. So you step in the machine, and out comes a copy. Which one of you did the police arrest? Because you both have the same. See, but that seems stupid to me. Because
why?
The clone didn't do anything. There's no.
But in any meaningful way that you did it, so did the clone. The event happened.
You say in any meaningful way, but I think the clerk who's dead would disagree with that, with the notion of meaningful, because the clone didn't end his life; the original did. He sees a very distinct difference there.
No, I don't see how. I don't agree that. If I were the clerk, I would not see it that way.
Really?
These are both people. These are both people who embody the entire set of mental processes that resulted in me being shot, and that remember having performed the act of being shot.
Except one of them.
And the fact that you duplicated those processes doesn't change that.
Well,
so I would hold them both responsible.
Well, the fact that the clone remembers the action, also we would have to say that the clone is incorrect in his memories. His memories are false because he didn't exist at the time that actually happened.
Again, I don't agree, because by duplicating the matter, then I would say it is not physically reasonable to say this configuration of matter was involved and this configuration matter is not, because if you have an identical duplication process, then both of the sets of matter can be similarly traced to the historical event.
Well, but they can't. The matter that's the problem. No, that's the problem. A clone isn't. We're not destroying the matter of the original. We are using other matter to create the duplicate. It is different. It is a different physical entity. Absolutely a separate physical entity.
Wait, okay. So you're saying you're just going to identify the configuration of the first. And without interacting with the configuration of the first, you're going to build a separate configuration which you claim is at some level the same.
Yes.
Okay. Because you recognize, thanks to the Heisenberg uncertainty principle.
Yeah, I know.
Unless you actually use it is possible to duplicate matter to such an extent that it's impossible to determine. In fact, not only impossible to determine, but it's meaningless to consider which of the two results of the duplication was the original. Okay. However, if that's not the process you're using, then in fact the clone is not the same as the original. It's impossible for you to duplicate the original
in
any way that doesn't make it indistinguishable from the original.
But now we're trying to make the hypothetical real, and I'm not doing that. I'm saying hypothetically, if we could do this, okay, I understand that we can't do it, but I'm saying if we could, what is it that makes the person guilty of the crime? And if it's only the memory, that makes some person guilty of the crime. Well, probably with drugs and some pretty severe, psychological. I'm not sure what the word I'm looking for here is. Right? We could probably take somebody off the street and at some point convince them that they committed the crime. We got somebody that was pliable enough. We could probably convince them so that they actually were deluded and thought they did it. But that doesn't mean I'm going to put them in jail because, in fact, having the memory by it in and of itself isn't a crime. They didn't do it.
Okay.
So, well, yeah, the moral responsibility questions fall into a few different camps.
Well, we're kind of straying, I know, from the question, but go ahead. Sorry,
there's a causal theory. Well, there's a causal theory. There's a character theory, and it also relates to identity too, where you have identity based on memory, identity based on, I guess, like world line continuity and such. Yeah. And a few, maybe other possibilities. Ship of Theseus problem ends up being perennial in those discussions.
Well, I think if we go back to, and we're losing maybe the original point. I'm sorry, that's my bad. But I think I think it comes down to, again, how Arcane was defining the notion of immutability. If he's simply talking about one's propensity to behave a certain way, right? Your personality, if you will, then I don't see that action necessitates a change in that. If he's talking about immutability in terms of the physical components, well, of course, if God's spiritual, I'm not sure what the components would be, but if he's talking about a change in the components that make up God, then yeah, I guess it is. But then that itself becomes absurd because even in a static object, there is motion at the atomic level. It's not unless everything's at absolute zero here. I mean, there is still motion. So if in effect that is change. So it really depends on what you're including, I guess, in your definition of the thing that you're claiming is immutable. Yeah. Good, sold, done. Moving on.
Justin really doesn't like to talk about this sort of thing.
Yeah, perfect.
And I'm sorry, I don't know Sarah. Hi, Sarah.
Hi, nice to meet you. I'm new to the internet.
Welcome. I think, I'm not sure it's a good thing or a bad thing, but
Oh, you'll find out. Right?
You'll make that determination on your own, right?
I always say more attorneys on the internet is a good thing.
Oh, she's an attorney.
Yeah.
And yet I liked her. I don't know what the hell's going on with me this morning.
Because I haven't said anything yet.
Oh, that could be it.
That'll work.
People like me when I'm quiet.
Are they? Okay, just not when you're on the other side of the table.
Yeah, they don't like me.
What kind of law do you practice?
People don't like losing.
Are you a litigator, or do you do corporate?
Private criminal defense.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Private criminal defense.
Oh, okay. So you're the person I come looking for when they knock on the door. Awesome.
She does. Her legal practice is much closer to TV than my legal practice.
What legal practice do you do?
I'm a patent attorney.
Are you a patent attorney? That's what.
Oh, you're a patent attorney, Adam?
I'm a patent attorney.
Oh, God. Okay, remind me to call you after.
So my legal practice is absolutely nothing like you see on TV, like 0%. Yeah. I am never in front of a judge.
I'm usually just like kind of disdained by the way that, like, I guess laymen view the legal practice, being that you practice patent law and not like the criminal side, I suppose. You're not like a litigator.
I've only met 2 patent attorneys, and I liked both of them. They had a sense of humor.
Really?
Yes, really. The only 2 I've ever met was at a bar.
Well, patent attorneys,
that would make sense.
Patent attorneys are almost patent attorneys almost necessarily have a similar sort of social and psychological profile to engineers, and so
okay.
If you have the sort of sense of humor that gets picked up by engineers, then patent attorneys will pick it up too.
I don't have a sense of humor.
I don't have a sense of humor that engineers or accountants would approve of either.
Oh man. Anyway.
That's interesting. I didn't know you're a patent attorney. That's cool.
I'm a patent attorney. Thank you.
Good. When I come up with an invention, you can be my attorney, and when you get convicted
fraud and prosecuting your invention, then you can defend me.
Exactly.
This is a match made in heaven,
It
folks.
works.
No conflict of interest there.
No,
You
no,
saw
no.
it right. You saw it right here on Google first. All right.
Hypothetically.
Yeah. Well, always. Right.
Well,
always.
actually, I have been involved in some, and am occasionally involved in some patent litigation. And one of the things that is pretty much always made as an argument in patent litigation is invalidity based on inequitable conduct of the prosecuting attorneys. So, I mean, it's if a patent ends up in court and it's one of mine, I know for a fact that they're going to put me on the stand and try to prove that I was lying to the patent office. They do it every time. So
I know. It's true. It's kind of a boilerplate. Throw it and see what sticks, and hopefully, you'll get a witness or an expert who is an idiot. Every once in a while you do, though. No offense, you're clearly not one of those.
Oh, well, thank you.
A friend of mine is the head.
Is one of those.
And when they lost the iPhone, remember when that whole debacle went down? That was so bad. Like, they were, probably left at a bar or something. And they were so nervous. They thought everyone was going to get fired, so they're all frantically running around. And the only person who kept his job was the guy who lost it. Because everyone else created such issues around losing the iPhone. It became such news and public information that the only guy who didn't get fired was the man who lost it in the bar. I was like, wow, crazy.
I feel a little bit like I used to when I was like in my 20s, and I would go to a party and I would meet somebody that I thought was really interesting, and then I would introduce them to one of my friends who was interesting, and then I would find myself without anyone to talk to.
Oh God, you sound like my 23-year-old friend. Issues with that. That's okay.
I'll survive. That's fine. Okay.
So, Sarah, I assume because you are not a patent attorney that your background is not in science.
I actually have a background in economics, sociology, and political science.
Okay, so I was right. No background in real science. Fair enough.
Econometrics is a real science thing.
Sure, it is. Yeah.
It is. I'm telling you. Econometrics.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've never had a Google Hangout with two attorneys in the same room. So let me throw out my one legal question that's been of interest to me lately. And Adam, I think I mentioned it the other day with you. The idea of jury nullification. Why is it that it seems that the legal profession seems divided on the issue as to whether juries should be informed? Do they have a right to nullify a verdict or to nullify the law effectively, as opposed to just finding guilty or not guilty? From what I've read, it seems like some judges inform the juries of it and others will not. What's the issue?
I'll let you answer that one first, and I'll tell you.
Well, I think jury nullification is a necessary de facto result of a jury system for criminal law. But I think here's the issue: jury nullification is not sort of like an original or in most cases not really like an officially sanctioned function of the jury. It's a de facto result of having a jury system. And so I think a lot of attorneys, a lot of judges are squeamish about sort of legitimizing it in the courtroom by bringing it up and naming it. That's just my understanding. She, as we just finished talking about, Sarah's in the courtroom and I'm not, so she probably has a much better perspective.
No, yeah, that's correct. It's kind of a, it's not necessarily what we would call like a bright line or black letter issue. It's kind of, one of those things that they don't necessarily want to create a firm precedent for.
Well, one of the things that I read that seemed odd is that during, and correct me if I get any of this wrong, obviously, but during jury selection, that they sort of they circumvented the issue by asking the prospective jurors if there's anything that would prevent them from reaching a guilty or not guilty verdict, and by answering the question no, and then trying to do a nullification at the end, you really now are you could be accused of perjury at that point. Or am I not correct here? Sort of the way they phrase it's one of those "have you stopped beating your sister yet?" questions. There's no way to answer that and get on the jury and have jury nullification then as one of your options.
Yeah, in practice, I'm pretty sure there are some very strong jurisprudential protections against holding jury deliberations against jurors for perjury. So.
Oh, okay. So you're protected from that, regardless. Okay.
It's my understanding. Sarah can contradict me, and please do.
There are exceptions, to the rule. It's not an absolute protection, but yeah, no, they do. They take that pretty.
Well, I know they're protected. I know they're protected against being persecuted for whether they find guilty or innocent. But I think the point there was that wouldn't be what they'd be prosecuted for. They would be prosecuted for lying about the question as to whether or not there was anything that would prevent them from coming up with a guilty, not guilty verdict.
So the way that it would legally technically work is to commit perjury. To hold a jury member in that situation liable for perjury or to bring a charge of perjury against them, they would have to have knowingly at the time lied to the attorneys or to whoever was doing the jury selection questions with the intent to deceive and to get on.
So in other words, if they went into jury selection without this concept of jury nullification already there, they went in to honestly find a verdict, but then once in the jury room, they decided, the law really here is not fair and shouldn't be applied, even though the guy's guilty. So I'm going to find him not guilty. Then they really haven't broken any laws.
See, the tricky thing about it is, so juries are not finders of law; they are fact finders. So
but not with nullification, though, right? Isn't that the point of nullification?
And that's where it gets really tricky, is because juries. Actually, there's one area where juries.
There was one of the notations was, in the past, and this is Adam, what you and I talked about, was, when during Civil War around that time, when slave owners would run away from their owners, they would be tried in court. Now, they were clearly guilty of running away. There was no question as to guilt, yet they were found innocent because people didn't think that those laws that bound them as property should be valid laws, so they simply found them not guilty.
Right.
One should note, by the way, often the motivation and justification for the people doing this is actually biblical, because it explicitly says in the Torah, with regards to the Israelites, that if a slave runs away from a foreign nation, he shall be allowed to stay among you, and you shall not return him to his master. So there was that was given as a very common reason among the abolitionists spread those scriptures very widely among the northern populace during that time period.
Oh, I didn't know that. Interesting. Thank you, Adam.
You're welcome.
I didn't know that either.
Well, look at this. We are just going gung-ho there this morning for Friday. Anyway, so okay, so I got to ask. So since you do criminal law. I don't even know how to ask the question, but yeah, it's a question. I know. What role does your conscience play in accepting clients? Do you sort of take the tact that everybody's entitled to the defense, even if I think you're guilty? But then, as an officer of the court, if you think they're guilty, can you really defend them?
So here's the way it works.
Okay.
For me. And this is the way it should work. So every person in the United States is guaranteed by the Constitution particular rights: the right to a fair trial, the right to due process, and the right to, zealous advocacy, right? So as an attorney, if you were to take a case as a criminal attorney and you did not like your client for some reason, and the court thought that you were not practicing as zealously as up to the standards that they believed you should have, because you intentionally sometimes they try to lose, you can be disbarred. You'll lose your license for that.
But what about the other side to the coin? What if I come to you, and I come to you, Sarah, and I say, Sarah, I give you a call, and I say, Sarah, I've been arrested. I'm in prison. They arrested me because they suspect me of murdering my neighbor, and I want you to defend me. And you say, okay. And then our first chat, I say, well, behind closed doors, I say, well, I actually did murder him, but I still want you to defend me as not guilty. Does that place you in a predicament there that you really can't
No. The issue of guilt or innocence is a issue for the jury. It's a fact issue. As the attorney, I never really have an interest in whether they're guilty or innocent because that's not what my focus is. My focus.
No, but if you're told that, if you become aware that your client really is guilty, it doesn't obligate you to accuse yourself. And no.
Mm-mm. Like you wouldn't have an obligation to go tell the prosecutor, you know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
right.
no, that's the whole protection. So, no, that's so. And just to tell you, so that is what I did. I defended mainly felony murders, capital murders, and large organized crime syndicates. So, I actually have had a lot of those types of situations come up.
So does your ethical responsibility to provide a defense to somebody outweigh your moral conscience in terms of getting people back in society who are a clear risk or danger?
Well, here's the deal. So a lot of people, this is the way it works. So a lot of people and a lot of jury members, they assume that as a private criminal defense attorney, and I say private because there's a difference between a public defender and a private criminal defense attorney.
Sure.
Quite a big difference.
You get paid more.
Well, you get paid more usually. It's the ones who can get jobs become public defenders. And okay, so that's not the point. So the point is, a lot of people think that really good private criminal defense attorneys know some tricks or some loopholes that no one else has figured out, or in some way they are finding sneaky ways around the law. Now, the way that I practice and that my partner practices is that we have extremely high moral standards. And for me, I was a constitutional scholar before I started practicing criminal defense. And so I always viewed it from the point of I was defending the constitutional rights of every citizen. So regardless of guilt or innocence, if the state wanted to take the life of my client by either, giving them death or giving them life sentence, they would have to do it according to the constitutional laws of our country. And they would have to go through me in order to do it. That means that their burden had to be met. And the thing is, so with prosecution and with detectives, they oftentimes don't have as many resources. And they, like in the last case that I had, they can get sloppy, and it can come to such thing as not including a certain sample on a warrant, and not including that warrant from a magistrate, and that can get it thrown out and get it suppressed. So it's those kinds of failures and technical errors that the police and the prosecution makes that make it possible for people like myself to win these kind of unwinnable cases.
Don't let them try on the glove.
Alan Dershowitz is my law partners.
Oh, really?
Yes,
wow. Oh, man. Very interesting. Huh.
Yeah, it is.
There was an old, somebody's got some background noise there going on. Okay. There was an old movie. It was called From the Hip. Did you ever see that?
Mm-mm.
Oh, God, funny movie. It was Ray Walston was in there. He plays a judge, and there's a young kid. I can't remember the actor's name, and he plays an up-and-coming young prosecutor who's doing his sort of internship at a prestigious Boston law firm, and he.
Okay.
Through some manipulation of like hiding an appearance, hiding an order, behind the attorney that he's working for, hid it behind his file cabinet so he would miss the date, so he would get an opportunity to go try this trivial case,
Mm-hmm.
and he does this outrageous job, of course, and then he gets a lot of public attention, and the law firm, starts getting a lot of business as a result of this. But of course, there's some envy amongst the partners that don't like him. So they kind of sabotage him by giving him this murder trial, this huge murder trial case. But anyway, it's a funny movie. It's a great movie. If you ever get a chance to see it, I think you get a kick out of it.
Yeah, no, I'm the youngest and the only female who works in that field in the state of Texas.
Oh, you're in Texas?
Yes, among like the top 4 law firms that practice private criminal defense. And being the only person probably under the age of 40 and female, it was kind of interesting because I was also the person who was best equipped to deal with the psychopaths and sociopaths that we would get, and whenever communications would break down between one of the attorneys and the client, they would call me and I would go in. But it was very interesting work. Very interesting work.
So to take this all the way back to our beginning of our discussion when we were talking about God's immutable nature, is there an argument to be made for the person in a courtroom to say that I am literally not the person that committed this crime? And let me add something to that. I think that we do practice that in to some extent. In other words, somebody who, even though we have this idea of sorry, drawing a blank here on the word I'm looking for here. We have a statute of limitations, but still, I think if somebody robs a loaf of bread when they're 14, no one is going to, even without a statute of limitations, no one's probably going to prosecute them when they're 30 years old and they're an upstanding member. We recognize that there has been an emotional growth. They're not the same individual. They're not a risk. They're not, this is just something they did silly when they were 14 years old. But can that same argument be used because a week has passed since the crime, or a year has passed since the crime? Can the person say, I've had an enlightenment, we'll call it the Jesus defense, I've become a Christian, I'm no longer that person that committed this crime, I'm no longer pose a threat to society. So unless we're saying that we are going to arrest you and put you in jail to be vengeful, obviously then we can still do it. But if we're putting you there because you pose a risk to society, well, if that risk no longer exists, can the person get out from under?
So the way that the whole risk to society thing works, and whether I've been, changed by God or I've had my awareness.
Yeah.
One, if it was a 14-year-old minor, then it would completely separate you. But imagine you're 21 and you had a really bad day, okay? Your car broke down, your credit cards weren't working, and you see a quickie stop, and you're like, I gotta have, some candy bars, or else I'm just gonna have a meltdown.
Okay.
It's a meltdown. So you go into the quickie stop and you put your hand in your coat, right? You go up to the cashier and go, give me your Snickers. And the cashier truly believes that you have a weapon, and that you will, with the proper culpable mental state, be willing to harm him should he not comply, right? Now, and the next day, if you say, I was under so much pressure and everything was going on, but Jesus talked to me last night and, I'm a different person. That is not in itself a mitigating factor to the fact that you have committed a crime. And the law will, a judge will take that into sentencing considerations if you are a risk to society. And that will go into terms of whether you'll get probation, whether you will be denied probation, or if you will go to rehab, those kinds of things. So there's actually one really interesting thing for this case where this man had been stealing mail in San Francisco and reading it. And what they did was they used the shaming technique, which was to have him publicly shamed for a couple of weeks, where he had to stand, like, where the Fisherman's Wharf is?
Yeah.
The center. He had to stand there with a big sign that says, I steal people's mail and read it. And, that was actually, they found, a pretty effective technique for little, petty things like that, like mail fraud.
But that comes down to the purpose of the law, though. Is the purpose of the law for us to seek vengeance? Is that why we incarcerate them, or do we in fact incarcerate them for sort of a combination of protecting society and as an opportunity to maybe help modify their behavior? Why do we incarcerate them?
So there's a couple of different theories. So you have the retributionist theories, which is, they believe that should you commit a crime, that you should be held responsible and be accountable for that crime, regardless of whether or not it happened 10 years ago, 5 years ago, as under the statute of limitations. Like, for example.
Let me ask you: when you're talking about retributionists, are you talking here about simply Are you talking simply about restitution, or are you talking more?
Restitution is different.
Okay.
Restitution is where you would pay back.
Right.
For example, if you were to commit a tort, or rob me or something, restitution would be that you would pay back whatever you taken.
But that's not what you're talking about when you're talking about retributionists.
Retributionists, they believe that you should be punished beyond that. So, and then you have the people who believe in kind of the, where they want to assimilate people back into society.
Yep.
And those kinds of things through social programs. And it really comes down to the crime as well. What we see a lot of is, so in things like child pornography, child abuse, child sexual abuse, things like that, it's not something that we have found has been able to be rehabilitated through social programs. So that's been something that's challenging. But then you have cases such as drugs. You have cases such as robbery, things like that, which can be treated with rehabilitative services. But it really also depends on the jurisdiction you're in and the judge you get. The judge is really important. I mean, it's really an art form when you're going to look at that.
And is that part of, as a defense attorney, is that part of the arena that you play in? Do you have any pull in terms of scheduling which judge is going to try a case?
Not necessarily. You can't request a particular judge. That's not really the way it works. But you can decide which cases you would like to take depending on which court it's in, which jurisdiction, and whose court it will be in. There are some judges that would never, find in your favor or would give you a very difficult time. Should you, choose not to go with their jury, like here in Texas, you can actually have the judge decide your sentence and your guilt in a murder trial rather than a jury.
Oh God, I've told Nadia when I lived in Atlanta once, I am assuming because this happened, there are companies that will put together sort of a mock jury to kind of on a weekend just to kind of see which way a jury's going to lean, especially when we're talking about damages. This was a medical malpractice case. So I remember we went there for this day, and they had a room, and there must have been about 30 people, or give or take, in the room. And the guy that was presenting, kind of gave an overview of the case. Then he read the prosecution's case. Then he did it, the same for the defense attorney's case. Mm-hmm. And at the end of the day, he went around and he asked a couple questions of everybody. He says, would you find for or against the plaintiff? Would you award damages? How much would you award, and why? Mm-hmm. Right? And it was basically a young boy that was like, I think 7 or 10 years old, and he had some what should have been minor surgery. I don't even recall what it was. Maybe having his tonsils out. But ostensibly because the doctor made a mistake, this kid ended up in a comatose, and he would be that way for the rest of his life. He'd need permanent home care. I'll tell you that one day, it totally changed my mind. I swear to God, at the end of that day, if I ever have to go to court, I will let the judge be judge and jury. I do not want a jury. These people, after 8 hours, could not even repeat back what the case was about after 8 hours of listening. They had no freaking clue. I'm listening to their reasons. I'm like, the hell, were we in the same room today? It's like, holy shit.
Juries are one of the most terrifying things, especially in Texas. Let me tell you about this murder case that we have. So there was, kind of a high-level murder case, and it was a death penalty case.
Yep.
And the jury was out trying to make a determination for ever. And they came back the first time and they said, we can't come to a unanimous decision. We are going to have to make it a hung jury, basically. And the judge says, no, please go back and try to make it work. I mean, this had been like a really long murder trial. They didn't want to have to go back and retry and all this. So he goes, please go back. And so they go back what seemed like days and days later. Come back, so we can't make a decision. We can't. We're absolutely, no one's moving. He goes, please just go back. About 45 minutes later, they come back, and they have a decision. And, they stand up, and they goes, well, please read to the court your finding. And they said, guilty, death penalty.
Okay.
And the judge is like, wait, he's thinking, wait a minute. How all of a sudden, in like 45 minutes, do they go from being deadlocked to all of a sudden agreeing? So you can sequester a jury after a guilty verdict or a verdict is read, and then you have a sentence. And so judges and attorneys, what we'll do is we will sequester the jury afterwards, and we'll ask them what was the reasoning, who voted which way, and why. And so he asked them kind of what their decision was based on. In death penalty cases, when there's a guilty verdict, there is different types of reasoning that they have to present after reading a guilty verdict, just because to ensure what happened in this case doesn't happen. And basically what the jury had determined was, because they couldn't agree on the facts alone, on whether it was an innocent or guilty verdict, they went with the Bible. And they said, in the Bible, it says an eye for an eye. And therefore, we gave him the death penalty. Now, these were people who said, oh, America's a Christian country, this and that.
But they couldn't decide if he was guilty. How do you...
Yeah, so they used the Bible, and they said it's an eye for an eye. Well, anyone who is actually up on the Bible recently would know that that is the Old Testament. In the New Testament, which Christianity and Jesus followers prescribe to, it is turn the other cheek. And so this judge is just flawed, like he's crazy. So he had to go back and.
Okay, so two questions here. First of all, even if they were stuck in the Old Testament, if they weren't convinced that the man was guilty, in other words, right, if they couldn't decide that the evidence pointed to the man's guilt, then the whole concept of eye for an eye wouldn't even apply anyway, because you don't have an eye. You don't know that there was even a crime.
Well, here's the thing. So jurors just want to punish someone most of the time.
One second. So sorry.
Rejoice, for the Lord our God is good, and his love endures forever. Yeehaw!
I liked that insert.
Well, that's a man who's ready for Texas.
Sorry, what was that?
Well, that's a man who's ready for Texas.
Are you from Texas? My little Jesus quoter. Is he from Texas?
Oh, no.
Oh.
I am from eastern Kentucky. I'm from the hills of Kentucky. Eastern Kentucky is as close as you will get to heaven on this side of eternity.
I know. Yeah, I agree. Okay. I respect that.
I have family in Texas.
Where do they live? Are they in
Dallas, on the outskirts of Dallas.
Oh, okay. I'm here in Highland Park, which is in like the center of Dallas. It's like very strange place. But
It's not as bad as Las Vegas. I got my other grandbabies live out there in Las Vegas, and that's just bizarre to the maximum.
oh yeah, it's crazy. I grew up in Lake Tahoe area, in Nevada. On the Nevada side because anyone who's smart enough would, put their land on the Nevada side because you don't pay property taxes, or well, you do have to pay property taxes, but not income taxes. Whereas on the California side, they're much higher. So yeah, I know it's a terrible place. Just gross.
So what do you believe, ma'am? Do you believe in Jesus? Do you believe in God?
Everyone always wants to know what I believe in. I actually am very, very firm in my faith. I was raised Roman Catholic. I currently am a member of the Methodist Church, but at the same time, I'm not necessarily.
Sorry about that.
Oh, that's fine. I don't prescribe to. You have to accept the entire Bible as the Word of God, or else none of it. I don't believe in a lot of the teachings that the Catholic Church prescribes, and so I kind of really don't fit in anywhere. But my relationship with God is extremely, extremely solid. In fact, I'm thinking about going to seminary school.
So you believe in God, yet you don't believe in certain areas of the Bible. What would be those certain areas of which you don't believe?
I do not believe that homosexuals go to hell. I don't believe that people who have not accepted Jesus Christ as their Savior, but who have lived a life of, great value and worth, are automatically deemed to go to hell. I don't believe that people who are of other religions go to hell. I just, the whole concept, I just can't get behind it.
And you say you're an attorney, right?
Yes.
So what happens in the law if somebody is guilty and they don't believe in the law?
Well, it depends on whether or not the facts will show that that person is beyond reasonable doubt.
The facts show that this person is guilty. The facts are blatantly obvious that this person has committed a heinous crime. Any jury would actually come to that conclusion. Now, what do you say to this person who says, I don't care if the facts show that? I don't believe in the law. What would you say to a person like that?
Well, the law and the Bible are very different. The rule of man and the rule of God are...
No, that's not what I asked you.
But actually what you're getting...
that person.
Well, if it was something that was like a DNA evidence or something that was absolutely indisputable, then yes, you would have to by law.
And that's my point. My point is it doesn't matter what you think of the law. The law is there. The law is there for a reason. If there is no hell, there is no heaven. If there is no hell, there is no justice. Do you think that God is a just God?
I don't think that God is a vengeful God.
I didn't ask you that. Do you think God is a just God?
Well, it depends on the way you would think of just.
Well, wait a minute. If we don't have to think about just, we have to understand the definition of just.
Exactly.
Just would be the most fair and the most equitable way possible. Would you say that God is a just and fair God?
The way that I view just and fair in terms of religion and my faith, yes, I do. But I can tell you
that's
right now,
not what we're talking about. We're talking about the definition of just and fair. I mean, we're not talking about the way you look at it over here and the way you look at it over here. We're talking about just and fair.
Right.
Just and fair is the same no matter where they are.
Right. So please tell me what in your description is just. What is a just God? What does it, give me that.
A just God gives you what you deserve. And if you are a sinner, such as a homosexual, such as a liar, such as a fornicator, such as an adulterer, then that just punishment would be, since again God laid down the law, He gave us the law in Exodus chapter 20, and those are His attributes. And since He laid down those laws, if you break those laws, you have broken the highest law of the land, the highest law of all creation. So what would be just would be for us to receive the just and righteous penalty for our sins, for our crime. That would be eternal death, eternal damnation in a place called hell. But God loves us. And so He sent His Son to die for our sins. Why do you think God sent Jesus to die for our sins? Because there is a hell. Because there is a place to be saved from. And because He is just and fair. It would not be justice to simply say, well, sorry, it's okay, Hitler, you didn't mean to do all that stuff. It's okay, Stalin, you didn't mean to, you can go on into heaven too. No, justice is just that. It is justice. And as a lawyer, I thought you would understand that.
Here's the point that I would like to make, and I have made this point several times. The rule of law and the way that you would look at the rule of your religion and how you would define a just God are completely different.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
Because again, the rule of law is you are either innocent or you are guilty. If you are innocent, then there's no problem. If you are guilty, then you've got a big problem because you will suffer the penalty of law. Now, here's the issue. You got people like yourself who says, well, that rule of law doesn't apply when you talk about quote-unquote religion. No, it does apply. Because the law of God is everlasting.
So you would equate the rule of man, so the Constitution of the United States, as equal to the rule of God, then?
I'm sorry, you're kind of low
here. You would equate, say that they are equal, the Constitution and the man-made rules of law, just purely looking at our legal system, to the rules of God, the Bible.
No, I wouldn't consider them equal. I would consider the ones that were taken from Scripture to be equal.
So the ones that were cherry-picked?
Not cherry-picked at all. Do you think we cherry-picked the fact that murder is wrong? Do you think we cherry-picked the fact that lying is wrong, stealing is wrong, that at that time fornication, sodomy, all these things were wrong? We didn't cherry-pick those things. We knew those things were wrong. We've lost that knowledge. This generation has lost that knowledge.
So let me ask you this question then. Do you believe that, so you say Hitler, it wouldn't be just to say, oh, well, we forgive you, Hitler and Stalin. If Hitler or Stalin were to commit themselves to God, to actually turn around and completely give over their sins on their deathbed, would that give them a pass into heaven?
I'm sorry,
is that not considered
you're
just?
low or something. I can't
or
barely.
Is that not considered just? Would you consider it just? That after all of the acts, that you can still gain redemption by accepting Jesus Christ as your Savior?
Yep.
At the very last minute.
Yep, you sure can.
Mm-hmm.
And you know why that's fair? Do you know why that's just?
You tell me why you think that's just.
Because God Himself took our place. Because the Creator of the universe stepped up and said, I will take this person's punishment on myself so they can go free. God is a God of justice. The law has been broken, and as such, the law must be satisfied. And Jesus came in and shed his blood so that law could be satisfied and we could be redeemed.
I respect that, yeah. I understand that. So what is your question for me? Basically, you know, I'm not arguing.
Why do you not understand this? Being a person that works in the law, and you're sitting here saying, "I don't believe the Bible. I don't believe homosexuals go to hell." You might as well just say, "Let's go ahead and get it all out there. I don't believe sinners go to hell." Is that what you're saying?
I do not believe that an act of sin alone will condemn a person to hell, just as I don't believe that someone like Hitler could have committed these great atrocities and in one moment of redemption be saved from, you know, the fires of hell. So here's the way I see it. So are you familiar with Father Richard Rohr? He's a Catholic.
Nope.
Okay. Well, one of the things that he talks about when it comes to free will is that God loved us so much that he gave us the option to not follow him.
Absolutely.
To not love him. Now, here is what I believe. People who are condemned to hell are the ones who will deny the opportunity to have a relationship with God repeatedly. And I don't believe that, you know, you get a one-time pass and then you're screwed afterwards. It's going to be a small group up there if that's the case. At the same time,
well, let me go ahead and interrupt you real quick. You are right. There is going to be a small group because Jesus said it himself. Broad is the road to destruction, and many will find it. And narrow is the road to damnation, and broad the road to damnation, and many will find it. And narrow is the road to salvation, and few will find it. So see, the problem is, ma'am, you keep saying, I think, and I know, and this, and I, and I, and I. You know what you need to take out of that equation? Is yourself. Because you, I'm not trying to be rude here, but it doesn't matter what you think about the situation. It doesn't matter what you think about it at all. You know what it matters? It matters what God's Word says. Have you ever truly studied God's Word?
Yeah, I actually attended Catholic school for the majority of my life.
Oh, see, there's a big problem right there. Because the Catholicism that was poured into your brain is more out of the catechism than it is out of the Bible. So, again, what happens is you need to understand what the Bible says. See, the catechism says you can believe in in idolatry because, hey, the Pope is your idol here on earth. And you can believe in idolatry because you have all those idols in the Catholic Church. That's why I don't listen to Father so-and-so. And he ain't nobody's father, and I ain't calling him Father because there's only one Father, the Father in heaven. Now, when you look at the evidence from not only what God says about the law, why Jesus came to this earth, but what it says in Genesis. In Genesis, the foundational book of the Bible, it tells us that God created this world and everything in it and us simply because he loves us. And he did give us free will. He gave us the free will to choose whether to accept him or to deny him. And we have the opportunity to do so. But if you choose to deny God and still claim to be one of those people that says, well, God's not going to do that to sinners. God's not going to save the worst of the worst if they repent. Guess what you are? You are that lukewarm that God will spit out of his mouth and say, golly, I wish you were either hot or cold because you make me vomit. That's what that scripture actually means.
It's an interesting perspective.
I
have to say that, you know, I respect your position, but that doesn't mean I necessarily have to agree with it. And I don't particularly,
you
but
don't have
I
to
do
agree with
respect
it.
that.
Ma'am, you don't have to agree with it. Just
I
understand
don't.
that your belief system is completely fallacious, false, and it will damn you to hell.
Well, I think that that's probably where we could end this discussion.
Whoa, Christian Hillbilly,
And again, that's the problem.
Christian Hillbilly, I've never seen you like this.
Howdy there, Miss Hermine.
Howdy. Oh my gosh. We usually don't say that to other Christians now, do we? Are you a Christian?
Oh, ma'am, I don't say that to other Christians. I don't consider her a Christian. I would consider what I would call her, Miss Sarah here, is a Cino, a C-I-N-O, a Christian in name only, because she wants to wear that label, Christian. But hey, you know, God doesn't punish sin. God doesn't, send people to hell. God doesn't do, and my God doesn't do this, and my God doesn't do that. Well, guess what? Your God don't exist, ma'am. And you need to really embrace the real God, the true God, the God of the Bible.
But Christian, I'm an annihilationist as well.
Well, ma'am, and I've had that conversation with you too.
No,
You at least believe in the God of the Bible. You may not be a Trinitarian, which if you live long enough, you will eventually come to that conclusion, because there's no other way around it. There is only one God, and that one God reveals himself to us in three distinct and unique people or persons. There is the Godhead, God the Father. There's God the Son, Jesus Christ. There's God the Holy Spirit, the Comforter. But when somebody blatantly says, hey, wait a minute, my God would not send a sinner to hell. My God would not allow anybody that did all these terrible things to be forgiven because they have repented. That person hasn't read their Bible and doesn't understand law, and she practices it.
yeah, I'm not.
You know, the law, man, and the law of the Bible are two completely different things.
No,
You just told me that you didn't equate the two as equal.
This is the problem.
No,
you being
no.
a lawyer, you think that law is different for different
The
people.
Constitution is not derived from the biblical law.
No, law is law. Is it right or is it wrong? There is innocence and there is guilt. That is the law. And that doesn't matter if it's the law of the road, the law of the sidewalk, the law of the Bible, or the law of the corporate world. Innocent, guilty. No gray lines.
All right.
Usually situational refutations of the ontological ethics go around.
Sorry, what did you say, Nadia?
Nadia, are you getting tired again?
Yeah, but I said usually in these scenarios, situational refutations of deontological ethics go around.
Nadia, you probably ought to lay down and take a nap.
Well, I'm not far from it.
Phone call really
I know, I can tell. I can tell. Now, Miss Sarah, let me talk to you.
Hold on, I have to make a really quick phone call.
I'm going to take...
It'll take 2 seconds and then I'll be back. Just let me make this phone call so I can focus on your questions. 1 second.
And welcome to Mark.
Hi, Nadia. I just, unfortunately, when I left the room earlier, the other hangout, I thought I'll go back and see how it's getting on, and then thought, oh, what's going on there? Because it was still on my screen, and then realised.
Hey, Mark, my favorite antagonist.
So,
That was hilarious.
Someone pawn bombed the previous one, didn't they?
Yep.
Yes.
Had to pull it.
Yeah, I gathered. But it was still, because I'd left it on my screen when I left the room earlier, I thought, oh, I'll catch up on what's been on, and then thought, what the fuck is going on there?
I blocked it. Everyone blocked it first. Of course,
Is that what caused the hangout to end?
Yeah,
Right.
no, I delete it instead of just making it private.
Yeah, best way. It's a shame because Von Helton's performance earlier was gold.
Yeah, it was.
Hey, Mark.
Well, I think they're still being
Okay.
good standing.
Yeah.
Is it William? I forgot state. We're not gonna take it. Oh, we're not gonna take it.
Well, if you're gonna do it, you gotta do it right. We're not gonna take it.
Yeah.
No, we're not gonna take it. See, like that.
Yeah.
Was that him?
Anymore.
Oh, speaking of the conversation we just had, didn't they have another track called Burn in Hell?
Oh, I don't know. One I knew.
Oh, that's Cinderella, isn't it? Isn't that the name
No,
of the
Twisted Sister.
Twisted Sister? Sorry.
Yeah.
I like that video. That video's the bomb. You seen the video?
Which one?
From that, we're not going to take it.
Yeah. Shit.
I like that
Not
video.
30 years, but anyway.
Yeah. It's kind of screwed up like I am, so.
All right.
Sarah, are you back now?
I am back, so I have to.
Well, just so you get the right concept of where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
Okay, just so you get the right understanding. Nadia is a friend of mine. I've known Nadia for a while. Nadia and I have had deep theological discussions about many different things. She knows where I stand on the position that Nadia is taking.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I've also preached to Nadia,
Right.
letting Nadia know that, Nadia can be saved.
Right. Okay.
That Nadia can change. But guess what? That doesn't change my stance on homosexuality, on fornication, on sin.
Okay.
Sin equals the shedding of blood. The Bible is clear about that. Sin equals death. And the only way to be forgiven for your sin is to accept Jesus Christ. So, ma'am, I would say to you, if you're going to claim to be something, then embrace it completely, and don't say, well, my God wouldn't do this or my God wouldn't do that. Why don't you look up and read what the God of the Bible is? The God of the Bible is the creator, sustainer, redeemer of all people who wish to be forgiven. All means all.
And invisible.
And of who?
Invisible.
God makes himself visible
Does
when he
he?
wants to.
Does he?
Absolutely.
I haven't seen him.
Because you ain't seen him, Mark, don't mean it ain't there.
Well, true. Very true.
Got some chapstick there.
Yes, Carmex. That was intense. No,
Yeah.
I appreciate that. I appreciate you sharing, your faith and your perspectives and all of that. And I understand, the passion that you have to, preach and all of those kinds of things. And I respect that. But at the same time, I do ask that you respect my decisions as well and not.
Oh, Miss Sarah, I respect your decision to be wrong. You have the right to be wrong all you want. I'm going to continue to correct you.
Oh, dear.
But you have the right to be wrong. Just like Tommy over here, this heathen. Tommy the heathen. He has the right to be wrong, too.
So do you.
And there's the right to be. There's the right to be ignorant.
I guess we all can't have perfect understanding.
I know. That would be great.
Oh, Tommy, I never said a perfect understanding, but at least I understand. You, sir, don't understand diddly squat.
Do I get a certificate for that?
I think we all get a certificate.
Yeah,
We get
is
one
it,
big ticket.
I think we'd all be in hell if you were God.
I'm not God.
you get a
I'm
diddly
not
squat
God. Never
certificate.
claimed to be God. I'm just simply pointing the way to God. And
Well,
you and Sarah share a whole lot in common. That your God wouldn't do anything that bad to nobody. Your God wouldn't send anybody to hell. Your God doesn't look at the law. The law is different. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it is. We don't go by biblical law in this world.
Thank you. Well, there's
That's why things like, killing witches is illegal.
Killing people is illegal. Wouldn't you consider a witch a person? I would.
Yeah, but we don't burn them
Hey,
anymore.
you know what? I would. And guess what? Guess what?
Blasphemy
Guess
isn't
what?
a thing.
Killing a person is illegal. Killing an unborn baby is illegal.
Well, no, it's not a baby. It's not a baby till it's born.
Unborn baby is murder by the very definition.
No, it's not. Murder. The very definition of murder is malice aforethought.
Oh, you are
with
so
intent.
stupid when it comes to that.
We have other things
Murder is
called
the taking of an
manslaughter.
innocent life.
No, it's not.
Murder is the taking of an innocent
You
life.
can repeat it, but you need to look it up. It's not. We have things called manslaughter.
You know what? I don't care
Diminished
what you want
responsibility.
to call it.
Well,
Murder is the taking of an innocent life.
You can say it slower, or you like. It won't make it any more true.
Oh, Mark, where have you been all my life? No, but you're correct, Mark. It is having the proper culpable mens rea, which is the proper mental state in order to commit the act of murder.
Hello?
Which is required to
Hello?
guilty. Hello.
Who's saying hello? Hear me?
Markel. I don't recognize this person.
No, not do I.
Somebody blocked.
That's good.
Somebody's not on
They're not being broadcast, so we shouldn't be hearing them.
The law is the power of sin. Tommy, you are such a heathen. It's unbelievable.
Hillbilly, what does the Bible say about video piracy?
Oh.
Is it stealing?
Sorry?
Is it stealing?
Well, technically, possibly not, no, but it's a complicated issue.
Hey, stealing is stealing. Piracy means stealing.
What about jaywalking?
Well, I believe legally you can make one copy for yourself, legally, for a backup. Seriously.
As long as you don't upload it onto the internet.
Oh, yeah, I mean.
You could download a copy, but once it goes to another party on the internet, then you can be held.
Yeah.
Just strictly to yourself.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh man, I jaywalk across all the time to Kmart.
Hell for you, man.
Oh.
Premarital hand-holding, Rutrow. Watch out for that premarital hand-holding.
As far as I remember, I don't think we have thought crime as an actual thing either. I might be wrong.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do.
You can be convicted in a court of law for something you think, can you?
Sure can.
When was the last person that was convicted of thought crime then?
Oh, I tell you what. You sit there and say, and it happens in Canada right now.
No, with a thought, not say. Keep up.
Hey.
Keep up.
You asked me.
Saying, thinking.
You asked me. Now shut up and listen.
Well, no, don't say. We're talking about thinking. So how would you know? How would anyone know what I'm thinking to arrest me?
Again, if you're sitting there up in Canada and you're thinking that the Bible is true, and you go tell somebody that the Bible is true and that homosexuality is wrong, then guess what? You're arrested.
What's that got to do with thought? That's not thought crime. That's telling someone. Are you ill? So how can you tell what I'm thinking to report that thought to the police, who then arrest me and charge me and then take me to court for something that you think I thought? How does that work?
You know it is Friday the 13th today.
Yeah, I made that point earlier.
Oh, did you make that point earlier?
Yeah,
I did in
nobody-
an earlier chat. I was like, it's Friday the 13th.
But if you've got an example of thought crime being a thing, and someone's convicted of thought crime, then I'm all ears. But I don't think you have.
Yeah, I would like to know.
Or committing adultery in my heart. I don't think anyone's been convicted of that either.
You don't get convicted of it in a court of law,
Oh,
but
it's
you
not
get
law then.
convicted of it by God, who is the ultimate judge and sees all and knows all. And
Yeah,
if
of course it
you have committed adultery by lusting after a woman,
That's not
or
adultery.
lusting after a man,
That's not adultery.
then you have committed adultery.
No, that's not adultery.
Biblical
Yeah,
definition.
it is.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. It's the biblical definition.
Our biblical definition,
I will
but
have to
we
play that.
don't go by biblical definitions.
Sure we do. We go by definitions of science, of a theory versus the law.
No, we don't go by. There's no such crime of committing adultery.
That's all he's talking about.
Yeah, I mean, there's no such crime as committing adultery in your heart in law. We don't use Levitical law, and that was just for the Jews anyway, so it doesn't count. We don't use it in actual, proper, real courts of law.
Fulfilled.
Sorry, brushing my teeth. Be right back.
No, you don't need to brush your teeth.
That's not a crime.
Oh.
Mixed fabrics isn't a crime either. Or eating shellfish, or picking up sticks, or working on a Sunday.
Each on, my brother.
Yeah, those lobster tails go good with the surf and turf.
Yeah. Couldn't have a prawn cocktail in Jerusalem in them days. Oh.
Oh, Mark, where have you been all my life? Hilarious.
In the UK.
I know, you have this great sense of humor. I love it. Oh, man.
Well, candy is dandy, but liquor is quicker.
Yeah, sure. Oh, my gosh. Yeah.
You just imagine the chaos if we had biblical law in force. Good grief.
Yeah.
Y'all be dead.
Yeah, we would.
You know, I'm not the only lawyer in this room. I like to-
Actually, Adam took off. Adam took off.
Oh, we did? Oh, I guess I am the only one left.
You're the only law left.
The only lawyer in the room left.
Yeah, you're the law in this room.
Yes, I am.
Well, I know who to go to for my legal questions now.
Oh, yeah. All right. Well, if you murder someone, I'm fantastic. If you fudge your taxes, I'm not going to handle that. You might
I don't have to file taxes.
Yeah, my Christianity gets tested every year around tax season. I tell you what.
Hillbilly be
Render dispute.
Hillbilly be fine. He could claim diminished responsibility.
Oh!
Oh my gosh, I wish you'd write a book. I would so go off with that.
Where's the hillbilly still here?
Yeah.
Not sure. He's frozen.
Yes.
Okay.
Wasn't my fault. God told me to do it.
You know, actually, the defense that God told me so is actually a very strong defense here in Texas.
There was one recently with a Muslim guy who said that he was I read it. Where did I read it? Yesterday or today? That said he was quite simple-minded or low IQ, and said that he was unaware.
Yeah, most Muslim people are.
Wow.
Oh, that was, no, that's not. That's
No,
not.
that's just a bigoted. No, that's no
Yeah,
surprise.
that was a poor statement.
And he was unaware that it was illegal to have sex with a 13-year-old girl or something.
Like what you were saying, in order to commit a crime, you have to have the proper culpable mental state. And that is awareness that you are, in fact, committing a crime.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never seen a black person get off in Texas.
Me neither. Let me tell you, Texas is you want justice, this is not the place to come. Especially if you are an African American. I'm just telling the truth.
There's been a documentary where people were on death row that were innocent in Texas before.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like locked in these little rooms.
Yep.
One person actually wrote the whole Bible out just for something to do. He copied it from the book to the paper.
Mm-hmm.
So he wouldn't lose his mind.
My client that I just had was in solitary confinement for 1.5 years.
Yeah.
Before going to trial.
That's bullshit.
Solitary confinement. 30 minutes a day out of this little cell.
What'd he do?
He was accused of murder. It was a murder case, so.
You can always tell the lawyer in the room when somebody asks what he do, and she said he was allegedly or he was accused of.
Yeah, I guess there's this thing called innocent till proven guilty. It's quite handy.
Yeah, the burden of proof. Yeah, it's kind of keeps the innocent people out of prison.
Or from having injections.
Yeah, that's true.
The lethal kind.
Exactly. Well, I mean, we could change it if y'all want to be, picked up a little easier by the cops and then thrown in the solitary confinement.
Well, if it was up to most religious people, we wouldn't have to worry about courts. We could just wait till they die and God can deal with them.
Exactly. Kill them all and let God sort it out, right?
Yeah. Or just wait until they die and they can just beg for forgiveness on their deathbed and they'll be fine.
Yeah, that's true too. I'll remember that.
Mm.
Last time I was dying in hospice,
How long ago was that?
It was in 2013.
Wow.
So not long. I've been about 2 years since I miraculously did not die.
You've perked up since then.
Since you saw my soul was weary. Yeah.
Oh, since you've been in hospice, so.
Yeah, I would say so, considering I couldn't even open my eyes or walk. That was bad.
Yeah.
Glenn, is that a shirt or a blanket?
It's a blanket.
I was going to say, it's a hell of a shirt if it was a shirt. Cool.
Going back to Twisted Sister.
Glenn back. Oh, God.
You're not gonna take it. Oh, sorry. No.
So Friday the 13th, eh? And it's Valentine's Day tomorrow.
Oh, I know. I hate Valentine's Day.
Absolutely gorgeous out here in Colorado. It is February, which is one of the wettest months.
You live in Colorado? I always wanted to visit there. I heard it's so beautiful.
Oh
yeah.
Yes, it is.
It's like,
One disturbing thing I heard today was that they found a lone wolf on the Grand Canyon, and some bastard shot it in Utah.
That sounds about right.
Oh yeah.
First lone wolf they'd had in the Grand Canyon for God knows how many years, and some idiot shot it.
Yeah, I just wanted the head on its wall.
I think there's a big reward out too.
Why?
For shooting the lone wolf, there would be a reward for some rat.
In the Grand Canyon, like it was annoying the neighbors.
Oh.
No. It's a reward for whoever shot the wolf.
Oh, I see. Oh, right. Yeah.
Right. In Texas, you can shoot anything that moves as long as it's on your property.
Blimey.
Texas is big. I've been through there on Interstate 20.
I imagine quite a few things that aren't, that don't move too.
Sorry, what was that?
I imagine quite a few things that don't move either.
Yes, it just depends how fast you can run. You know, as long as your back is facing them, you're good.
I wouldn't want to be a postman in Texas, though.
I wouldn't either. I would not either. Yeah.
I'm just so glad we don't have any guns over here.
Oh my God, there's so many guns here. It's crazy. Everyone has one. Everyone carries, except for me.
I didn't carry in Texas. I don't carry, period.
I don't carry either because I would probably kill myself with a gun. I'd be like, okay, I'm going to shoot you. And they grab it and shoot me.
I also never gave the bird to anybody in Texas.
Well, that's probably good because they would probably shoot you.
There you go. Texas, California, anywhere I go that I don't know the surroundings, I don't act. Although,
well, yeah, you know, it's just.
I kind of grew out of the age of giving people a bird.
Mm-hmm.
I was 30.
Yeah.
Are you serious? Someone would shoot you for giving them the bird?
Oh God.
Absolutely.
Well, there's people killed for
What mitigation could they use? What that can be used in mitigation in court? I shot him because he gave me the finger.
If the person maybe was yelling at you at the same time, it could have been. In Texas, you could argue that the person was taking an aggressive stance and you believed sincerely that they intended to cause you grievous bodily harm. And if they were not retreating from the situation and you did not, in fact, like become the aggressor, you could shoot them. In self-defense.
Jesus. I mean, I know even wagging a finger, pointing at someone in the UK is classed as common assault in law, but no one ever, no one gets arrested for it.
Yeah. Well, also, it's one thing in Texas is it really helps to be white and living in Highland Park or a wealthier area. And I'm just saying that it's just the way it is, and it's
with a gun.
And if you have a gun, yeah, then you are considered good.
That would terrify me, having to have a gun to just in the house, thinking I might need that. I
know. Well, I would have been for my fiance, actually shoot me when I came home late or something. More afraid of.
Come home drunk from the pub and you go to the wrong house.
Exactly. And so our house was broken into probably, about a year ago. And, I know who had broken into the house, so I wasn't that concerned about it because I knew. But the Dallas Police Department, they, had to watch the house for about, a couple of weeks, like 24 hours. And I remember when they came to my front door and they were dressed in like their funeral garb, all their, crap all over. And they said, we think we have identified who has broken into your home. I said, okay, give me your theory because I had already known who it was. And they said, you now have an African-American family living on your street. They say they live right down there.
Wow.
And I was so appalled. I said, how dare you come to my home and believe that I would take that racist shit? I said, the next time you come to my house, it will be to pick up a dead body. And I'll Christmas wrap it for you if you want. But do not come to my home telling me that you believe you've identified someone based on the fact they're African American and they finally were able to move in on the street. Oh, so offensive.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, it's so
bad. Yeah, it's better to be pissed off than pissed on, so.
Yeah, seriously. Oh, my God, it's so bad. And we had this client once who, they were Hispanic, and they were in Highland Park, which is a predominantly white area. It's actually a bubble within Dallas. It's a separate city, municipality within Dallas. Separate police department, separate fire department, separate everything, court systems. And it's just kind of in the heart of Dallas, right next to downtown. And so we had a client once who they were driving through Highland Park after coming from a Mexican restaurant. And they decided to park on the street and listen to music. It was about 9:30, 10. All of a sudden, the cops, 3 squad cars, pull them over. And they're, beaming the Hiley beams on the car, and they tell him to get out of the car. They pull the boyfriend out first, then they pull the Hispanic woman out of the car. And they say, we're going to test your intoxication. And they don't have to give you a breathalyzer or a blood test here in Texas. If a police officer believes, using his intuition, that you have been drinking or are intoxicated, that is enough for them to take you to jail. So what happened was they accused him and actually cited him for public intoxication. And then they also charged her with it as well. When they came to us, that was a big problem because he was actually going to become a doctor and was also had served like 10 years in the Afghan war as a high-ranking military official. And she was actually an advocate for people who had been wronged by the justice system and was a counselor with a PhD from Berkeley. And the fact that they had been Hispanic in Highland Park and were sitting in their car, the Dallas police officers, the Highland Park police officers, assumed that, one thing does not look like the other. They didn't belong, and they actually believed that they were the people robbing homes. So we took them to court, the police department. It was a hung jury at the first round, and then we won the second time around. And it was so bad that the arresting officer, when he took the stand, he testified that they were in a black SUV. And one thing, so we get up and I said, are you as sure as you are about the rest of your testimony that it was a black SUV that you pulled, this man out of? Yes, ma'am, I am. Are you as sure as you are of the rest of your testimony, that X, Y, and Z? The woman drove a white Fiat.
Wow.
And so when we brought that on cross, it was very embarrassing. And so we also brought up the fact that he had 2 weeks of training to identify people who are intoxicated, bloodshot eyes, a little wobbly, and he justified it on when he went to get his wallet out, he touched the wrong pocket. And then he grabbed the other one and had to figure out which pocket was in. And that gave him an indication that the man was intoxicated. No blood tests, nothing. In the end we won, but it was really bad. It was really bad. A lot of racism here. So
my sister got pulled over one time and the cop accused her of smoking marijuana. Mm-hmm. And he's like, I know you've been smoking it. Yes. Like, well, okay, let's go to the hospital and get a blood test. Mm-hmm. She was a little more mouthy with him, and then he left him. He left her alone and left.
I've had that happen to me before too. Always get a blood test if you are pulled over and you have been drinking. Do not do a breathalyzer. That's just completely illegal.
Land of the free, huh?
Land of the free and the smart.
Well, where I grew up, there's starting to be more drug problems, so that's why if they can find something on you, they'll pull you over.
Right.
Even if it's something small, like they can't read your license plate because you have a plastic piece.
if it's a small thing, but at the same time, they wouldn't be able to seize you or arrest you unless it was something that was.
No, they just your insurance. Yeah,
exactly.
Your insurance. And then he went off on his way, and I did too.
Mhm. Yeah. Where I live, it's just really strange. I wrote a blog post about it because currently the city of Highland Park is really into banning books, and they've just banned again a book on poverty. It's a Pulitzer Prize-winning book, and they said that people in Highland Park, they don't want their children to be exposed to that kind of poverty. It's not appropriate, and unless they were to teach Ayn Rand as a non-fiction work alongside with this book on poverty as a comparative, then they would ban it in schools.
2015 and people are still banning books.
Yeah, and it just are going on right now.
They wanted to ban the book The Giver.
Yeah, why?
Yeah. Share this link with you guys.
Do you guys know why that was? Why they wanted to ban The Giver? We saw that movie too, but we read the book years ago.
Oh man, I love the movie.
Oh, did you like it? I didn't see the movie. Let's see. I'm gonna send you guys this link so you can just see how crazy this place is.
Well, boys and girls, you all have a great day. May the God of creation, the God of salvation, bless you all. And Miss Sarah, think about what I talked to you about. You really need to accept God, not some kind of buffet God that you created on your own.
Yeah.
I think Christian Hilda needs to accept the God because he's got the wrong one too.
Yeah, Thor is
He
the
was-
true God.
He always does that, doesn't he? He leaves with some parting jab, like you're going to go, oh no, I can't get home back. I can't reply.
Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about that one. I think Troy would have a field day with that guy's ego. I just, what I have an issue with, and Hermione, I know that you are, your religious beliefs are a little different than mine, but let me ask you this question. So one thing that I've always kind of struggled with was the idea that, the Lord had created man in his image in order to, serve him, to praise him, and to kind of, not worship any other idol but God. To me, that seems the epitome of egocentric, absolutely absorbed. Just to create something for the only purpose to praise yourself is something that I just, I don't see that as not a sin. I mean, isn't to desire those kinds of things and to have jealousy and to be jealous or covet another's, wife or car or whatever, that's a sin, right? So if God is to be jealous of other idols, that's kind of where I'm.
And why would a perfect being have any...
Ask me.
Sorry.
Respect.
Yeah, so I want.
So there's three things that are going on there. First, created us in his image. I don't think literally image. When you look at it in Genesis 1, image and there's one other thing. Hold on a second, let me look. It's image and give me 1 second. I'm almost there.
See, the angels weren't made, well, if just on the premise, let's just say you believe, angels weren't made in his image.
Now, here's my other question about, so with angels, they're technically, concerning the Bible, lower than human beings, because humans are considered, the children of the Lord, and we sit next to the Father. Now, so are angels also saved? And they can be fallen, so can they be also saved, even though they are technically have never taken human form?
My theory is no, because they always saw.
Sorry, what? Can you repeat that?
My theory is they were already there, and they rebelled against God. So no. Okay. We've never been there, so.
Yeah.
That's my theory.
But the original Bible says that.
The original.
Yeah, well, the Hebrew one that mentions that we were made man and woman at the same time in God's image.
I've been reading the original Bible.
Breathed into our nostrils a breath of life. That means we just became a living creature like he was.
No, but he only did that for Adam. Guys, you got to read the Bible, the original Hebrew Bible. I'll actually give you a link. That's a really good one, and it's free online.
Well, if you're talking about original Bible folklore, there was Adam and Lilith were made at the same time.
That's folklore. That's apocryphal.
It's what?
That's not consistent with the original teachings.
No, the original Jewish folk. I mean, you got to remember, it all comes from the Hebrews before the New Testament. Even it's their book that you took hold of and mixed in with your new book.
An oral tradition, even that supports Lilith.
It doesn't matter. It was their folklore. It was their.
In the original Bible, I just gave it to you with the.
Yeah, but that's a changed Bible. The original Bible, the original folklore, the original myth was all theirs.
It's Hebrew as well as you have Hebrew on one side and English translation on the other.
I'm looking at it right now. Yeah. Interesting. I enjoy these kind of debates as long as they are respectful and they also consider the the theological side of it, and not just the kind of the pushing of because God said so in the Bible it is true. I mean, I need something more than that. So I like the fact that when you are talking about your beliefs, you then follow it up with a statement from the scripture, right? That I can go and look at and say, okay, I can understand that. What I have a problem with is this kind of modern day movement, especially in Texas, where I don't even know how these people have ever even read the Bible, let alone really taken the time to study it or even look at the original language or the words and what the words meant during that time period and all these things versus what they mean today. And that's pretty scary to me. I've had this. Oh, go ahead.
The response to your first question right there. God created us not only in His image type thing and in His likeness. So when you look at it, it's like, well, why would He repeat both? I don't know that it was physical image. And when we look at it, we have the body and soul. So let's do that. I've never heard in Scripture where we're above angels. So I'd be interested in understanding that a little bit more. And
yeah, I'll find out more. I know exactly where that is. I've noted it in my Bible. I actually am going to seminary school, which I could not tell.
Well, I mean, when the King James, Genesis 1:26 says, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea." So that's them is more than one.
I'll agree with that, but there was the intention to create more than one. And it's really interesting that you say that. Tradition, but there may have been humans prior to that weren't, and that's part of the, the oral tradition that didn't live in Eden type thing. There's perspectives where, Adam and Eve were set aside or set apart, and that's, that line of Adam and Eve is where we come through Noah. There's just so many different perspectives on how you do that. I can't fault necessarily anybody's because it's different.
Yeah.
That's just not what we, there's a way of reading through the scripture, and the scripture is Adam and Eve were the first man.
Well, yeah, Genesis 5:2, isn't it? It says, male and female he created them, and blessed them, and called their name Adam in the day when they were created.
Right, but in Genesis 5:2, I think I just read this last week, so I should have notes on it. Let me look at it really quick. But I believe that I think he's saying he created them male and female and blessed them, and that he did create Eve, right? Because he took this, from the side of Adam and created Eve. Whereas he created Eve from the ground. Adam from the ground.
Well, it just says this is the generations of Adam. In the day that God created man, in the likeness of God made he him. Male and female created.
Yeah, it's true. He did create Eve.
Oh, hey there, Nadia.
Oh,
Nadia.
yeah. Oh.
Can you broadcast? Is it Ballstar? I'm not pronouncing it right. I'm sorry.
Balthazar.
Balthazar. Okay.
Hang on,
Right.
okay.
Oh, no, as I said before in Nadia's Hangouts, even the first verse even the first part doesn't make sense. I mean, the earth being described as having being formless and void doesn't make sense at all.
What doesn't make sense about it?
Because depth. Well, the first verse says God creating the heavens and the earth was dark, or had darkness on its formless depth. Can you explain to me how something formless and void can have depth?
Well, I can get you a more literal translation.
Well, no, well, that's what if I said to you, I've made a box, and my box is without form and it's void, but it has depth.
I would think that you are a Highland Park housewife. Because that's not something that exists.
I mean, depth is a property of an object that possesses at least 3 dimensions.
Exactly.
So
It requires volume.
Yeah, an object cannot be void and it must have a form.
My favorite translation, actually.
I mean, then you've got in existence before the end of the first day, you've got God, God's spirit, heaven, earth, water, light, darkness, goodness, words, day and night. But a few verses later, we're told that it wasn't until the second day that God created the heaven. So if God created the heaven and the earth in the beginning, on or before the first day, it can't be true that he didn't create the heaven until the second day.
The Earth were at that time covered by a very thick atmosphere, and there were no light there. So when he creates the heavenly objects, like the things you can orientate after, stars and so on, it can mean that he from human perspective, it's all written from human perspective, not from God perspective. So the atmosphere disappeared, and you have the lightning objects.
Right, but can you explain to me how something formless and void can possibly have any depth?
What is void? Can you read the whole sentence?
The earth is described as having, it says, the earth was without form and void.
What is void?
Well, void, empty, nothing.
Empty, yeah.
But it had water in it, so it wasn't empty, was it? Because the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the water, so the earth wasn't void because it had water within it.
Yeah, there were no life there, so it was just water.
But that doesn't make an object. If I have an empty box and it's void, I can't then say it's void apart from the water in it, because it doesn't make it void.
Yeah. When no life is there, it's void.
Oh, so it's talking about life, is it?
Yes, and then
how do you get to that?
How do you get to that?
But it says the earth was without form, but it says it was deep. So it had depth. So that's not formless, is it?
But we got to remember, the Bible wasn't written with verses and chapters, so this is all one paragraph, probably.
Okay.
People have written this. They don't write things that are not understandable. You know, when they use the word void and depth, void and empty, void and just together.
Yeah. Do you see my point, though? Is this supposed to be a book, and the very first few verses explaining how life originated aren't clear? or how the Earth originated.
That's great literature. It's very often like that. Poetry. It's not like it's not a cooking recipe or something like that.
Oh, I know, I understand that, but this is supposed to be the guide. This is the Bible we're talking about, not Gordon Ramsay's recipe for chicken arrabbiata, is it?
Oh gosh, you just...
I try to understand how you're thinking, but
Okay, well, maybe we can try. Try and apply some common sense to the first 5 verses of Genesis. We're told on the first day God created light and separated it from the darkness, as if light somehow gets mixed up with the dark. I don't. He called the light day and the darkness night. But then we read there came to be an evening and there came to be a morning, a first day. But how could there be night and day? God's only just finished defining those terms as light and darkness, not night and day as we define them.
Yeah, but it's written from a human perspective, not from where God is. So.
Well, exactly, because we're supposed to. Are we then to suppose the universe went black and lit up at regular intervals, corresponding to the 6 days of creation?
Do you understand when you read the theories about cosmology, the modern cosmology?
Yes, that's what I was getting to. So the concept we have of night and day couldn't possibly have come into the picture because our concept of night and day refers to the period when a certain spot on the planet is either facing towards or away from the light of the star that it orbits.
Yeah, but
that star that the Earth orbits wasn't created until the 4th day.
If the Earth night and day can be order, regularities, so all this can be without.
Without what? How was there any light until the sun was created? If the 6 days of creation were Earth days, it makes little sense to speak of the first 3 days of creation, since such days would not have existed until the sun was created. You can't have a day without the sun.
Yeah.
So from a universal perspective, such as God would have
That's why
it would always be both day and night concurrently.
Why it actually fits is because we don't know how long that first day was.
But you can't call it a day. How would you have anything remotely like a day without the sun? Because the sun coming up and going down denotes the day, doesn't it?
But the first you have to think about when you read this is you don't believe it's inspired or from God and so on. But what I'm sure you do understand is people wrote it and they gave it to other people.
Balthazar, just a moment. Nadia, are you still there, Nadia? Nadia, wake up, please. Give someone the mod rights because people are coming in and they have to be broadcast. Nadia, for fuck's sake.
Nadia,
she did it again.
Everyone shout at once. 1, 2, 3.
Nadia. Damn it.
Nadia!
Nadia!
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, shit. Oh, my goodness. Does anyone else has mod rights or something?
No.
Damn. Armin, you have the ability to... I forgot what it's called, but don't you have the ability also to give someone else mod rights?
No, just have the ability to eject mofos.
Oh, fuck's sake. Oh, Nadia.
Hey, that's a pretty good ability there.
Oh, yeah.
So, do you have everything for your daughter's birthday party then?
I'm just actually, you guys are gonna come with me. I'm gonna start making food right now.
Gotta get some food.
We're gonna get our grub on today with chicken based in its own gravy. Sicilian potatoes. I can't remember who it was that wanted to be around while I was making the Sicilian potatoes, but I'll just keep it saying so they can at least watch it because it's an amazing dish.
That sounds really good.
It is good.
I got Bling cuisines in my freezer from like 6 months ago.
Oh.
That's like the extensiveness of my nutrition.
I think you're pretty lean.
Okay, thank cancer for that one. It's the best diet ever. Oh, chemo.
My best diet was a breakup.
Really? Yeah, that'll do it too.
30 pounds after falling in love and falling out, or being fallen out of.
Yeah. I used to think that was the best way to lose weight, was to be traumatized in a relationship. But then I met chemotherapy and I realized what a really serious diet was.
Oh, you win.
That's great. Huh?
You win. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's just give me a cancer card. You know, it's funny because they actually have these cancer cards at this one organization called Stupid Cancer. And it's like, you know those credit cards that they give you for like the Black American Express? Well, it's like a Black American Express, but it just says cancer on it, and it's kind of a packed up joke. And someone's a total dick. I just hand it to him.
So funny. You're like, do you know those black cards? I've heard of them, but I've never been able to.
Yeah, I have one, but it just says cancer, you know. It's not like here's my black card for anything I want. And if anyone asks, well, you know, give me a justification because I have fucking cancer. And if you don't, then I'm going to tell everyone that you said no to the cancer kid. You hate cancer. That goes a long way.
I was a home health aide for a while.
You're on health aid?
Yeah. So I, unfortunately, got to see people die
Yeah.
in their home.
That's one of the really difficult parts of it, I suppose.
Well, at least they were at home, I guess.
The people who passed?
Yeah. Not everybody was terminal. Some people went and helped clean their house.
Right. Yeah.
A lot of it was cleaning.
Mhm. Yeah, I understand that.
When I went in there, I knew what to do. Some of the people had to be like baby stepped through it.
Mhm.
Like, what should I do next?
Yeah. I mean, it really is. Once you're put in that position, it kind of is a whole entire new reality. And a lot of times people do need a little bit of hand-holding, or a lot, in my experience.
Yeah.
So one thing, so I don't practice law anymore as of like 4 weeks ago. And all I do now is I advocate for cancer patients, and I work for the active patient movement and for dying. I work with dying patients in the end stages of life. So that's kind of what I do now.
Good for you.
So,
you can.
Much better.
Well, you know, to die with dignity and the right to die, you know, in a way that is not, you know, a forced, long, prolonged, like, medical withering, is something I think is a fundamental human right. Yeah.
Yep.
And that is something that I would support and fight for. It's kind of weird. On Frontline the other day, we were talking about, we had a big discussion on death and dying in terms of terminal illness and being mortal. I don't know if you all have heard of this book, but it's a great work that just came out on death and dying. And you know, finally the medical community is really starting to look at the end stages of life in terms of you know, hospice care, palliative care, and communication between doctors and patients. And what we've seen, like, probably even up till the last maybe couple of years, you know, maybe at most 5, is that people don't have that conversation. Doctors, they don't have that conversation with patients. You know, at what point do they bring up the death and dying discussion? You know, the point where they start talking about hospice as an option, especially in cancer, where there's this idea that if you just fight hard enough, you can survive if your will is strong enough. And that is absolutely, you know, I know as a terminal cancer patient with a stage 4 cancer that is very difficult for people to believe that if you fight hard enough, you might just be able to will your cancer cells from stopping to metastasize. It's hard.
Very.
Yeah, in my will, I actually have, if anyone at my funeral gets up and says she lost her battle to cancer, you are going to shut down that shit. It is over. Like, no, that party. And it's going to be a great party. But it'll be shut down if anyone says that.
As long as it's not the vicar doing the service, you'll be all right.
Yeah, I already have a invite list and a non-invite list all lined up. So we have party of the year. Decade.
There's lots of stock phrases for that, though, isn't there? Or that X person fought bravely, or.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's one thing I write about a lot. Is we have this military language that we use when it comes to cancer and dealing with it. And I asked diabetes patients, how's your war with insulin going? How's your war on diabetes? And I would be like, you're nuts. And these are, type 1 diabetics. And I said, do you ever, wake up and go, oh, screw this battle with diabetes. I will win this war. Give me a ribbon. Yeah, no. And so I think it's really a unique thing to cancer patients.
We've got things in the UK, people are going about the cancer heroes.
Oh, yeah, the cancer heroes, right. Oh. Because if you die, then you're kind of a loser, right? You lost. So it's ridiculous. And also, when you're terminal in stage 4, no one does a race for the cure for you. You're put off in a little corner because you scared the other patients.
Yeah. I'm not raising money for you. You haven't got.
You're not going to survive. You're going to be dead in a couple months. You're not going to be here. And so what? What are you going to give back?
Yeah.
You're not going to buy the pink shirts and the T-shirts.
I'm going to do a marathon. Who are you doing it for? Well, not him and not her and not them, because they're.
We're going to be dead in a little bit.
Yeah.
My money is going to go to someone who's actually may make it. Yeah, so that's something that I'm very vocal about. Yeah.
Is that Nadia? I can hear her breathing.
Someone's breathing. I don't know. Sounds like a ventilator at the hospital.
Some people, when I worked at the nursing home, their room smelled sweet if they had cancer. You'd go in there and it'd smell sweet. It's hard to describe.
Illness has a unique smell. I've noticed that too. But then I got used to it because everyone I knew had cancer and I was in the hospital for years. And I'm the only one still alive out of everyone that I had gone through cancer with who has not died. I'm the only one left. And I had a less than 2% chance of surviving my treatment. And then I just didn't die. I was so ready to go.
So did one day you just all of a sudden slightly getting better?
I had a bone marrow transplant. And
my aunt had.
Yeah. And I was given 30 days to live when I was first diagnosed. And my tumors, I had over 600 tumors. It was everywhere. And I was in organ failure. Unfortunately, I had the perfect mixture of cancer, and there have only been like 250 people who have been diagnosed with this type of cancer. And so Stanford took me as a patient, and I exchanged my medical records for their research, and in turn they paid for my treatment, which was like over $1 million. And I never paid them a penny, but they did an experimental type chemotherapy regimens, and I had a bone marrow transplant, and no one thought it would work, and then all of a sudden it was, my cancer stopped metastasizing like a few days afterwards, and it hasn't metastasized further. So,
do you have any vitamin C?
Do I have vitamin C? Do I take it?
It was just this is a discussion we'd had a while back regarding Michael Ann's treatment.
Yeah, did you ever get put, like while you were going through chemotherapy, on anything that would help your body recover?
No, because they never expected that I would live longer, or at least live long enough to never have to deal with the issues of the side effects of chemotherapy and what the treatments were doing to my body. That was not a concern or a consideration at the time. So, no.
We have this lady on here named Michael Ann, and
you are so cute. Look at your hair. You are so beautiful.
Oh, thanks.
I need to go to my hair before.
How do you just get a wig? It's easier that way.
Trust me. I have a couple wigs, but I didn't wear them.
Oh, you're kidding.
Yeah, I just went bald the whole time. I'm not cool enough. I'm not vain enough.
I had my thyroid removed. They actually thought I had cancer. That was really kind of scary at the time. But I had my thyroid removed.
Mm-hmm.
All my hair fell out, and so it thinned significantly. And so I started wearing weaves, and then I was like, weaves, because it's like $350 every time to get it done. I said, forget it, and got a wig. And my hair doesn't like really grow back. It's as long as this is. It's just thinner.
Yeah.
So I don't want it to fit anymore, so I'm like, screw it.
Yeah.
Hair, not.
I mean, it's just, I know for a lot of women, hair is a big deal. Clearly my hair is not an issue in my self-esteem. So I, really actually enjoyed my time being bald.
Okay, I'm going to mute because I'm using the blender or mixer. One sec. Here.
Let's see. Actually show y'all a picture. I was so afraid when I was went bald, and it was the day I was diagnosed. I just shaved it all off. That I was gonna have some like Gorbachev looking like huge horrible mark, or I was gonna have like some demented head. But I had a quite beautiful head, and I was really happy with the way I looked bald. And so what I wanted to do was I wanted to tattoo my skull. Right? My scalp. In like a big sleeve or something. I thought that would be fantastic, but I ended up not doing that.
Yeah, it would have hurt.
Yeah, I really liked being bald. You just don't have to wash your hair. Don't have to condition it. You don't have to do it.
Oh, tell me about it. I still wash mine, but I've got.
See, yeah, it's just a little like.
Yeah, just a quick,
You had far more hair than I did for years. It was kind of nice, My skin would shine in the sun.
It's okay if you've got a reasonable shaped head, but if you've got an odd shaped head, it's not good.
I had a good shaped head. I did. And a lot of people like that. But you know what's weird, though? Is people always want to touch you when you have cancer. It's like this strange thing. It happens to pregnant women, too. People just like go, oh my gosh, you have cancer, you're bald. Let me touch your head. Like, people don't even know, like in the women's bathroom. And apparently pregnant women have this problem too, where people want to just touch their tummies. So definitely.
Yeah, it's bizarre, isn't it?
It is, it really is. And then there's this weird camaraderie that comes with having cancer. And sometimes people, they think, oh, damn cancer, and as if we're going to pray it away. And it's a little uncomfortable because not all of us need that kind of support, but kind of like instant soulmates or friends if they're part of the cancer club.
Yeah, the pray it away bit's insulting.
Oh, I think so too. But at the same time, it's kind of funny. You have to do something to amuse yourself.
The idea is to pray it away. I think the idea is to come to terms. A friend who passed away.
And that's what I help patients do now is, survival for them is not really the goal here. And I tell them, it's really kind of like a teeter-totter. This is going to go one of two ways for you. And it's looking like this. And it's really about looking at the death and dying process and, helping people die well. And that's something that we don't do in our culture. That's something that's considered really taboo to say, I'm going to die well.
Mhm.
You know? So that's what I think.
Well, the praying bit for me, obviously as an atheist, the praying bit's absurd anyway. But this idea that you'd pray to your God to cure the disease He gave you in the first place.
The way that I see it is, a lot of people have this question, why me, God? Please take my cancer away. I never had those kinds of questions. I never thought, why me? I never struggled with being diagnosed with cancer. Or with the concept of dying or anything. And I guess I wasn't just blessed in that way. That I just didn't have those internal issues or struggles. I just didn't have those. So it's something that I wish that every person could get to the point where they're ready to pass and not, be terrified of what if, those kinds of things.
I often wonder that. I mean, there's lots of people that say, "Oh, I'm not afraid of dying," but I think, in my opinion, when that moment comes, I believe, in my opinion, everybody will be scared. Almost everybody.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Because who wants to die? Unless you're say normal's not the right word to use, but unless you're in terrible pain in your life, then perhaps you would, you welcome it. But in normal circumstances, who wants to die?
Exactly. But I was at the point where I was ready to go, completely ready to die. And when I woke up the next morning and they said I was not going to die, that day, maybe in a month or so, my first reaction was not grateful. I was not happy. I wasn't a part of this, oh my God, yes, the 1 in a million miracle. I was furious. I was angry. I mean, I had just come to terms with my mortality, and I was at peace with that, and I was ready to go. And then I didn't, and I had to learn to walk again and to live again,
and get used to the idea that, again.
And to live with this body that they ruined with their treatments because they never thought it was fine. I have osteoporosis. I am 27 years old. I can't have children. I've gone through menopause. I have the bones of a 60-year-old. I have more in common with your mother than I do with probably any of you.
I doubt it. My mum's dead.
I'm pretty goddamn close. So I've got one foot in the grave already. So it's, when these women, I'm going to have to get myself one of those life alerts and just like bedazzle it, I've fallen and can't get up.
Sounds like a personal problem.
Yeah, and I'm afraid I might drink too much or something and fall and break my hip. Like a 80-year-old woman and have to get a hip transplant. Just hit my life alert. It's some kind of situation. So, but at the same time, I wish they would have told me what would have happened to my body. Like I never made the choice to have the chemotherapy, which made me infertile. They didn't tell me that it would cause me to be infertile, so I would have still made the same decision to go forward with it, but it would have been my decision. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And when they also didn't tell me that they had moved away from treating my cancer to comfort care, that also was not my decision, and that terrified me as well. And I didn't want these doctors deciding, well, we decided that she's going to, go through the death and dying process now. And I fired those oncologists, and that was before I was transferred to Stanford. But they left me to die.
Wow.
And so I fired him. That was fun. That was a good time. So, anyway. Enough on cancer, death, and dying.
My aunt lost her battle at age 50.
Did you lost your battle?
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, gosh, I just have to ask that. I really don't like that type of language when people refer to
I'm
cancer.
sorry.
It's okay. It just is, to lose a battle with cancer means that you've lost and that you had a chance of mitigating it or winning. That you're somehow a loser. And
Well, her sister actually was a perfect bone marrow transplant.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not.
That's really rare in siblings.
Yeah.
I mean, it's more chance that you'll have a protein match in a complete stranger than a sibling.
Yeah.
Did she have a transplant? A donor transplant?
Yep. Her sister transplanted.
How long was her before she relapsed?
I'd say maybe she lived 3 to 5 years after that.
Mm-hmm. That's about right. That's about how long I have. About 3 to 5 years left.
So.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, but I just don't like the idea that people consider losing the battle to cancer. I mean, we don't say that about people who die from heart disease, or ulcers or alcoholism.
I've had an ulcer before, man. Those are terrible.
Really? Oh, I imagine those are probably really painful.
And I've had pancreatitis. Pancreatitis is worse.
That's what you're saying. Yeah, I bet.
I was going to die almost. The pain was so bad.
I bet. Pancreatic cancer is one of the... That's like... So I can imagine having pancreatitis be extremely painful.
There's not much they can do for you except give you pain medicine and an IV.
Pretty much, yeah. It's comfort care and wait and watch. So it's yeah, and when you're at that point, it's time to kind of reassess your values and kind of your goals, what you intend to get out of the treatment. That's kind of what I help people with now. It's a tough thing. It's funny because when I was in this, when I was defending these, really horrible murderers and drug mass dealers and cartel members, and then I was advocating for these patients, it was almost like this dichotomy that people couldn't understand. How can you, on one hand, advocate so zealously for someone who just takes life so easily, and then advocate for someone who is fighting for life so zealously as well? It was, people couldn't really put those two together. For me to go, for example, one of the people that I work with on the death and dying issues is a 6-year-old girl named Journey, and I've spent a lot of time with her and her family, and we've gotten her in the best healthcare and the best team in the world for her type of cancer. But then I would go and dedicate just as much time to people who have killed multiple people and will likely kill again, and so that was kind of difficult. So I made a choice and I stopped defending people who don't respect life, I suppose. I don't know why I just told you all that.
Yeah.
So tell me more about yourself, in terms of religion and philosophy. Where do you stand on those issues?
Well, I
What
grew
do
up in a
you
religious household,
Uh-huh.
so I believe in God, and my parents went to a church called Church of Christ, which really believes in like non-instrumental worship,
Yes.
but I kind of went the other way afterwards.
Right.
I'm non-denominational,
Mm-hmm.
and
So when you were sick and going through pancreatitis and all these things, did you ever struggle with your like spirituality or your faith or anything like that? I know a lot of people do when they're ill, and that's not anything I ever really struggled with either. But I always like to ask people who may have, so that I can maybe get some more perspective on that.
not really. I mainly thought about the pain and the.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes when the pain is that bad, you really can't think of anything else, right? It's just blinding.
My trypsin levels are still real high. I was taking some medications. They're discontinuing one. They think that's the cause of it, but I hope I don't relapse.
Right.
What?
Which medication are they discontinuing?
It's Seroquel. It's for sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I don't sleep as well right now.
I don't sleep well either. I have to take medication like tranquilizers after the chemotherapy, so
I don't get much deep sleep.
I don't either. So I understand. That's probably why I look so weary. So how is your health now? You're in remission, or?
Yeah, it was just a spout of pancreatitis hit.
Right.
I let it go and go because I didn't realize what it was, and
Yeah.
I didn't think anything was wrong until I almost was like I was basically at the emergency room laying on the floor in pain.
Same with me. Yeah, and you just justify it off as something else until you literally cannot ignore it any longer. It's crazy how we do that, right?
Yeah. I was waiting for a bed to get back there so they can give me some pain medicine.
Yeah. I just had my 6-month CT scan yesterday, and that's a long cancer day at the hospital, so it's like from 6 a.m. to about 7 p.m. And I haven't gotten my scan results back yet, but it's always a little bit nerve-wracking because each time there's a high chance that I'll have recurrence. But it goes down with each passing 6 months, but it's still high. Yeah. It's just so scary, So.
Man, your college courses must have been pretty intense then.
Oh, I went to college when I was younger. I was 16 when I started. So I had completed most of my degrees by the time I was about 22. I completed 3, and then I went to law school after that. So I had done the bulk of my education before I had cancer, and then finished up after.
Thought so.
Yeah. Everyone's very quiet. So, I just figured out these hangouts. I don't know. Were you there when I was talking about that? This is like my third day ever using like the internet.
Yeah.
And people ask like, oh, why don't you friend people and connect with people? And I'm gonna have to be super careful about that. Just because I have a big book release coming out in 3 weeks, and I haven't let anyone read anything about the book, and I'm a very private author and person, as much as I can be. And I do, I'm very transparent, so I do use my real name and everything. So, as I'm very careful about who I, engage with, I guess. And I've really liked, being in Nadia's groups and the people that I've met. Like, oh God, Mark, he cracks me up. He was talking with this one guy earlier today that was just driving me nuts. Vaughn something or another.
Can't remember people by name. I would know him if he was in the room.
You could not miss this man if he was coming at you. Like, it was crazy. But yeah, so I appreciate that. And yesterday we had a big broadcast on with Frontline on death and dying, and we did it live from the Simmons Cancer Center here in Texas. And so we had some people from Nadia's other chats. They came on and they talked about their philosophies on death and dying, which some of them actually they got reposted by Frontline, and like, oh, you guys are now medical experts on death and dying. So, but I've been impressed with the people. So. First, I was just randomly, coming across one of these things and thinking that people were really weird, and just being interested in that, and then come to find out they're actually very intelligent people. So, I don't know.
Most people, if you give them a chance, they know a lot about something.
That's very true. That's very true. I do. I really do try to give everyone, the same amount of respect. Whether you are, someone like me who's just like, I think, a peon, or whether you are someone who is like, Obama, I will respect you probably about the same. Until you prove differently, I guess, either way.
So how long is your book going to be?
The book is about 380 pages.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's I had one of my patients, my cancer patients, go, does it have a lot of pictures? I'm like, no, it's all text. I'm sorry. But,
it's okay.
I'm excited though. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be in all formats, which is important, and I need to make sure it had a really strong audio versions, because when you turn on a cancer patient, you can't hold anything up. You can't, stare at an iPad for hours. I'm excited. I'm still a very private person, and that's just going away. That's not possible anymore. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it'll be good. It'll be out at every major retailer in about 3 weeks, and the cover's also very controversial.
What's it called?
Huh?
What's it going to be called?
It's called The Exception and the Rule.
Okay. Look for it.
It's about the active patient movement. The cover is pretty dark, but stage 4 cancer and terminal cancer is not a pink, fluffy thing either. It's life and death for these people, and I was as honest and truthful as I could be about it, and that makes some people very uncomfortable. But then it also makes some others really, really happy, I suppose. Yeah.
That reminds me of a movie I was watching one time where this guy had a terminal disease and he didn't want treatment.
Mm-hmm.
And there was this girl he was trying to get him to go out with him, and he didn't realize she had a terminal illness either. So when she came across some books at his house, she got real upset, and he had no idea why. Because she thought he found out that she had a terminal illness.
And I bought the books for her.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I wonder if that looks like
a good movie.
Starting to get all the. That's interesting.
A good movie.
Yeah, you know, there have been some really good movies and some good pieces that have been done on, you know, terminal illnesses or of any kind really, but they can tend to like treat it with such baby gloves. And then when the people get to the point where they come to me, it's like, this is not what I expected. Is it just me? Why is this so difficult? You know, does everyone have these challenges? And the answer is yes. And, you know, I had an interview with NPR recently, and they asked, what in your book has not been said about cancer that has already been discussed? I said, nothing. Nothing in the book is new. It's just, for the first time, like literally, you know, I'm willing to write down exactly what a lot of cancer and stage 4 terminal patients are thinking. And, you know, I made it very public, and, you know, I was not apologetic about it either. And it was a difficult process. It took about 3 years to write the book. But I had recorded every appointment, everything. I'm a little paranoid about that. So I had hundreds of transcriptions of hours and recordings in every doctor's appointment. So everything in the book is based off of those. So it's the most accurate record that I can imagine ever having. Which is nice. So then I know it's not like, you know, tainted by my memory or anything like that, right?
Yeah.
So it's just like the literal transcriptions of a lot of things. I had to change a couple of names of a few doctors. So I made them named after like Dr. Mengele and some other, you know, horrific Nazi practitioners. Because they're horrible doctors. Their malpractices actually, you know, resulted in some people losing their lives. And you know, their publishers are so afraid of getting sued that I had to change their names, but that doesn't mean I was going to respect their reputations or protect them.
Sounds like it's going to sell.
You know, I was so terrified at first. I wasn't really necessarily terrified. I didn't write the book for people to buy it and like it. I wrote it for people who were dying and needed, you know, someone to discuss these things with. I wrote the book for when I was dying. I needed a book that would teach me how to die. Then there was nothing. There was not one thing. It was all this hoopla and, oh, you know, just have faith and get through it. But, you know, when you're so ill and you're lying on your deathbed and you're young and you're completely alone, and everyone who comes in your hospital room has this incessant smile on their face that looks like someone literally drew it on. You cough and people take you to the emergency room. It's awful. People don't treat you with dignity or respect. I mean, I got more etching sketches and like little toys from people. They infantile. It's like they treat you like you're reverted back to a young child. I had nurses go, "Do you like ponies?" And they drew me pictures of horses and put them on my walls.
Huh.
It was just so bizarre. So I wrote a lot about that too.
That is weird.
It was very weird, and I didn't know anyone else who was, as young as I was going through, as difficult with the cancer. And they were all pretty much older who, were at this stage, and it was tough, I mean, when it came to the actual conversations about my death, my mother, who was caregiving for me, she couldn't handle it at all, so I had to do all my death planning, my DNRs, advanced directives, all of that with the Stanford nurses, and we drafted them, and then they held them on file. But it was hard because I had to deal with all of that process, completely by myself, and mitigate all those things and reconcile them in my own mind, and that was terrifying, especially at night. And every couple hours you hear the crash carts going off, and someone people dying around you left and right. It's not pink at all. It is not pink. So,
yeah, I've seen quite a few people die.
Yeah.
It's kind of strange.
It is, it's yeah, and when I first lost when I first had the first death that I experienced of a close person to me was not when I had cancer. It was when I was younger. But with cancer, I had lost a lot. I've lost a lot of people. But it's I don't know. Death has never been something that I thought of as an unnatural state or something that should be feared or fought against. For me, it was always just as natural as birth and breathing. It was so. It was interesting on the Frontline, interview that was on the TV and stuff the other day. When I was responding to it, I was talking to them about how he had mentioned the two things that they can't cure in medicine, that they can't fix, that just torments these physicians, is aging and death and dying. And my response to that was, those are two things. Aging and dying are things that are completely natural. So to view the fact that, we don't have fixes or cures for those two things is not a failure. That's not a failure in medicine. In fact, I would see the failure in medicine being the resistance against those things, which only, prolong the anxieties and the death state, right? I tell younger people all the time who talk about death and dying, and I'm so afraid I'm going to die, and this and that, or what does death feel like? And they're healthy young people. You're going to die one day. You're going to figure it out. So why are you wasting your time wondering about it now? Trust me, you're going to get a chance.
Yeah. Everyone has their...
Yeah, I mean, you're going to get a chance to experience death and to go through that. So it's just, interesting about.
That reminds me of a book called It, A Boy Named It or something.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of people have said that, actually.
Really?
Yeah, they use that reference quite a bit. Which I always thought was kind of strange, because it's not like a book that someone would necessarily be like, oh, this is like a really current, like, popular book. It's an older book that, but people have brought that reference.
It's pretty intense, though.
Yeah. So it's that's heavy stuff. I'm actually meeting with the National Cancer Association at 3 today. We're going to be talking about developing patient programs that are more geared towards the patient as a whole person and not just treating them as an illness or, you know, a disease, which is fantastic. The doctors here are wonderful in terms of their experience and knowledge in treating the disease, but the psychosocial support, the mental support, emotional support, all those programs are lacking or non-existent. So we're going to try to get together and see if we can do something about that.
Okay.
Yeah,
So you'd be good. You'd be someone. You'd be a good person to speak to.
Yeah. So I'm really excited about that, and you know, but it's so bizarre here in Texas. Everything's about donors and money, everything. And at, you know, the University of Texas Medical Center, we've tried to pitch, or they've tried to pitch in the past before, even things just like having a grand piano in the lobby with, you know, musicians who will come and play, you know, and music every once in a while. You know, the Stanford Cancer Center has musicians, they have harpists, they have massage therapists, they have people walk around giving you water. I mean, it's amazing. I loved being there. And I was there, you know, as a dying cancer patient, but it was relaxing, it was safe, and it worked. And they had, you know, little meditation gardens where they had nature, and in Texas they don't really believe that that actually is beneficial to patients. And they have not been able to get the funding from the board, from the major centers here, like MD Anderson and such. The boards have all denied it.
Where is Stanford?
Stanford is in California. It's in Palo Alto.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, they are just, in terms of treating the whole person, they are just the pinnacle of excellence. And so when UT Southwestern and the other cancer centers here called me to help them, it was to get the funding and also, you know, kind of like my dick is bigger than your dick type thing in terms of whose donor is richer and has more say. Yeah. And fortunate, I guess, for them, you know, it just took a couple phone calls and we'll get the programs implemented. So, but it's about, you know, whether we can keep them or not. I don't know if the board will just get rid of them in about 6 months or so, you know. So that's going to be the challenge. But we'll see. I think I've scared everyone away with my depressing talk. Crap.
No. I enjoy listening to you.
Well, thank you. I can't handle listening to me any more than I have to.
You said you were on Frontline. Will be on PBS website still?
If you, it was just up. If you just go on the Frontline or PBS site and look up, what the hell? I keep Be Immortal book.
Okay. I wrote it down.
Sorry, what was that?
I wrote it down.
Yeah, so there's that, and then also, you know, another, I think it's NPR is doing Living Cancer series, which is really big right now as well. And then, have you ever read The Emperor of All Maladies by Siddhartha Mukherjee?
I'm not a big reader unless I know I'm going to like the book for sure.
Well, this book was, if I could write anything like this man, I would just die happy, right? He's an oncologist and physician, but he's a brilliant researcher. And Ken Burns and him collaborated, and they have a 6-hour documentary coming out in about a month or so, and it's going to be phenomenal. I'm so excited for it. And, but it's kind of nice because they came first in terms of some of the things that, we talk about in my book. So it kind of made it a little bit easier.
Yeah.
And it also helps that, I have other people who have really worked on and helped me with the book, like, Fiore wrote the foreword, and Alan Dershowitz, who's a good friend of mine, wrote a section on having a child with cancer, and then Google wrote a section on technology, and we collaborated on that. So it's neat to see where it's all going.
So will the sale of the book help you live, help pay bills and stuff?
Yeah, yes, I suppose so, but I guess I'm not really in a position where, I've been very blessed in that way. So really what I'm going to be doing is donating the majority of all the profits that the book will make, and the next book probably too, to cancer patient programs for the duration of, the rest of its life.
Yeah.
I almost wish I would have written it anonymously. But,
no.
I really don't like being the center of attention, I guess, And I'm bad at it. I'm really bad at it. I don't know how to be politically correct, and I always seem to say the wrong things, and
You're describing my childhood.
yeah. It's hard. It's hard because I had this one interview recently, and I said, how do you market your book? And I said, oh, I don't. Like, how do you market your brand? I'm like, I don't. And I never have. I just did it itself, I suppose. And some people find that, like other writers who, they ask, where did your inspiration come from, your ideas? I'm like, the fact that I had cancer and recorded it, I don't know. It's not like I, brainstormed it or something.
Yeah.
And I think I passed English 101, and that was the last English class I took. I can't tell you the difference between where a semicolon and a comma go in a sentence. That's why you have an editor. And I have this joke now that I tell writers. Do you want to hear it? It's actually kind of funny. It's commas save lives. Save lives. So it's, let's eat, Grandma, and let's eat, Grandma.
Oh, yeah. I heard that, but I think you stole that. I have to call you out because I've seen this on the internet. Only with the grandpa. The same thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And there's another funny one that someone posted on my Facebook that I'm trying to get a little wittier with these author people, but it's not working really well.
Yeah.
They're, kind of these really emotional type people.
The other one is, I think it's, grammar is the difference between helping your Uncle Jack off a horse and helping your Uncle Jack off a horse.
Yeah. I'll send you guys this funny link that I have. Yeah, but
Alright. Making a mess. I'm glad.
Nadia's awake.
Y'all seem to perk up all at once.
Hey, Nadia.
I don't think she's awake. Oh, is she? Oh, she was frozen. Nadia, could you please give the mod rights to someone? We're not able to broadcast new people. And you're muted, by the way.
You should have them.
Oh, do I?
Oh, I have to laugh.
That doesn't. I checked it I checked it when I first. Okay. Maybe someone. Okay, never mind.
Mark.
The mod gave him out.
What?
Mark, are you from Crystal Lake?
Well, it is Friday the 13th.
Oh
I thought I'd make the effort.
Nice.
That reminds me of Freddy versus Jason.
It actually also looks just like the cover of The Wisdom of Psychopaths, written by Kevin Dutton.
It is actually a proper mask from the I bought my son for Halloween last year.
It's very appropriate.
It's a. I know it's childish, but it's Friday the 13th, and I'm bored.
I appreciate it.
And I can't wait for Von Houten to see it.
Oh my gosh, that is the crazy guy's name. I had so much fun with listening to you two go at it.
He makes me laugh.
I know, me too. I had to actually de-screen myself because I couldn't keep my face still. It's giving me away. I look like this half the time.
I've spoken to him a few times, but I've not really looked into the folklore regarding him too much, and someone pointed me in the direction of a couple of his videos.
You know, I thought that you had just made that picture and were being a total asshole, which I thought was very funny. Which is why I made the joke about you being 13, you'd be a cyberbully. And then I realized that picture existed before.
Yeah, well, yeah.
And I got really interested.
I just googled his name, and it came up with one of the ones was that someone had made up those pictures. And
oh, and how about his demon story? Oh, Jesus.
There is a video of him that someone pointed me to when he talks about when he did ring NASA and asked him if he could be. Yeah, it's a real thing, and I was crying, laughing, watching it.
Oh God! Oh my God! I can just imagine it. He's such an angry little man. Oh, he just loves you.
Oh, he does, yeah. And the story about that he and his friends just found a house upside down.
Yeah, I know. I lost it. I got lost in that part because I was writing. I just had to stop listening at some point.
Yeah, it was one of his supernatural. It was one of the supernatural events that he says he witnessed,
after he met the demon, the 3 words. It felt like kind of
him and his friends.
When I was like, please tell me your most valuable life experience. Trying to cover my mouth from like so bad. But I wanted him to tell me he's like in a serious face, like one of these stories. It was great.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you're out for a night out with friends or whatever, and then you come across this house that's in one piece, but it's completely upside down. And he said he was scared and they ran away, but I couldn't get him to sort of get to the point where, well, surely it would have been in the news or someone else would have seen it the next morning, or you know, an upside down house, because it's, you know, obviously very common. And we didn't get to that bit. That bit. No.
Yeah, I think we kind of ended with the whole
it was
having a problem with the email and not getting the phone number, and email being a tech issue.
I think it's in Illinois. He said the upside down house was.
Yeah.
Somewhere. But I couldn't find it.
Trying my best. Okay, lawyer over there, mute yourself or don't listen to this. I'm trying my best not to run him on my software because I just want to know. I'm trying to be ethical about it, but I so want to. And I just want oh God. That would be so great.
Have you come across Lord Stephen Christ yet?
No, I haven't. I mean,
Oh.
This is only my 3rd day.
Oh, I'll put a video in the sidebar for you. This is a guy that actually believes he is the reincarnated Jesus.
Oh, that would be so much fun with. Oh,
He's been arrested already, I think, for threatening to kill Obama.
really? Oh.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He actually went to the White House, didn't he? He actually he actually climbed the fucking fence, and I think he even went inside.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
What was his method that he was going to kill Obama with?
I don't know.
His goodwill in mind.
But he thinks the Earth is concave, or is it convex? I can't remember. That we're living inside the Earth.
Convex.
Oh.
Convex, yeah.
Oh god, I can't wait to read about this one.
Yeah,
I'll put the video in the sidebar. He does a diagram.
Okay. Sorry.
Please do.
Yeah, Hollow Earth, right?
Yeah, and that space is not. There's a layer of ice above the Earth, and then that's what the spaceships go through, and the sun and all the planets and everything are inside the Earth. They're not as big as we think they are.
Yeah, no, I can see how that's possible.
Seems legit to me.
Yeah, I'm such a dick. So I try to, really placate these people because I want them to tell me honestly and seriously, what they think without getting offended. And.
But watch that video. He does a diagram. His spelling's not too good, but the diagram is gold.
We should actually try to get Vaughn to do a diagram, and I bet if I asked him to explain it to me, and I was like, please, I really need to understand this, he would make one.
Now, what is
brilliant.
A diagram of what in this case?
Oh, you would not even believe it. Everything and anything. I would want to start with the nature of demons, though. That seems to be a hot topic.
Yeah, demons don't actually shop at Hot Topic. That's a common misconception.
Yeah. Well, that. And sorry, let me pause this.
Yeah, actually, it's mostly unseelie fae that shop at Hot Topic. That's actually why the chain was originally introduced, is so the Winter Court could get some of their clothing, sort of have easy access to it in the mortal realm. So, not a lot of people know that.
I did not know that. I am not cool enough to be involved in any of those conversations.
When I was at Stanford, I actually went to a Samhain celebration, a Halloween celebration, that did things the traditional way. So we had the Seelie to the unseelie interchange. So you brought two costumes. Right. You had your good costume for before midnight, and your bad costume for after midnight.
Yeah.
It was fun. I showed up as a lawyer, and then at midnight I just added horns and fangs. Became a demonic lawyer. It was fun.
That is such a.
What is that? There's a difference?
Yeah, I know some people thought it was redundant. Yeah, what I actually did for that particular thing is I brought my laptop with me.
Oh God.
I had people write out wishes, right? So I have each person give a wish, write down what they wanted, as a wish that could be granted, and then after midnight, I wrote drabbles. A drabble is a super short 100-word story. But I wrote a drabble for each wish, showing how it went horribly wrong.
Oh, that's great.
It was a lot of fun.
That takes me a lot of effort. That's cool. So, did you study law at Stanford?
I did.
Oh, that's great. I loved Stanford. I chose not actually to go to Texas. I should have.
Stanford is a beautiful university with amazing professors.
I know. Well, I was, trained at the Cancer Center. I was at the Stanford Cancer Center, which is really close to the, campus.
Yeah.
And I really needed a change of scenery after those couple of years. And, but, I also, I had gone to Cambridge, and that's why I got my economics degree before. So I always kind of wanted to return back to the UK, but, just with health issues, I couldn't, so.
Oh, you actually went to Cambridge, Sarah?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was at Gonville and Keys.
Wow, holy shit. That is prestigious. And that reminds me that... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry, what were you going to say?
Yeah, that Bill O'Reilly went to Harvard. You know, the guy who thinks that, you know, because tides goes in, tides goes out.
Yeah, so
you
did
cannot-
Ted Cruz.
Right.
You know, and Alan Dershowitz is like, I do not take credit for that student. Uh-huh.
Right.
Yeah, I love that.
I was hoping that he had an honorary degree from Harvard, but apparently not. He has a real degree.
Ted Cruz or...
No, Bill O'Reilly.
Oh, God, I know, right? Bill O'Reilly's so nuts. Hey, at least he's not Glenn Beck.
Well,
He's like crying
but
over that.
but let's be specific, okay? That O'Reilly graduated from the John F. Kennedy School of Government at Harvard University, so he was accepted to Harvard as a grad student in public administration. It's not like he was at Harvard studying any real subject.
It's not like a real degree.
No.
Okay, well, that explains it. Okay, now my faith in humanity has been.
Oh, that's really funny. Actually, I just read Harvard Business Review just put out a post that they're opening up the Harvard Business School to online classes.
Ooh, that'll be fun.
I was like, I'm so enrolling in this. I think that'd be really fun.
Yeah, I think it's neat that MIT has been putting so many lectures online.
Yeah. Do you watch those, the online courses? Yale does it too.
I haven't been watching a lot of them. No, to be honest, I find I don't have the patience these days for it.
Yeah.
Like I'll start the class and I'm like, oh, I'll point out I did 4 years of math and physics study at Vanderbilt, and then 3 years of law study at Stanford, and for the entire 7 years I never actually stayed awake for an entire lecture class, for like that lasted an hour or longer. I fell asleep every single class I ever had.
I don't know whether to think that's impressive or a serious lack of discipline.
Probably some of both. Plus I'll note that there is a history of narcolepsy in my family, so that's probably part of it. But
you finished, right? That's the important part.
I finished with high marks and honors pretty much in every class. So I mean, it's not as though I was slacking.
Yeah, I was kind of the same way.
Well, since everybody here is kind of, showing off their degrees, I'm going to show off mine. I'm a car mechanic, and I studied in Czech Republic.
Nice.
in the city of Prague, near an airport.
That's a really practical degree, Bill O'Reilly.
It is. Now, what sort of curriculum do you have to take to be certified as a car mechanic in Czechoslovakia, the Czech Republic?
Czech Republic.
Czech Republic, right.
It's general mechanics of cars. Practice, we switch from a week of practice, a week of theory, and it's really lax. I have to admit, it's really lax.
So it's like a week in the classroom and then a week in the lab, kind of, or in the garage, I guess you'd say, instead of the lab, and then classroom, garage, back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
For how many weeks? A whole year or a whole semester? What?
It starts from 3 years.
Oh wow! Okay.
Wow, that's longer than we went to law school.
That's the same length as the law school curriculum. And we got summers off.
We're not as impressive anymore.
No.
Really, I didn't know. So in America, it's less for car mechanics.
We don't know what it is. No, what we were saying is that law school is a 3-year school. So it's interesting to hear that the car mechanic is also 3 years. I honestly don't know. To be honest, I'm not sure what sort of. I don't know if there is like an official certification for.
I think they have training, like trade schools and stuff, right? Or
it's a 2-year program here in the States, and then you can go work. Yeah, so it's an associate's, and then you can go for additional. Because, I guess there's a difference between some people are really good at mechanics, some people are really good at the engineering. Anymore, you have to be an engineer when you look at a BMW under the hood.
That's what I was going to say. Like, when I take my BMW and I have to go to these, luxury European places because they all did chips and technology and...
Yeah, but I have to, say it for the record again. It was very lax. It's one of the lowest kind of, study things you can do. Half of the class was
3
asleep.
years. 4 years.
But I got through.
Did you?
Now
Has anybody?
That's discipline.
Has anybody seen? Does anybody watch the show Frasier?
Oh yeah, I've seen it all.
Right. So there was an episode of Frasier. Do you remember where Frasier and Niles both decided to go to car mechanic classes to learn how cars work?
Oh, I think I missed that. I think.
Okay. Well, it was hilarious because these are two guys who know 20 languages and stuff and whatever, and apparently they just had no ability to understand this stuff at all. So they ended up being basically the class goof-offs, and were eventually basically kicked out of the class for slacking off and not paying attention. It was hilarious. Okay, so at one point they're like sitting in the back chewing gum and passing notes back and forth, and so the teacher goes back and like grabs one of the notes to read it to the class, and then he looks around and says, "Can anybody read French?" That's it. It's pretty funny.
Oh Lord.
That's Frasier. Frasier was a good show.
Didn't it originate in some other program?
Yeah, Cheers, which takes place in Boston.
Yeah.
And Frasier was a character on that, and so they when they did the spinoff, they moved him to Seattle, and then sort of put him opposite some characters that were just as snobby as he was, and some characters that were more, normal.
Wasn't he married? Wasn't the actor married to some reality show star or something?
I would not. I don't know much about Kelsey Grammer, so I do not know.
Oh, Kelsey Grammer's a freak.
Kelsey Grammer played Frasier. He was the.
I'm pretty sure he was married to some woman out of the Real Wives of something or other.
Real Housewives of Orange County.
Ah, right.
Camille Donatacci, maybe.
Okay. Yes, the fact that.
Or Kate Walsh.
No, Camille. It was Camille.
Okay.
And then you had that affair and all that stuff.
Yeah, Real Housewives of Beverly Hills.
That's the one.
They divorced in 2011.
Thanks for clarifying. Stanford
What,
education at work. That's impressive.
Say what?
I said your Stanford education at work is impressive.
No, my ability to Google things very quickly, which Art has commented on in the past.
Okay, that is intellectual cheating.
Well, but I do it all the. I mean, like whenever we're in the middle of these discussions and there's a factual thing, I'll spout up off a minute later the exact details, and Art says it's that he's impressed that I use Google that quickly, but I just do. So I'm Googling stuff all the time. If I'm talking to you on the internet, chances are I have at least 2 Wikipedia windows open.
Yeah. That's interesting. Chances are I'm just sitting here using my brain and looking at my onslaught of never.
Unless you're talking to Von Helton, then you need about 30 pages open.
Who?
Von Helton.
Oh God, yeah. Von Helton. This, you explain that. I can't even go there with that man. I haven't decided what he is yet. This creature. He's very interesting.
That's one way
Von Helton.
Yeah, that's a very polite way of putting.
He is an interesting character.
He is. He's a man of great interest in previous endeavors.
A man of many talents. He actually said that he's a scientist one time.
I'm sure he did.
Yeah, and a chemist is like, yeah, I'm a chemist. But then he later on qualified, I'm an amateur chemist. I'm like, so what? Anybody could be an amateur chemist.
I don't know. So someone who's a significant hobbyist in chemistry, I would say that means something. Doesn't mean as much as having formal training in it, but it means something.
Right. If you can prove that you have significant practice, if you can show your videos of doing.
Yeah, if you can make like a Thunderfoot type video, right, where you, like Thunderfoot makes those YouTube videos where he like blows stuff up and shows setups that he's done with chemicals and stuff. If you can show us that, then yeah, that means something.
Sorry, Von Helton believes that he was the template for the Marvel comic book character, the Punisher.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm not joking. And someone described
he's
him.
A vampire.
Oh yeah, he is described as a pagan vampire, warlock, Cherokee ninja, UFO conspiracy
What
theorist.
bothers him the most about when he tells people he's a vampire is that the first thing that comes to their minds is what is the person who made up the myth? You know what I'm talking about.
You mean the Twilight, the Twilight movies?
No. Like the person who developed the whole, like, you know.
Oh, Dracula, Count Dracula.
Yeah, the who developed Dracula. What is
I mean, he has got his own Encyclopedia Dramatica on him.
So that was
Bram Stoker.
Bram Stoker. That was the biggest thing that bothered him about when he told people.
But apparently, according to this Encyclopedia Dramatica, I'll read it to you because it is quite funny. He describes himself as a child prodigy who could name and spell every dinosaur, and invented the stealth fighter when he was 7. He quickly followed this with the invention of the ion drive. Spending many days in the library studying, he learned both his parents were Illuminati and that Jesus was not God but the Messiah. He took martial arts classes, his first steps to becoming a ninja, and joined the Naval Sea Cadet Corps and was quickly recruited for the military. The officers were fueled with an irrational hatred for him, ruining his day in between the brave flurries of fighting pimps. Any attempt to transfer units was to take at least a year, so he was told he could either wait it out or serve in a civilian capacity, which he chose the latter, which was top secret work as a superhero in the Special Forces. Apparently at some point NASA stole his invention of the ion drive from him and was forced to send a Black Ops unit to kill him in order to stop any lawsuits that he'd planned against NASA. With nothing but his Special Forces training, he was able to single-handedly wipe out the entire squad in what would be the biggest gun battle in Kentucky to never have made the newspapers. Although luckily he was not hurt by military sharpshooters, his cat was sadly killed. He laid hands on his cat and brought it back to life, however, but it did live to be 25 years old before succumbing to cancer. In an attempt to reconcile differences, von Helton offered his services to NASA as a space marine. NASA refused this offer, citing his lack of a useless degree.
Well, that's true, right?
While pretending not to know about the idea of a space marine. He was happily married.
I'm so gonna have to break my ethical rules.
Apparently, he had some very sad problems with his children. One miscarried, the other one died shortly after birth. But he discovered this was done by satanic New World Order agents who had sent Satan himself to von Helton's trailer, but he was able to rebuke Satan with the power of Jesus. Afterwards, sorry, this goes on. Just one more couple of sentences. Just reading the thing. Afterwards, his wife's cousin brainwashed her into divorcing him, and he then briefly joined a satanic cult which sacrificed babies to the devil. Later, he wandered the country fighting criminals and demons, eventually learning that he was in fact a vampire. And after years of working as a vigilante, he finally retired to a trailer in his mum's backyard to study magic and warn people about the New World Order.
Of every bit of that, the part that bothers me the most is him claiming to have invented the stealth fighter, because we just buried my grandfather last March, and he actually did work with Lockheed Martin in the 1960s developing the stealth fighter. So.
Well, too bad for your grandfather. Apparently, it's von Helton. He did it. Sorry.
Yeah. Go to hell.
God.
I'm sorry, but it's
okay.
I was kidding, dude.
I know.
I'm sorry. Please send me that.
We actually put the SR-71 Blackbird, which is the plane that he helped with the Skunk Works division of Lockheed to invent. We actually put an SR-71 on his gravestone.
Oh wow!
After we buried him, because there are 2 planes on there. I forget what the name of the other one is, but the other plane was the one he actually flew when he was a fighter pilot. So we put one of the ones he flew and then the one he helped design on his headstone.
Was it a B-2?
Say what?
Was it a B-2 stealth bomber?
No. This is earlier than that. He flew in and around the Korean conflict. I think he did a lot of the reconnaissance flights. Some of the spy flights.
Was it a U2? U2?
Might have been. I'm not. Yeah, I think it was a U2.
Yeah, Adam, I'm gonna totally run you on my Lexis search right now.
Oh, me?
Yes.
Okay, you're not going to find much. You'll find. I mean, if your Lexis search includes patent filings, then you'll find a whole lot of office action responses by me. That's about it.
I'm trying so hard not to run Van Helsing. Oh, I'm trying to
Van Helsing.
Van Helsing. Van Helsing.
Oh yeah. You know that we were flying U-2s during the Cold War, before and during the Cuban Missile Crisis. My grandfather was actually on the U-2 plane that intercepted the communications that started the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Oh wow!
Oh wow!
Yeah, they were. He was on it because they were talking about doing some technical upgrades, and it was actually experimental flight. Not that the U-2 plane itself was the experiment, but some of the stuff they were putting on it. So, yeah. Anyway, so yeah, he was no one during his entire life had ever used this term to describe him to me, but at his funeral, my dad got up and explained that Granddad was a spy for the U.S. government. So.
Okay, if you want a good laugh, I shall put it in the side chat now. This is what was sent
please
to me.
do.
This is what sort of piqued my initial interest after watching that, but it made me cry laughing for about
Mark, you've
3
got to
hours.
stop making me laugh because I'm supposed to be calling this cancer patient, but I can't because I can't be taken seriously.
Well, save it for later, but it made me cry laughing for about 3 hours.
Hey, you know what? What you can do, Sarah? Just tell him about Van Helten and he'll get a laugh too.
No one would believe it.
That's true.
No one would believe. So this would be the best thing in the world, but I think it's so awful. So when my book goes up on pre-order in like a week, if I could just put that as my Amazon bio for like half a day, that would be amazing.
Well, apparently he says that when he rang NASA and asked, because he saw an advert saying they were looking for astronauts, but you had to have a degree of some sort, I think. And apparently he recounts out how he rang NASA, and they said, well, you do need a, I think it was a BA or something, and he said, well, how strict is this degree thing? And they said, well, quite. And he actually said, well, I do have some military training in the Sea Cadets.
Sea Cadets.
Yeah, the Sea Cadets is like basically the equivalent of like high school ROTC for the Navy.
Oh my God.
And when he offered to be, he said he was quite happy to be a space marine, and apparently the lady, or whoever it was he spoke to at NASA, said, we don't really have space marines. And he said, he then said, you can watch any sci-fi show to find out what they are, He then actually says that he told NASA, well, look, I may not be an officer material, I haven't got the qualifications, but I'd be quite willing to be one of the ones that goes down to the surface of a planet first and kills off the aliens.
Oh my God, really? I don't understand. He makes me so much, Mark. He's so serious.
So he wants to be a red shirt.
Yeah, he wanted to be one of the ones that goes down,
the red shirts,
that kills off any enemies before the terraformers turn up. They'd be no good because they haven't got any ion rifles or whatever it is they fucking use.
Yeah, just put me with a roughneck squad.
Exactly. That's what it reminded me of. But watch that video. It's comedy gold.
I'm still mesmerized by getting to watch Hermine cook. That is just...
The two best Van Helten videos part 2.
It's starting to smell amazing in here. The banana bread is kicking ass.
Oh, I bet. Are you peeling onions now or chopping onions?
Yeah, this is a mandolin, so yeah, I gotta get the onions nice and thin.
Is it gonna make you cry?
Already has.
Oh. Onions are so
Van
sad.
Helten his real name? Do we
Very unlikely.
Know if that's
No, that it is very unlikely that is his real name.
Yeah, I think he names himself after some kind of band or a band member. One out laughing.
Yeah. I mean, he did say in the hangout earlier. He actually said that he did have extra. He did when he was little. He did have extra canine teeth that his mother had to remove. But he was fond of rare steaks, and that obviously meant he was a
And he's
vampire.
allergic to garlic.
Was he? Yeah, he said that he's allergic to garlic. He actually said that on air.
Well, according to Jean Doucette's immortal novels, garlic doesn't actually hurt vampires. It's just that because vampires have such acute senses, garlic and other very pungent spices make them uncomfortable, and they tend to stay away.
That's right.
Well, Von Helton said he was allergic to garlic and sunlight.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to believe Jean Doucet over Von Helton on this.
Oh, come on, Von Helton is a ninja, dude, and he was a spaceman. Come on.
Yeah, but I'm sorry, but Jean Doucet has Adam, and Adam is a 60,000-year-old immortal man. So
Yeah.
But is he a ninja? No, is he a ninja, Adam?
I would say he is effectively a ninja. Yes.
Well, Van Helsing's been reincarnated 4 times.
Oh, okay.
Very prominent people.
And also, I got the impression he was saying in the hangout earlier that Bram Stoker actually got the idea of Dracula from,
yes, he did.
from him.
And that's what he worries about is the first thing people think of when he tells people that he's a vampire. And I was like, I don't think that's what the first thing people think of when you tell them that you're a vampire.
So he was the template for the Punisher and Dracula.
I'll be honest, I would be very surprised if he's actually even read Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Yeah.
Oh, why would you? If it's about you, you'd already know.
Yeah, it's his life story.
You really, yeah. If somebody cribbed my life into a book, I'd definitely read it. I'd want to know what they got right and wrong.
Yeah, well, apparently they missed a lot on this one because he's got a lot of extra talents.
Oh. Yeah, I don't remember anything about the Punisher in Bram Stoker's Dracula novel. Clearly, it's a major oversight.
Yeah, and that might have been his second life or third life. I couldn't remember.
That was in his early secret agent career when he was a vigilante, and obviously someone got to know about it and decided to base the Punisher on him.
Yeah, it was pretty exceptional work.
One of his quotes was, "Some people come online and claim to be a badass. I really am a badass."
I'm gonna use that.
So in other words, he's one of those people.
I've never met anyone in my life like this man, and I have been waiting to meet someone on the internet like him for so long. And just to know that he exists makes me very happy.
That's good. Yeah, I guess so. So what you're saying is he's your soulmate?
No, he's my sense of humor. Especially when things get very bleak, I just would think about him. I think in the future, and you can't help but laugh.
Oh.
But I'm a little twisted in that way. I have dark humor.
If people like that really make you laugh, then you're gonna be very well entertained.
Let's see. What are the people on camera doing now? Nadia's sleeping. Armin's cooking. Glenn just finished doing cocaine apparently. Christian is making something, painting something.
Painting.
Oh, how cute! How adorable! How nice! Look at that.
Let's see, Lexus.
It's a mother and baby bas relief in wood. It's very nice.
Okay, that's
so. Glenn, how was your blow? You're muted.
all right.
I'm just kind of humming.
I'm just reading bits more of this Von Helton.
I know. Don't worry, I'm
Dramatica bit. Apparently, he often discussed his desire for a plural marriage and was actively seeking bisexual men and women who do not judge. I'll say it again. He is actively seeking bisexual men and women who do not judge people based on appearances.
Well, if someone got an AK-47 in their hand and they're pointing at me.
Wow.
Anyway.
Oh, his ancestry is brilliant. He claims he has royal blood from all 4 grandparents, and also claims to be a descendant of Vlad Tepes, Robert Frost's nephew, and to be Cherokee.
Yeah, I like some of his poetry. Robert Frost.
Yeah. He claims to be a vampire but dislikes Muslims, or whatever that's got to do.
Oh yeah,
That's kind of freaky. Yeah.
Well, you know, Muslims and vampires are natural enemies.
No. They don't taste as good, don't you know?
Apparently, in the past, he claimed to be a German.
What tastes like hummus, or
they're
what?
too spicy.
He once claimed to be a German Jew, but abandoned that claim because a rabbi told him Jewishness only passes through the maternal line, not paternally.
Oh.
I'm feeling saucy.
So he dropped that bit. He claims his heritage is Cherokee, Dutch, German, Romanian, Jewish, English, and Scottish.
But I don't understand. How can his grandparents be royalty if they came through lines that don't even have royalty?
Well, he mentioned the first 4 as his family's 4 sides, so presumably he has 1 grandparent of each, and is thus 25% Cherokee, 25% Dutch, 25% Bavarian German, and 25% Romanian. That'd be the vampire bit. But,
all 4 royal, right? Including the royal Cherokees.
Yeah, he has enough Scottish blood, he says, to have been born with red hair, but wasn't, so one may say at least another 25% Scottish. Factoring in the English blood from Robert Frost's family, he is somewhere between 2 and 4 people.
I thought it was like 3 to 7.
I'm confused.
No, he did say that his mother was a Cherokee princess.
Okay, princess.
Sorry,
fair enough.
His maternal grandmother was a Cherokee princess, apparently. And then he changed that and said that he was 75% Cherokee, and his maternal grandmother was upgraded to part Cherokee, but also claimed his Cherokee blood to be there anywhere between 43% and 100%.
Is there any possibility that his grandmother, his Cherokee grandmother, had a pet raccoon and hummingbird?
He claimed to be some of his Cherokee blood is from Chief Redbird, apparently.
I would love to write my next non-fiction book on this man.
Oh, he also believes Michelle Obama is a man.
Oh.
Oh yeah, wasn't that hangout when he was talking about that? It was fucking.
Because he'd seen a picture of a lump between her legs. That obviously means that.
Did you say a hump or a lump?
A lump.
A lump.
There is that.
I'm kidding.
Oh no. When he says that Obama is actually gay, he said, and Michelle Obama is a man that used to be called Michael something and was an American football player.
Okay, so maybe that's one couple that's bisexual and won't look at appearance.
Don't judge by appearances.
Oh, I mean, that was nice. It was nice. And also, Obama and his wife are communist as well. Apparently, according to him.
Well, that's
that
the
part's
reason.
true.
The reason Von says he has no teeth is because he was a vampire and his mother had to have his fangs removed when he was young.
He doesn't have any teeth?
No.
I missed that part.
Hey, don't knock it, right? I mean, the most dangerous and fastest sort of dragon doesn't have teeth either.
Yeah, he said he was. He says he was born with hypodontia, which gave him the extra teeth, which he said were his vampire fangs. But his mother had them removed at an early age, and that's the reason why he hasn't any teeth. Apparently, at one point he claimed to have been sick, but was healed after his friends bought him a rare steak. And he deduced that obviously meant he was a vampire and needs to feed on blood. He claims to get blood from a butcher's shop. And that led him to the conclusion he was a descendant of Vlad Tepes Dracul.
So Alright. Von Helsing.
Oh wow, it's got a list of his jobs. Do you want to hear them?
Yes, I do.
He was initially a computer repairman. Then he was promised by the gods a great glorious future that would benefit all mankind. Then he was a vigilante special ops superhero, literally the Punisher. Then he was a ninja. He invented the stealth fighter and then invented the ion drive. He invented the internet abbreviations such as BRB and AFK. He was a medical orderly for 14 years, then a band manager of a Christian rock band, then a 2-time quick draw screwdriver champion, a flutist, a singer. He studied realty law. He once jumped down from a tree and killed a deer with just knives. He defeated the CPS, who he says are the most powerful institution in Kentucky, 5 times.
Kentucky.
He apparently stopped an Italian mobsters on 2 occasions. He stopped the Russian mobsters. He saved at least 5 women's lives in Killeen, Texas. Only one girl, a German, was lost. He broke up a pimp's operation in Killeen. His balls were exposed to depleted uranium, apparently. He once had a job guarding the empty gold box at Fort Hood. And he did say he once used the Force from Star Wars on a groundhog, which sent it flying, but he has not been able to conjure up that Force since.
The Force is strong with this one.
He once saw a panda raced by his trailer, asses to elbows. He was a religious scholar, a Cherokee, a comedian, a politician, a DJ, including one of the first ever rap concerts, a cowboy, an amateur chemist, an amateur cryptozoologist.
Yes, cryptozoologist. Yes.
Oh, he has died and come back to life twice, and he almost sort of once saw a grey alien and shot at it.
That's right. Don't look into the light. Remember, that's
a
takeaway lesson from him.
Because once you go down the light and you come back, all your memories are gone.
Your brain is wiped, and that's why you remembered. Not to go. Oh God. You know, I worry about him. Like, where did he come from? And why isn't he institutionalized? It's amazing.
It's all about functionality. It's all about the ability to function.
I'm sure he does not leave his...
Oh, another quote from him. He says his vampiric metabolism protected him from cocaine.
Oh.
That's why I can do some... Oh, never mind.
I think that explains a lot. That the man... How does the man know that? He obviously had to try. That explains a lot of his claims, honestly. It's like, yeah, I took cocaine.
This guy is gone.
Affect me.
Because I'm a vampire.
But hey guys, I took cocaine and it didn't affect me, and I saw a bunch of vampires and aliens.
Watch out for that first dose. It's a doozy.
Can you just imagine him if he'd have got a job as an astronaut on the space station? Fucking hell.
What do you
now,
do? You'd be turning in circles all the time.
We're now past you on NASA TV to astronaut von Helton aboard the ISS.
Courtney. I'm putting your computer. I can send you a link I want you to join. It's a chat, and I want you to hear about our favorite friend on this Google chat thing.
Oh, wow. What balls must it take to ring NASA and say, I want to be an astronaut? You got any qualifications?
No, Space Marine.
He's Space Marine, yeah. Well, astronaut first, and then he said that he would particularly like to be a space. And then when they say, no, you need particular qualifications, well, come on, I've been in the Sea Cadets.
That's like saying, I want to be a general in the army. I'm so sorry, you have to have some qualifications. Well, I was in a Boy Scouts.
And to actually ask them how strict is this rule on a degree.
I think it's hilarious.
Have you got one? Well, no. But I've seen Starship Troopers twice. Oh, dear, dear.
So, have they resolved why the guy killed the 3 people in Chapel Hill yet? I'm going to keep asking this every day till we have a conclusive answer.
Because he was a nasty atheist.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, he was an atheist. Yeah, the Young Turks made a report about it, but he didn't claim to do it in the name of atheism, so to speak. He had I think he was kind of psychotic.
Was it an argument over a parking space or something? Anyway.
Right. Yeah, that's what the family of the attacker said, and that's what the attacker said as well. I think. Well, he's nuts. I think, obviously.
Well, now I think the family is saying it was not just that.
Which family? Because I know the Muslim family does say that it was because of bigotry against Muslims.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what they're. So that's kind of the question: is what was the situation? What was the motivation? I mean, obviously he snapped, or he wouldn't have done it. But the question is, what was
Christo-paganism?
What?
He may well have done it because he thought religion was, and I don't know. You could say, I suppose, he did it because of his atheism. I don't know. Did he shout? Did he shout?
More properly because of his anti-religionism or anti-theism.
Yeah. So he hated religion. So
I placed a mantle on me.
But would he have known that before he killed them? I mean, did he just walk out randomly to find people that were religious, or
No,
did he just?
they were neighbors.
Oh, right. So he already knew they were Muslims then.
Yeah, and they kept fighting over.
He had ongoing arguments with these people. So, and honestly, when somebody has ongoing arguments with their neighbors and then, takes a gun and goes out and shoots their neighbors, I usually don't try to look for any sort of deeper meaning. I see that person as somebody who snapped and did a terrible thing, and that's it.
Hate crime? If it's a hate crime, isn't he? I don't know the state law, but can't he be? Isn't that potentially?
Yeah, I do think they have. This is Chapel Hill, North Carolina, so I do believe they have hate crime law in North Carolina. I am morally opposed to the existence of hate crime.
But I know
since Glenn has so recently finished taking his cocaine, he is quite amused by the idea of 3 Muslims being shot.
I'm reading this list of jobs.
Oh, the Von Helton thing, yeah.
What's the one that got me going here? Hold on. You can keep talking. I gotta look for it.
I know that there are a lot of people making much of it, saying that obviously he did it because
there is a hate crime statute in North Carolina that covers religion, nationality, and country of origin.
Okay.
So
band manager of a Christian rock band. Sorry, that's the one that got me.
Christians shouldn't be allowed to do anything to do with rock.
Jobs and band hands.
Here. Correctly. If I remember correctly, when didn't he just say, "Well, they was home"?
You're breaking up there, Hillbilly.
Oh gosh.
Ask. Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah. So it was Hillbilly. It was Hillbilly that's breaking up. He needs to ask Jesus for a better internet connection.
Oh no. This is my
please,
friend
Jesus,
Courtney.
give me more bandwidth. Hi, Courtney.
This is my friend Courtney. She's my social media manager, and
Hi, Courtney.
I had her specifically join to listen to you, Mark, on the Van Helsing
Me?
person. Yes, you're the funniest person. Oh God, Courtney, you're gonna die.
I think I'm gonna get a room for you and Mark here soon.
It's so funny. I swear to God, it's hilarious.
Yeah, by the time I get there, she'll be asleep. But we're separated by the Atlantic's no good. And I'm too old. I'm too old for Sarah anyway.
I thought you were gonna be the one who's gonna film the demons while I ran around the house naked, moving furniture.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
That was the plan, remember?
That's right. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's the plan. Yeah, I hadn't forgotten that plan.
I've seen a couple schizophrenics run down the road naked. They're just running down the sidewalk.
Well, because Von Helton says that the demons are, they're there.
Yeah.
So you just can't see them.
Move your furniture, though.
Yeah. So Sarah said that she would. The idea that there are demons watching you all the time, even when Sarah's walking around her house naked. And I offered to bring some paranormal equipment with me and film obviously, only for scientific reasons only. Because obviously, I might not be able to see the demons, but if I filmed it all, then at least it might come out on the film. See?
Okay, now tell me if I'm missing something, but I'm taking a look at North Carolina hate crime statute, and it appears that all that the hate crime statute in North Carolina does is that it converts a class 2 or class 3 misdemeanor into a class 1 misdemeanor if it has hate as the motivation. It's under race or nationality or whatever is the motivation. So I don't see that if unless I'm missing another statute, I don't think that the North Carolina hate crime legislation makes any difference in this case, because we're obviously dealing with felonious assault and homicide, not misdemeanor crimes, right?
I'd love to hear, correct me if I'm wrong. Are there any other lawyers in the room?
Yeah, Sarah is in fact a criminal defense attorney, so I absolutely would expect that she'd know more about this than I would, Ermine. You don't think that's appropriate?
No, I didn't realize that Sarah was an attorney. That's why I asked it.
Courtney also went to law school too.
I wasn't.
So now there's 3 of us, Courtney. Before was Adam went to Stanford. He's a patent attorney.
33% of the room are blood-sucking vampires.
Hey.
Yes, then at least another
don't put us in the same category as Anderson, please.
I'll be honest. Even if I were to say right now, yes, I literally am a blood-sucking vampire, I would still claim that I am less crazy.
Open my fridge.
Oh, God, so crazy. Oh, Courtney, I'm gonna have to send you this link. Hey, Mark, will you send? Oh, there it is. It's perfect. Encyclopedia.
Yeah, this Encyclopedia Dramatica is normally like if someone gets to that much notoriety, I think someone goes and makes them their own wiki page. I think Brett Keen's got one as well.
A lot of people on Google Plus have them.
Do they?
Yeah. And this great debate community, I was like, oh my gosh.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, this article's paid for taxpayers, I think. Yeah, so it would be amazing if I could make this my Amazon bio for like one day.
Be careful. I mean, considering how many degrees and jobs this guy has had, he might just be able to sue you for stealing his soul or something. I'm not sure exactly.
I thought you were going to say souls.
That's probably the case.
Which he would have fought me back for with his Bible in one hand and his magical powers in the other.
And his gun in his third hand, because he doesn't kill that well.
That's right. And he only managed to kill one German female in the whole debacle.
I'm just praying for him. That's all.
He seems pretty content with himself. I think he'll be okay.
And his girls, too, or his family. His girls and boys.
He has progeny?
Oh, yes, he has custody of them as well.
I need to pray for the rest of us then.
Yes, please. Well, we just know don't actually drive through the state of Kentucky.
I think his poor wife is in a secure institution, and he was given custody of the children, I think.
Really? Oh, God. Does anyone know
I might be wrong, I'm not sure. But
that's right.
I feel bad with feeling so funny over it, but I'm sorry.
The worst thing is when they have to go to school to say what their dad does for a living. I mean, the list is going to be endless.
What about career day? Oh, could you imagine?
My dad's a space marine. No, he's not. He's a vampire. No, he's not. He's the Punisher.
You could come in and do career day with his diagram presentation.
Oh, wow.
Oh my God.
So what are you guys getting for your significant others, or think you're getting from your significant others for Valentine's Day?
I'd have to have a significant other first, but sadly, probably for understandable reasons, you'll say that I'm alone.
Alone again.
We celebrated last weekend. The reason why is because Valentine's Day is also we're very close to my cousin and his wife, and they got married on Valentine's Day. So we try to celebrate a week early so that if they want to do something, we can watch their 3 kids.
Oh, that's so nice of you.
So we just kind of, as a habit, we do it a week early. So last weekend she got flowers and we went out and saw a movie together and had dinner and had a fun time. Paid a babysitter. It was nice. It was just a night out, you know.
Art, can you let cider drinker in?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, wasn't paying attention.
Cider thinker.
I have to get something for my daughter, and I don't know what. I'm probably just going to get her a card.
For Valentine's Day? Why do you need to get something for your daughter for Valentine's Day?
Because it's a day for love, and I love her.
Huh?
My dad used
I
to
always
get
understood.
for Valentine's Day.
Yes, for lovers.
Okay, I guess I'll have to look into that as I.
Oh yeah.
No, I was always the way I grew up. Valentine's Day was something that for what I'll call peer affection. So it's horizontal rather than vertical. So you don't get Valentine's Day presents for parents, grandparents, kids, that sort of thing. You give Valentine's Day presents to friends and significant others at the same generational level you are.
Supposed to be my Valentine. That's the point. It's be my lover, if you like, eventually, or be my sweetheart.
That doesn't matter. That's just what we do in our family. So.
No problem.
So do we.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah.
And plus, I don't think I ever really had a Valentine. Be my Valentine. People are like, you know.
We're supposed to be anonymous if you're going to do it properly. You're supposed to send.
Yeah, it's 2 steps from stalking, really.
Well.
Hey, it's less than 2 steps if you do it right.
Yeah, this is indeed true.
Yeah. Maybe it was so anonymous. I just never noticed. I'm not good at these things.
You know, cooking takes forever, but my house, the banana bread is smelling amazing.
Do you put nuts in it?
Not nuts. I do raisins.
Oh, okay, that's okay. I can't stand nuts in bread. Almonds, pistachios.
Interesting. I'm not a big fan of nuts, period, although I still like banana.
I like nuts, just, by themselves out of the can.
Oh, I don't at all. There's only a few that I like.
Yeah, just nuts, not cashews or pistachios. I don't like almonds.
And then we did carrot cake. Oh my god, it's so good.
Is it?
For the birthday.
Yummy.
So, do they have the death penalty in North Carolina?
Iowa did away with it. We have it here in South Dakota.
Phew.
There was a death one time where if it was a male that did the killing, I bet he would have got the death penalty. If it was a female.
Apparently they do have the death penalty in North Carolina.
Mark, is that what you're wearing on Valentine's Day, mate?
Hey, apparently the last person to be executed in North Carolina was executed in 2006.
It's kind of a slow process then, it sounds like.
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, that I don't see how you come to the conclusion of a slow process by that.
Yeah. Well, if you're in California, think how many people you got ahead of you. I know you're still on death row, but the appeals process alone.
Yeah. Financially, it makes no sense to have people on death row.
Oh, so apparently capital punishment was declared unconstitutional by federal district court last year, and so it's probably going to go to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals this year. So as of today, you're not going to get killed in California. At least not until they clear this thing up.
So if you're going to do a bit of murdering, California's the place to do it for a while then.
Yeah.
Well, that was pretty much always the case. Because I mean, even if you were found guilty or whatever, there's so much political pressure and bleeding hearts in California to go as easy as possible on criminals. It's always been a pretty good place to get away with murder.
Oh my gosh, you guys have to see how perfect this thing is right now.
Oh, someone faxing or?
Sorry.
I think it's just one of it's an oven alarm, an oven timer from Airmean is what that was.
Yeah.
I've got a smoke alarm. I use that as a kitchen timer.
That works.
Oh my gosh, you guys, this is amazing.
It cooks my banana bread just
Mark.
wonderful.
Yeah.
Mark, you know the old joke about why men do the cooking at barbecues?
Here you go.
Why is that?
Because women are completely incapable of burning meat properly.
That looks delicious.
It's
great.
Like,
Hey, can you stick a fork in it so we can see it kind of
steam?
You guys are hilarious.
What can I say? I'm incredibly turned on by this stuff.
1, 2.
Oh yeah.
One thing you'll do is a hard steak.
That's beautiful. Beautiful.
You will get a hard steak off the grill that way.
Who needs Valentine's after that?
Yeah,
There's three of them.
Yeah, I'm already spent. I'm good.
There's 3 on the kitchen table.
I can take that Valentine's Day and show where the sun don't shine.
Hey, I mean, one of these weeks when you're in the mood, you and I ought to exchange loaves. I will mail you a loaf of whatever kind of fruit bread you like, banana or blueberry or whatever, because we make several kinds. Strawberry bread, whatever you like, and you can mail us a loaf of your banana bread.
Yeah.
that sounded
She's
really.
like, no thanks.
Either that, or just to change the recipe.
Yes, sure.
No, I actually, I mean, I like to exchange recipes too, but I also like to exchange like an actual loaf made by the person with the recipe. I've done this with several kinds of items, but I think it goes best with the loaves because you can send them with one of those loaf pans, and it's not as big of a deal as like sending a big pan of brownies or something.
Right.
It's a much smaller commitment.
You'd think Jesus would have found some way of doing he could have run a good catering line, couldn't he? I mean, if you were having a party, he just turns up with a couple of fish and a loaf.
Yeah. Yeah.
And just multiply things indefinitely. Yeah.
You wouldn't need to tell him what the numbers were. You know, can you cater for 40? 40 and a piece of piss.
Mark. Yeah. Not only that, but if you've got no booze in the house, just turn the tap on.
Exactly.
Well, you know, I was reading, what was it? The Lamb, the Gospel According to Biff, which is an excellent novel, and one of the things that they actually talk about in there is that some of the apostles are very clearly planning for like overthrowing the Romans when Jesus finally gets around to raising the Jewish army, and that's one of the things they talk about is that how useful will it be that they don't have to worry about supply lines because the Messiah can just delicious.
Oh, look at that! All four lined up at once.
Yeah, mini loaves. So one batch can make 4 of these mini loaves, and then I have 2 of the large loaves that I'll give to the kids.
You standing there with the 4 loaves right there, that ought to be your profile pic. I mean, that's just
indeed
perfect.
That's impressive.
Plus, you think also that Jesus could have raised an army, literally raised an army from the dead,
absolutely.
And it wouldn't have mattered if they'd been slaughtered because he could just raise them again. Aha!
That's right.
Killed 5,000 of my men, no problem. I should just raise them again.
We should just respawn.
Everyone, meet at the spawn point. We will win this game of capture the flag versus the Romans if it's the last thing we do.
He could have taken the Romans out with 3 or 4 people, couldn't he?
There was a meme. There was a meme a couple of weeks ago that it was a picture of Jesus and it just said "fucking lag." Took 3 days to respawn.
I love it. Lord, one of the Romans is camping. Off clipping and take him out.
Oh dear.
Fantastic.
Jesus used the God mode, damn it.
Yeah, that's what it is. IDDQD, there he is.
Apparently, though, when he reappeared after after dying, they didn't believe him. So that's when Simon and Peter said, "Well, walk along the river."
Yeah.
He took 2 steps in and sunk like a brick. And they said, see, you're not Jesus. He said, I didn't have these holes in my feet the first time.
These bloody holes in my feet, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the other version of the joke I've heard is Moses and Jesus having a powers contest, and they've got a big fish tank, and Moses parts the water, and Jesus jumps in and sinks. Oh dear.
Yeah, there's an SMBC comic where like the apostles tell Jesus, "Hey Jesus, you ought to walk on water over there," and and it turns out they're pointing to an empty swimming pool, and apparently they got him to like fall in an empty swimming pool like 4 times in a row.
Oh dear.
He must have had a sense of humour.
Yeah, we are terribly sacrilegious people.
I know. He wouldn't mind. He must have a sense of humour.
Yeah, I certainly hope so.
Well, I've always gone with a line from Thomas Zaz: when a man can no longer laugh at himself, it's time for others to laugh at him.
True. I wonder if he told jokes.
Oh, he's got it. Well, this is a point. I can't remember which talk it was in that I saw. It was some talk, some lecture or other, and someone pointed out Jesus is always eating and drinking.
Yeah.
He's always out with the guys, having a bite to eat and a lot to drink.
Right.
You know, so he's got to have been a fun guy.
Actually, that was one of the criticisms that was made against him in the New Testament.
Yeah.
Is that he says, John came neither eating or drinking, and they criticized him, saying he must have a demon in him. I come both eating and drinking, and you criticize me, calling me a glutton and a drunkard. Yeah. But in the end, what we do will vindicate us. So
that wasn't the Last Supper, that painting. It's probably an AA meeting.
Yeah,
my name's Jesus, and I'm an alcoholic.
my favorite part after
Jesus, here, have a glass of water. That's the problem.
Yeah.
The problem is
always sending me to the bar.
Yeah. After I heard that, though, it got me to thinking, if Jesus is always eating and drinking, you see all this Christian imagery with him as like a ripped six-pack, really, what if he was a really short, fat guy?
Yeah. You'd think every time they went to the pub, Jesus would say, "For Christ's sake, you're always sending me to the bar, you tight bastards. One of you buy a round." You end up saying, 13 glasses of water, please. The barman, "Oh, not you again."
Oh dear.
13 glasses and a pitcher of water, my good man.
Yes.
And that's when you put, at the end of the night, you put 3 nails on the bar and said, "Can you put me up for the night?"
Put me up for the night. Yeah.
That's terrible.
And those famous last words. "Say me an egg, lads. I'll be back on Sunday."
Yeah. There was the old joke. If Jesus had Facebook, if Facebook existed in biblical times, and there's the first picture is of Jesus on the cross, and it says, "Lord, why hast thou forsaken me?" And then it says, "Seen at 3 o'clock."
Satan likes this. Or God's face, it would be Jesus tagged you in a photo.
Jesus and God changed their relationship status to "it's complicated."
It's complicated, yeah. There's 3 of us.
Hey, that's a Facebook thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is somebody going to broadcast Christine or Christian?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'll have to broadcast him.
Sorry, I'm not paying attention much. I'm just listening in. But I did give the mod rights to you, Mark, actually, as well.
Did you?
Oh, yeah, and Simon, and who else? I think that's it, yeah.
Oh, yeah, sorry, you did. Yeah, I didn't realize.
Well, let's see here. I have to get cooking. What else? Don't you hate you go to the store and you forget something? Ugh.
Yes.
I forgot cinnamon.
Wait till in 2016, this will be much less of a problem.
Why is that?
Drones.
Who?
In 2016.
Oh, Amazon, right.
So next year, well, no, not just see. People are focusing on Amazon, but honestly, what I think the real innovation of this is going to be is actually for grocery stores. So, so when the FAA regulations are modified next year, so that it's legal to fly drones around, then your local grocery store is going to have a program by which you can get particular groceries delivered within like an hour. So it won't be cost effective to like use it for everything, because it'll probably be weight based and not hugely cheap. But if for instance you forget a thing when you're at the grocery store, you'll just go online real quick and have it delivered. Or if you just need like one thing, then you'll just have it delivered.
I don't see that catching on anytime soon.
You see, I don't know about the logistics of the whole thing, because I was working as a package deliverer in the post office and I'm another firm, and I don't know how we can get around the human aspect of it, because you need to ring the bell, call people, and you have to describe them where you are. There's these kind of nuances, right?
Well, okay, maybe. I'm thinking more in terms of the fact that, like UPS, just leaves a package on my front porch.
Oh, we don't do that in Czech Republic. You're liable if someone steals it.
Okay. Yeah, I think the liability rules may be different, but all I know is that's just the way. So at least over here, that's the way it works. Is that's what I'm used to. So the idea that a drone could drop a package on my front porch is not a big deal.
You see, it might work in a nice neighborhood when you have huge houses, small towns. But in a city like in New York, if you leave a package at the door, a flat building, where there's a lot of flats. That's very often gonna get stolen, right? I would say.
Could be.
Right. So I don't know. Maybe we'll figure it out.
Well, I could see that if it became useful enough, I could see people doing things to make it work. Like for instance, you have you attach a little plastic drone landing pad outside your window, like on your windowsill or something, where the drone can leave a package.
And also, I'm curious about: are they autonomous, or does someone actually control it?
I believe generally they're driven, so you have somebody steering it.
Oh, that'd be awesome, because I would love to do that job.
It probably doesn't pay all that great, but
I don't care. I just need a part-time job, and I can do it from. Well, theoretically, you can do it from home, right? Well, depends on the receivers. They have to probably use. Yeah, they would have to use really strong receivers, and senders have to have a lot of power. But I guess 200 volts should do it from your outlet. I don't know. Well, that'd be a cool job. I would love it.
I'm exhausted.
Sorry, didn't mean to kill the conversation. I have a knack for this, actually. So anyway, how about a local sports team? How is it doing?
I haven't followed anything sports related since the Super Bowl, so I don't know.
Wolf King just joined.
Already on it?
Oh.
So Sarah's new. Have we determined her understanding of science and religion and all that good stuff?
Nope.
Have we interrogated her in a detailed way about those elements?
Hillbilly did, but
Yeah, I heard something about that. Wasn't he being a little bit rude?
I think
was?
bigoted's the word you want.
no, not
was?
Weird.
According to comments, anyway. I've seen
Oh.
Who was being rude?
Hillbilly.
Yeah.
Or, I mean,
Someone just joined the conversation.
Yeah, I think a
it's
second
for me.
airman joined and created an echo.
I think
It's too difficult to-
Soccer Count said in the comments that Hillbilly has moved from beyond a dogmatic belief into the territory of pure bigotry.
That sounds like fun. How do I get there?
I'm sure Christian Hillbilly would be delighted to.
Give you some classes.
Yeah.
Next time he shows up, I'll ask him. Hey, Christian, how do I move from just a dogmatic belief into pure bigotry? What's like the process?
He's probably got a degree in it.
Hey, Armin.
Yeah, you get that at Liberty University.
Oh. Armin, do you want to leave from one channel because it's kind of taking up space, right?
I was gonna join from mobile. I left.
Okay.
I was gonna do, but I'll just wait until I'm heading out. I got a few more minutes on these last thread.
Apparently, Art. I'm told a couple of hangouts ago that Michael Ann was complaining that I have taken over her channel.
What?
Apparently, yeah, because I think she doesn't get the idea that if she blocks people, she can't come into a hangout that they're in.
Oh.
So,
What did she block you for?
because I said that she was a quack.
For being Mark.
She is a quack.
Yeah, she's a quack.
Okay.
Who is this?
Michael Ann.
Michael Ann McAllister.
She's an anti-vaxxer and a
Snake oil salesman.
and a young Earth creationist and various other things.
She believes that high doses of vitamin C will boost your immunity and that your immune system can cure any disease.
Well, if you have every single drug in you, vitamin, minerals,
Yeah, but let's not talk, much shit about her. She's not here.
Doesn't believe it'll cure any disease.
Yeah, she actually kind of implied that after. Don't you recall when I asked her this? She was gonna be evasive.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure she mentioned that in the vitamin C will boost your immunity and that your immune system can cure any disease.
Have you seen the other websites? I mean, where the claim or the implication is it can cure bad skin, aging, halt the aging process, cure every disease under the sun.
You were saying, Mark?
Yeah, I mean, if you just Google, there's so many different websites that different company names, it's mad.
Oh, she has different websites?
Yes.
I know she has two because she posted another one. How many does she have in total?
Well, I think there's the IVC infusions one, and then there's wellness. I've seen her on that website somewhere. Presto experts.
Wolf's back.
Yeah, Mark, could you please broadcast them? I'm fighting Germans here.
Good. Those darn Germans need to be fought.
Exactly.
Oh, and Christian's back too.
I'll put something in the sidebar for you, Art.
Okay.
Just take, at your leisure.
Okay. I will check it out.
Well, there's more than one. You may have to go through 2 or 3 pages, but it's interesting.
What's that about?
Well, it's in the sidebar. Have a look.
Okay.
Just various pages that Michael Ann is associated with, I think, that are quacky.
Yeah.
Is the idea. Aw, Wolf left again.
There's another one called Alma
Oh, but Christian's here.
Lasers.
We can ask him now.
Longevity aesthetics. Longevity. Yeah.
Longevity.
Longevity. Sorry. Well, it's England. I'm from the UK.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they pronounce it longevity in the UK too. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I completely mispronounced kibbutz the other day. I thought it was the same word as kibbutz, but kibbutz is different.
All right.
Yeah, your language is kind of weird, guys. This whole English. I mean, sometimes the words or the letters don't sound the same.
Well, that's because of the Great Vowel Shift. Are you familiar with the Great Vowel Shift?
Oh no. What is it?
There was a period, a relatively short period of like half a century, where basically the long vowels in English shifted and changed so that they're not the same as sort of any of the other major Roman languages that use the same vowels, which is why it basically all the vowels moved higher up into a higher part of the mouth, which is why if I say right, okay, in any other language you would assume that's going to be this vowel, right, the second vowel. But in English, that's a long version of the first vowel.
Doesn't it also mean ice in Eskimo?
Probably, and that's not what I'm talking about.
No,
so similarly with the other vowels. So the Great Vowel Shift was basically something that happened in English and none of the other related languages that completely shifted the sounds that different vowels make. And is part of the reason English is so confusing, because part of the issue is that whether a word participated in the vowel shift is going to depend on the etymology of the word and when it was introduced in English.
Okay.
So the same vowel have several different sounds.
I understand now why, but still it's bad. It's just
it sucks. We should standardize.
You talk about vowel shift. You talk about vowel shift. Wait till you get from like Indiana to Kentucky to Eastern Kentucky, because then you can't hardly understand nobody. So they're talking like this here, and you never get everything,
Yeah, so he's talking about the dialect problem, and I was actually about to bring that up too, is that the problem with trying to standardize English is that dialects aren't isomorphic, and since dialects aren't isomorphic, there's not any easy way to standardize spelling really standardizing spelling would be the thing we'd want to do, and there's not really any easy way to do that.
Well, yeah, but still, it sucks. And I'm glad for the Czech language, which is meticulous, absolutely meticulous at recording all of the sounds that you speak. It's you can literally you can just read what it says literally.
It's a purely phonetic.
Right.
Well, it's like the word antiques. Some of our words are taken from foreign words, so like tsunami starts with a T.
Yeah.
That's part of the problem too.
Right. Yeah, maybe you can change the topic to something more exciting than language and semantics.
Oh well. We do have CH back. So Christian Hillbilly. So I can ask him the question that was coming up, but I don't know if he's ready to talk about it. He looks a little bit busy.
There's either approximately 12 to 14 different dialects of English.
Oh, he is ready. Okay. So Christian, the big question. So we were asking. I was looking for some instruction. How exactly is it that I move to sort of just sort of serious dogma? How do I move from that into full-fledged bigotry? What's the process? Is there like a standardized process, or?
I have no idea. I have no idea what you're talking about. I should know what a bigot would be like.
Oh, so you can't really provide any sort of guidance into how to do that?
So,
okay, sorry.
Oh
well.
No, sir, because
I tried to ask.
No, what I am is I'm one who stands for the truth. Truth is not popular, even when the truth is politically incorrect. So if you want to call people like myself who stand for the truth bigots, feel free to do so. And if you want to understand how to be more like me, that's no problem. Read the Bible and take it literally where it's meant to be taken literally.
Oh, so there's bits of it that aren't meant to be taken literally then?
Well, obviously.
So it's not all literally true then?
Just remember,
Well, it's just like any other bit.
So gays should be put to death? No, not put to death. Doesn't say that, does it? It just says they're an abomination.
No, it says a man that a man.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Say that. So should gays be put to death, Hillbilly?
Sin equals the shedding of blood. Now, when that law was given to the nation of Israel in the Old Testament, that was to keep them unique in a pagan land because they were amongst pagans. We don't live in that theocracy, sir. But the fact is this, is that the law states that if you engage in sexual immorality, the word that's in the Bible is called porneia. That's where we get the word pornography. That if you engage in committing sin.
No, Jesus still hasn't given you that bandwidth, has he?
What am I not?
You're
you break up a fair amount. It's somewhat hard to hear what you're saying. Also, you're very loud.
Turn your camera off, maybe that might help.
No solicitation.
There we go. How's that? Is that any better?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, I turned the camera down somewhat. But again, when you look at what the Bible says that anybody that engages in immorality, any type of sexual morality, whether that be fornication, adultery, homosexuality, it's the word used there is porneia. And that word porneia is where we get our word pornography. So, sir, again, when we look at things like that, we understand that those things are wrong. They are a sin, and they break the law of God. Wow, I killed the room real quick, didn't I?
How's the objective again?
I got that taken care of.
No, I have a question. How was the objective again?
What kind of were you drinking bourbon?
What was your question?
I said, how was the objective again?
Oh, I thought you said you were out drinking again.
No. Just a little too early to drink where I am, and usually I save that for when I'm watching the cinema.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah, it's 5 o'clock somewhere. I like that song.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Darn, I hate this stuff.
Is that a varnish can, or?
It's polyurethane, and that's even worse.
Oh, dude.
Darn stuff never wants to open, and I don't have a screwdriver that fits it just right. Oh, there we go. So, is there any other question you want to pose at me, sir?
Well, I think Wolf had one. He asked for the grounding for. I guess Wolf was. I didn't hear you make this claim, but some claim that what you were talking about was somehow objective. I guess was the question. Is that right, Wolf?
Yeah, like I'm just given the current climate behind our political zeitgeist, it seems that people seem to be like actually lightening up on the whole gay rights thing. I mean, there might be some backlash, a little bit of backlash from Christian fundamentalists in that they have to treat gays, with respect and fairness, but it seems to be kind of like a dying issue,
It seems like a dying instrument.
Yeah. So my question was like, what would be the whole issue behind treating gays equal anyway?
Shooting what?
Treating gays.
Yeah.
Just treating gays equally. I don't think there's anything.
Well, homosexuals are treated equally. Homosexuals have the same right to marry, the same right that I do. They can go out and marry somebody of the opposite sex the way I can do that. The fact is you don't have the right to go out and marry just anybody willy-nilly. You can't go out and marry your mother. You can't go out and marry your brother. There's reasons for that.
So
what we have to understand is...
Hold on. Being gay is like incest.
What?
So being gay is like incest. You just said you can't go out and marry your mother or your brother, and that is not the same thing.
Sexual immorality, just like incest, just like bestiality, just like fornication, just like adultery. It is porneia. It is sexual immorality.
Yeah, I think you're kind of. I think you're kind of equivocating like a bunch of categories that don't necessarily, fit the situation and the discussion.
Oh, really? What categories would you say don't fit in the situation, sir?
Okay. For example, like comparing it to bestiality is kind of ridiculous because we're talking about two consenting adults, obviously.
Oh, wait a minute.
Given that, one more thing, and it's not even equivalent to incest because we're talking about two people who just of the same gender, not of the same blood. It's kind of ridiculous.
Can we do one thing at a time?
Yeah, sure.
It is equivalent to bestiality in that it is a perversion of the way human beings were designed to function. So again, if you're out there engaging in sexual acts with people of the same sex, that is it equivates to the same type of perversion of somebody going out and have sex with an animal.
Okay, but here's the thing. Sure, you got personal belief that we were designed in some form or another, but the fact of the matter is what we understand through human nature is that it's self-assembled, and with regard to gay folks existing, that's kind of pervasive within various other things in nature, hell, you'll even see that with bottlenose dolphins, gray whales, or whatever. So more importantly, if like gays get married and stuff like that, hold on, let me finish. More importantly, if gays, which are if they're like two consenting adults, which is not the same as like bestiality, because like an animal is not even sentient enough to to even consent to something like that for a human. So as long as they're doing their own thing and living their own lives happy, what does it matter? They're not going to go to heaven.
What does it matter? Again, it's a perversion of the way we were designed to function. And again, animals eat their young. Should we, emulate that behavior as well? And to try and equate a human being who has knowledge of what is right and wrong, who has the ability to understand when something is right or when something is wrong, to an animal whose instincts Like a dog will hump a damn tree. So come on, give me a break. The whole thing is this, is that we were created in a specific fashion, and that fashion is to act as human beings, not like animals. You equated it to something else. Oh, incest. Once again, it is going against God's design. God's
That's what you did.
Nadia, your phone's on. Okay. But once again, all these still equate to the same thing. It goes against the way we are designed to function by God. Now, again, you said some of they have the same rights that I do. Now, they don't have the right, though, to go out and call it marriage, because it is not marriage. They can go out and they can engage in all kinds of perversion all they want. But that's not marriage. Marriage is one man with one woman, loving and committed to each other, and loving and committed to that next generation. Excuse me, just a second. I can hear, but you won't be able to see me. I got to go get some paper towels. I'll be right back.
Okay.
By the way, I'll point out that that in biblical, while Kristen has gone, the word porneia, as understood in biblical times, was in reference to one of three things: incest, adultery, or prostitution.
Yeah. I think the gay part, I don't think was that way.
Yeah, would not have been included in the definition of porneia.
I'm not sure.
Is sexual immorality? Here we go again. Is sexual immorality pornography?
No.
I would say it is. I would say that sexual immorality is pornography.
You are not God or the Bible.
Oh, wait a minute. I actually am reading
matter
God's word.
What
God's word says that.
No.
God's word says that, sir.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Show me one spot where God says that homosexuality is an acceptable way of life, an acceptable behavior. Any type of sexual immorality that is any kind of God-ordained, God-acknowledged as okay. Show me just anyone. Did I lose the ring? Oh, I'm froze.
No, I think we still got you. I just think we got derailed by the sound effects. Boring as usual. I guess is what some people are saying.
Well, I'm not sure there's ever.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm not sure there's ever a direct statement that particular ways of life are admissible. Rather, I think it's largely expressed in terms of prohibitions.
Yep. The condemnation of homosexual behavior comes with the Greek word arsenokoites, which is also the word used to translate a man's sleep, or is actually two words used to translate the idea of a man bedding a man in the Septuagint translation of Leviticus. So Well, that's where you get that, not from the word porneia. Word porneia doesn't include that.
The word, you know what? I said what the word is. The word porneia is exactly where we get the word for pornography. That's true. What I said, was it not?
Yes, but you also said
exactly what I said. Okay, good. That's exactly what I said.
The word porneia
Homosexuality is pornography.
No, it's not.
Sexual immorality is pornography.
No, it's not.
Adultery is pornography because it is an abomination. It is not the way we were designed to function.
An abomination and not the way we were designed to function is not what pornography is. That's not what that word means.
So everybody today, is everybody today designed by God?
Everybody today has always been designed by God.
Okay. Hermaphrodites? Or children born with both sex organs? Or male or female?
Those are birth.
I'm not finished. Males with female chromosomes, or males with male, the chromosomes are mixed up. Now, if they're all created by God, then they're created that way.
You have both sexes.
You need to stop talking and let me finish. You need to stop talking and let me finish. I never interrupted you when you were talking. Okay? If you say everybody is born the way God intended them to be born today, then
I never said that. Whoa.
I just asked you that.
No. You said, did God design us? Yes, God designed us.
Everyone is born
that God intended us to be sexually immoral. It doesn't mean that God intended us to be homosexual or adulterers. No, it doesn't mean that at all.
I'm not talking about being sexually immoral. I'm talking about the way we're designed and the way people are born today. Is that God's plan? Is that God's design?
Okay, let's do it this way. We are designed to be heterosexual. How's that?
You don't know that, for one thing.
Function in the way God told us to function, right from the very beginning.
You don't know that.
Sure I do.
Okay. Explain, if a man is designed to be a man, a woman is designed to be a woman, why do women have male chromosomes and male have women chromosomes? That seems a flaw in God's design, don't you think?
Not at all. Have you ever read the Bible?
Then why is that? Explain that part to me.
Have you ever read the Bible?
No, I'm asking you to explain that part to me.
That's your problem. You haven't read the Bible because the Bible explains all this.
Explain it to me.
We live in a world that is broken by sin. Sin has broken this world. We don't live in a world where God designed us exactly the way we're supposed to be because we broke it.
So you're saying sin is more powerful than God's design?
Nope.
Sin can change God's design of
God. See, again, here's where you're ignorant of the subject. You need to go read your Bible. Again, God cursed the world. He cursed mankind.
So
and when he did so, he did so for all of mankind from that moment on. So we went from living for nearly 1,000 years to living for just barely 100.
Okay. So now you're saying God cursed
you realize that's a violation of scientific laws, right? That's not physically possible. You know that, right?
Yeah, but the other thing is...
How is that not physically possible?
It's not physically possible now.
You're saying
how is it not physically possible? What's the violation of physical laws?
Like us living 1,000 years. The fact that our cells tend to break down with age. I mean, population dynamics just don't work like that.
They didn't back then.
The what doesn't work? Sorry. The what doesn't
I said
work?
I was mentioning I said population dynamics tend to, and we're focusing on one of the four main things you study when you talk about population changing. One of those are potentially age, and with our species, as soon as you get to your late 30s, the aging process, like your cells tend to break down more and more rapidly. So I mean, it just doesn't work like that. I mean, we're living longer. We're living longer now in modern times. Now that we have agriculture and medicine, but that whole 1,000-year thing. I mean, dude, there have been longevity myths all around the world. I mean, this is, this isn't unique. It's just people taking mythology too seriously.
I still don't believe you've done a good job of explaining your argument that living 1,000 years is not physically possible. What's the problem? What's the biological problem with living 1,000 years? And why is that not physically possible?
Well, for one, we don't have. Here's the thing: we don't have negligible senescence within our species. That's why we don't. We're not able to even live beyond like 1 century.
We can't now. We could before.
Yeah, that's sophistry.
See, before we had perfect bodies. Before we didn't have to worry about any of that crap that you're talking about. Because again, we had everything. And then we, mankind, screwed it up.
And
I'm pretty sure dinosaurs would be saying that until that comet came and wiped them all out.
I'm sorry, you broke up. It might be on my end. What'd you say?
I said, I mean, that mindset is kind of common. I mean, dude, if dinosaurs lived long enough to actually contemplate self-awareness, like I'm pretty sure they would think that the universe was designed for them. Hadn't that comet came down and wiped them all out. So, I mean, like the idea that this universe is designed for us, like just just as a hold on, let me finish, then you can respond. I'm just saying that whole idea that the whole idea of the universe being designed for us and we're at the center, it's kind of I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. It's more working along the line with the fact that we've been collecting, we've been sort of adapting to this environment for like a long while now, just striving to become plastic to the environment. That's actually more consistent with the science than
I'm going to disagree with you again in that we are here and the environment is here designed for us. And again, that is quite evident just from looking around us. I mean, my goodness. The creation declares the handiwork of the Creator. And that's one of my favorite subjects. I mean, I love the creation topic. And when you look around, you can't, I mean, it's amazing to me that people can look around and they look down and they see, a pile of stones stacked up, and they say, oh, yeah, somebody's been here. They stacked up those stones. Yet they look at the intricacies of the so-called simple human cell, and they say, well, that happened all by accident, random chance and happenstance. That is just far-fetched beyond...
What do you mean by random chance?
I mean just
he doesn't understand evolution. That's what he means.
Oh, I understand evolution.
No, you don't. You don't understand evolution.
Oh, I understand evolution, sir. No problem.
Okay, what are the two primary mechanisms necessary for evolution to occur in a population?
Well, evolution doesn't occur. Now, if you're talking about...
Okay, so you don't understand evolution. Thanks, appreciate it.
If you talk about changes in the species, that I can give you. Because
what are the two necessary? What are the two mechanisms necessary for evolution to occur in a population?
Evolution doesn't occur.
Okay, so you just don't. He doesn't believe evolution because he doesn't understand.
Do you understand science?
Very well, yes.
What is science?
Science
is testable, provable, observable, repeatable, and you can make predictions based on science. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that's reasonably true, yes.
Oh, guess what? Guess what evolution is not? It is not observable.
Yes, it is.
It is not provable.
It is.
It is not repeatable.
It is.
And you cannot make predictions on it.
Yes, you can.
Okay, show me one evidence of observable evolution, please.
Okay.
Well, hold on. We need to first get. I mean, we need to first establish the mechanisms by which it occurs, though.
Yeah, it would be.
That's the first thing
Except
for anything
again,
else.
he doesn't understand evolution. He doesn't know the mechanisms by which it occurs. So again, it's your typical. It's the typical situation of a creationist denying something he doesn't understand. It's pretty typical.
Oh, I understand. I'm telling you right now, I do understand.
But when you're asked the most basic question about it, all you can do is deny it. You can't actually explain it.
Lie, and I'm not going to say something that is a lie. Evolution does not occur. Changes in species happen. But evolution, that is going from something, one thing to another thing.
Don't understand.
I understand it completely, sir.
You really
understand it.
So what, like natural selection, genetic variation, genetic drift, and dream flow?
That's it. I mean, that's it. That's all it takes. Trait variation with descent and natural selection. Those are the two mechanisms that are required for evolution.
Really? Oh, wow. Well, then you're talking about changes in the species. You're not talking about evolution.
We're talking about evolution. Like I said, you don't even know what you're talking about.
Okay, well,
yeah, actually, that actually occurs. You know, I mean, genetic changes add up. You can see that in like the species. That's how they actually. I mean, you can actually apply that in like laboratory experiments to where you actually split the populations off, and those genetic changes just accumulate until they become more genetically independent, and ultimately you got adaptations of not different species. So that's how it works.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Christian is like a man. Christian is like
the way that evolution works. Where did the information come from to select from to begin with?
Yeah, so Christian is like a man who in his life has never walked 10 miles from his house, and so he insists that it's impossible that the entire world is more than about 20 miles around.
So you're talking about like what mutations? Is that what you're talking about? Mutations? Is that what you're talking about?
I would like for you to show me one example of evolution where those mutations cause new information. Show me an example of where the original information came from to begin with.
Sure.
How about us for example? You know, we're like multicellular organisms. You know, we're complex. You know, we do stuff, we move about, but you know, we require unicellular ancestors to have that growth and complexity. You know, that's actually been replicated under laboratory conditions using predation and selection pressure.
How do you know that?
Because I've actually looked at the data. Because I looked at the data and actually have seen these changes occur over time. I mean, it's a matter of like studying and looking at it and research.
And in that religious building, you have high priests called professors, and they told you that there is no science that backs that up.
That's a false dichotomy. That's a false dichotomy. You saying scientists are like preachers? That's ridiculous. Scientists actually have to accumulate facts based on research, and yeah.
False analogy rather than false dichotomy.
I mean, it's not even that. It's like a false equivalency. It's like
a false equivalency.
That's essentially just gibberish. It's nothing. Yeah.
Yep. So the Linsky E. coli long-term evolution experiment is one of them.
Give me information or the example that I requested. Yes. I requested one example of observable, repeatable, provable evolution. Just one would be fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I just did the multicellular organism example. You know, we require unicellular ancestors in order to have that growth and complexity.
No, sir, because you don't.
I mean, and if you want to learn about this, I'll be happy. Hold on.
Anything improving from one thing to another. You don't see any example of one kind becoming another.
Hold on.
So, if you
okay.
If you want to show me that would be great. I'll be right back. I got to go wash my brush. So while you all can gather your thoughts.
Well, Chris, see, that's the thing. We can give as many examples as we want. Christian's just going to say "nuh-uh" each time. So I mean, it's not really too worthwhile to do it now. For the benefit of everybody else, in the room, the
provable,
Linsky
observable.
The Linsky Escherichia coli bacteria experiment is a great example. So of a case where we have specifically observed information be introduced by mutation into the genome that wasn't there before. So that's a great example. He's probably going to look at it and say, "Dude, it's still bacteria" or something. But I mean, for anyone that actually cares about the fact that there's that creature actually has an ability from a mutation that it didn't previously have, it's a wonderful example. So, and if anyone's not familiar with it, I'd be happy to go into it in more detail. I guess everybody's familiar with it. Okay, great.
Yeah, that's actually correct. Yeah, they accumulated those genetic variations, and they produced that. They had the ability to produce citric, not to consume citric acid as a carbon source.
That's right.
So, yeah, that is an example of evolution. Yeah, by the way, I actually put the link in there about multicellular organisms.
Thanks.
Anyone want to see that? Yeah.
And then I saw somebody else put a link for lizard evolution. It's very interesting. Huh. The rapid lizard evolution is certainly interesting to look at.
Hey, you know, yesterday was like Darwin Day.
Say what?
Yesterday was like Darwin Day.
Oh yeah, his birthday, right?
Yeah.
Oh wow, I would have, I don't know, made a title of a video about the occasion.
Okay, I'm back. You got any evidence yet?
Yeah, I put a link in there for you to see. You know, hopefully you could lighten yourself on you know, the complexity of multicellular organisms.
If you can explain it to me, that would be a lot easier.
Okay, I mean, okay,
yeah,
sure, yeah.
I'm not sure. The ability to read has actually made it to his part of the world yet. So,
yeah, but yeah, okay. Let me just give it. One of the most pivotal steps in evolution to transition from unicellular to multicellular.
That is starting to look very nice. What color stain did you use for that?
I used a very light polyurethane combination stain. It is antique walnut.
Antique walnut. It's very nice. Very nice.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Okay, I got all the links out to showcase and the comments.
Yes, my way. Yeah, there's your evidence right there. So you're still on there, or what? You're still stuck in that position.
Well, if you'd like to explain it to me, I'd be happy to listen to it.
Yeah, well, for one, you know, we as multicellular organisms, we basically fit the criteria of the scientific definition for animalia, in that we're organisms with eukaryotic cells and we're multicellular. Now, as complex as we are, and you know, just the way we move about and tend to be free from the bonds that would normally hold down prokaryotic organisms, we still require unicellular ancestors in order to have that growth and complexity. You know what I mean? And that's actually been replicated under laboratory experiments, in that it starts off simple. Hold on, not done yet. Hold on a second. Hold on. A comparison of the genomes of the multicellular algae and its closest unicellular relative. That's more or less some type of bacteria or whatever. it revealed that multicellular organisms may have been able to build their own complex molecular structure. From,
you're not using evidence now. You're using guesstimates. May have.
No. Dude, okay, that's good.
May have, could have.
Yeah,
come on now,
Christian, you're nitpicking, and that's kind of sad. But just
I'm not nitpicking.
Dude,
I'm sitting there and I'm telling you you're using.
Let me finish my point. And then you can respond.
Well,
okay, seriously, you're confident.
Is your point talking about that you got something that may have happened, or do you have some evidence?
I mean, this is evidence. I mean, this is evidence. And if you actually had confidence in the Bible, you'd actually be willing to let me finish. I mean, that's seriously. Come on.
I have great confidence in the Bible, sir. More confidence than you can even imagine.
Then just be polite and just let me finish at least, because I was almost done there. Yeah, what the research actually revealed, the comparison of these genomes, is that they were able to self-assemble their own molecular structure from the same list of parts that were already available in unicellular ancestors, just by natural selection and genetic variation. So that's pretty much how the thing occurred.
Really? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So could have, would have, maybe, did, who knows, fuzzy. You're speaking fuzzy logic. So you still have not proven anything. You've not provided any evidence whatsoever. That is, quote unquote, scientific, testable, provable, observable, repeatable. See,
so
when you got that, come and talk to me.
So, okay, so I mean, I don't think. It seems like you don't. So if you don't understand how it works, then it must not be true. Because I feel like you're sort of like just coming out of this subjectively, you know.
Oh, I know how it works. I'm very familiar with how it works.
I had to tell you how it works in order for you to even make a judgment on it.
No, sir. No, sir. When you're talking about evolution requires an increase of information. You stated that yourself. We had to come from a single cell ancestor. Well, sir, you're basing your information, your so-called proof, on things that have not happened, have never been observed to happen, and only happen in the minds of the high priests at your religious organizations that you call universities. Again, here's the deal. That has not been observed, period, end of statement. So, if you would like to get me something that shows, oh, I don't know, one kind going to another kind, that would be really neat. Something that was one thing and now has gone to be something else.
What's a kind? Because kind has no scientific definition.
Sure it does. Go look it up.
It's in the Bible.
Yeah, that's the point. The Bible's not exactly a scientific literature.
There's no proof for creation either, so it don't matter.
Where it talks about science, it's always correct.
There's no proof for creation either, so it don't matter either way. If you think there's no proof for evolution.
You realize the Bible is a holy book. It's not a science book.
There is no proof for creation.
Sure there is.
What?
The fact that we're here. I mean, you can look at the... Oh, hang on a second.
Evolution proves it too.
Information that is latent throughout our body. Now, here's something that's testable, provable, repeatable. Okay? Creation. God's word says that in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. And then on this day he created such and such, and on this day he created such and such. Well, do you know on day 6 of the creation week, he created all the land animals, including mankind. And he told them to go out and reproduce according to your kind. You know what we see? We see dogs giving rise to dogs. We see cats giving rise to cats. We see men giving rise to men. And when I say that, I mean both sexes, of course. But anyway, the fact is that is in the Bible. That is testable. That is something we can observe. You, sir, have provided nothing that we can
observe.
Rhetoric.
Yeah, see, that would be the same thing as if I took a pen and paper and wrote down everything I knew today. It don't prove anything just because somebody wrote it down years ago. It don't prove nothing.
It don't prove nothing. You know what, sir? I am a hillbilly, and you just did a double negative, which means it does prove something.
Yeah, well, you know, I quit school because I had to take care of my family because my father died, so somebody had to make the money, so we went to his house. So I'm not as educated as you, I guess, to jump off of.
I actually graduated from high school. You know what? That high school was the best 7 years I ever had.
Yeah, well, you know, it don't matter how I speak it, I'm still speaking it.
Wolfgang, you were talking about adapting to its environment, something, some kind of bacteria. What was he talking about?
Well,
what kind
I
of
was talking.
bacteria?
Well, I was talking about the rise of multicellular organisms and how that required unicellular ancestors, you know, something simpler to have that, you know, growth and complexity, that rise given time and variation. And you know, I was trying to tell a Christian hillbilly that, but apparently it went right over his head. You know, but what can you do?
No, sir. I understood exactly what you're saying, and it is fallacious. It is unprovable, untestable, unrepeatable. It's not science. It's a belief. So when you want to bring me something that's scientific, you come on back and talk.
But how?
I mean, well, here's the thing. When Adam asked you, when he was in here, and he asked you the mechanisms by which it occurred, and you know, then you just went in your little spiel of denying it. I mean, you know, and I had to tell you like that it was natural selection, genetic variation, genetic drift, and gene flow. No, stop. Hold on a second. Let me finish. See, here's the thing. Well, in order to criticize something, you have to first understand how it occurs. Then you can give a positive criticism about it. Which you went in. You went in this little spiel about coming out with this ridiculous false equivalency of comparing it to a religion. And it's not that. I mean, we could basically apply selection criteria to a population, whether it's plants or animals, and we could see genetic variations occur until we see adaptations of not full-on speciation. We can't test creation because that's unfalsifiable by definition.
You can't test the Big Bang because that's unfalsifiable by definition. But what we can do is we can look at the evidence. The evidence for creation is that, again, we see what God's Word says, that all kinds reproduce according to their kind. Cats reproduce cats. Dogs reproduce dogs. Do you see where I'm going here, sir?
So domesticated species happen to reproduce things because we bred them that way.
Not just cats and dogs. I'm saying any kind of life reproduces according to its specific kind.
So I mean, what about teacup poodles or seedless grapes? How about that? I mean, is that according? I mean,
something that was manipulated? Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah, like selective breeding. You know that tends to, you know, I mean that
yeah,
tends
we
to
do
work,
that.
you know, because
Chihuahuas.
Yeah,
it's like Chihuahuas. Chihuahuas are the most useless dog out there. We did it to those poor things.
Yeah, because the way we plan to produce them, you know, via evolutionary processes, we just wanted, you know, best, beasts to, like, you know, call, you know, our best friend. You know, that's why we bred them that way.
Hold on a sec. Art, do your job.
I've done it already. It's okay.
Art.
I've done it.
Okay.
Art.
Wolfgang, there is no dispute about natural selection on all you talked about. The problem is, or what we don't know is how this increase of information is produced, and the state of Darwinism today, neo-Darwinism as it was formulated by Crick, seems to be not in line with the reality. So we have an evolutionary theory that produces experiments that perhaps don't get us anywhere. So I was interested to know from you how do the increase of genetic information occur? I'm not talking about natural selection. That is, of course, must be. So how does the increase in information? How does this adaptation occur?
Okay. Yeah, you can look at something like the cell. I mean, virtually every cell composing every living organism, every single species on this planet is a triumph of natural selection, genetic variations, genetic drift, and gene flow. And this is the way that life actually diversified, in which species remain plastic to their distinct environments. I mean, and if truly, I mean, I'm not against like the the existence of a deity if there is evidence out there, but but if
I'm not talking about.
Hold on, let me finish. I mean, but if it did truly come about, it produced life like a giant tree in which it's you have like complexity arising from these simple regularities, and the information it's really just a matter of these genetic changes accumulating within the gene pool until it becomes genetically independent and arising as like just separate species. This is how it works.
Well, you tell me now. I know but
I mean, we could literally look at the.
It's funny when I mean when I say something that is really interesting. If you're really interested in evolution and biology, I mean really interested to ask go into the question and interested in what is really happening. So then I didn't say anything about the deity. I was just asking you because this is really the crux. And if you understand how important this is for the research and for experiment and to build up a prediction, it's crucial. How do the genetic information increase occur? Of course, genetic drift and so on. Mammals.
Hi, Nadia.
Oh, sorry.
Hi, Nadia.
Well, yeah,
hi, Jim.
Well, yeah. I mean, like I said, yeah, they're interested. There is interest in that, and and also in various other subjects. But when people usually talk about information, they're usually just talking about what segments of DNA actually tells, like genes and stuff like that. Like you can, for example, I mean you could look at like model organisms, just like the genomes of various different species, and just through looking at the various genetic similarities of those different species, whether it be like fruit flies or mice or nematodes and stuff like that. You could actually come up with some medical breakthroughs through just comparing and contrasting them with our species. But the information on that level would be would just be common ancestry, not that would be a better example of how that works.
Yeah. Just.
But that was just flat hilarious. We have not gotten a.
I know, Christian Hillbilly. Ignorance must be bliss for you.
But the question you should ask you.
Medical treatment by evolution. Sorry about that. That's hilarious.
The interesting question is how do this increase in information or this adaptation occur without any, according to the neo-Darwinistic dogma, you only have one way system, so you go from DNA to RNA and proteins and so on. The problem is how can a bacteria randomly produce the necessary information that it needs. So the question is actually there must be you must acquire this environment. You cannot just randomly you understand what I mean?
I'm sorry. I could barely hear you, dude. Could you repeat that question again?
Your mic's echoing and it's really bad, Balthazar.
No, if it's a random process, how on earth that there are no when it let's say a bacterial gets resistant, or I think you were also okay. So so is this information produced? This gain of information that the bacteria need, is that produced by mutation?
Well, I mean that's actually the source by which you know the genetic variations can occur. I mean that actually the mutations actually produce the variation, and whether or not those variations, those particular variations actually stay consistent in the gene pool is a matter of natural selection, which is a non-random process that weeds out the fit from the unfit, and the algorithm keeps
that's something else. That's something else. Natural. Because the problem is that they have, of course, proved this in laboratory, how cell, like a bacterial cell, gains new information and get resistant, and it works in the laboratory. You know, you just take off the new mutation that are more resistant and work with them, and then you get a very resistant bacteria at the end. So, but the problem is that these don't. That's not what actually happens in nature.
I think, given the fact that we've more or less applied. I mean, we applied our antibiotics not just with regard to bacteria, and we're not just saying resistance from them. You know, given those genetic mutations tend to stay consistent until they ultimately become hard to control, but that's also been seen in pesticide resistance as well. You know, I mean, it's just, I mean, but going back to the antibiotic resistance, I mean, we do see them actually tend to become more, resistant to it until they become hard to kill. Then it's just a matter of studying their selective pressures to develop even better ones to treat them. I mean, that's how we've basically developed like cures for smallpox, rinderpest, and polio in India.
Yeah, of course they get more resistant, but the thing is the mechanism behind it. If it's a random mechanism, or if you have a system that takes information actively from environment and changes its own DNA.
Well, I would call it a self-replicating hierarchy of levels.
Yeah, of course it's self-replicating. But the interesting thing is the mechanism. Like in Japan, they have done a lot of research on this, and with clinical bacteria, and they do it in another they don't do it like they have done this or shown this mutation in the experiment in the laboratory. So what happens in real evolution is that these bacteria collect DNA material. They copy it. Do you understand? It's a difference there because they copy, so they take information from its environment, and yeah, it's a very strange, it's a very intelligent process. Do you understand? Intelligent system. It's not like just mutating, and then if you get lucky, you have some kind of change in DNA that by coincidence fits the environment or what the organism needs.
Yeah, well, yes, of course. Living organisms tend to collect information from their environment. You know, it's dynamic, and the various pressures that go against them. You know, it impacts their genetic traits, and whether, like I said, after that, it's a matter of natural selection, selecting those variations until you see complexity sprout. And if basically they have something, you know, if they tend to, you know, accumulate and build on something that they didn't have necessarily before, then that is a result of evolution.
Yeah, of course it's evolution. I believe in evolution, but the thing is that those who are natural selection picks out those who have copied the right genes from its environment. So it's a two-way process, and you understand? It's not. Yeah, it's very very what to say. Hard to explain this, and it's impossible to explain this kind of change in DNA from the neo-Darwinistic perspective that the DNA are just going through mutations, and then it's a one just right system.
Well, typically one of the best things to that's actually great about bacteria is that they're able to. I mean, you know, they can reproduce really fast. I mean, that's actually you know, just one of the reasons why we study them so well is because they tend to reproduce relatively quickly. You know, and they're able to also genetically respond to the selective pressure that they go against. So. Yeah, typically you can see those mutations occur, you know, just and study them to actually deal with, you know, dealing with like what they're actually dishing out, you know, because initially, see, here's the thing: it's not like, you know, we're artificially selecting these, you know, the traits for these particular organisms. Whenever we develop these things, we're usually using them to keep them under control, you know, not so they won't impact our environment. So I mean, the difference is the only difference is between this is that this is you know, this is naturally occurring. That their adaptations as a result of us being the selective pressure for them, you know, and it still is actually a growing problem. You know, we have to study and look at their genetics, look in their environment, just see how they're actually able to do this. So I mean, that's just in general just one particular application of the theory, which actually matters. You know, predictive power actually.
The problem is if you start with the wrong thesis that DNA is only right system, not the right read, you will not do the experiments that really gets us forward to understand it.
Yeah, but we're talking about a self-sustained chemical system capable of undergoing evolutionary biological processes. That's what we actually see. You know, other than that, that's it.
That's I mean that's too how to say, too broad painted, or too simple. I mean, of course it's the clue is that we have to understand this mechanism. We want to understand them, and perhaps get some mathematics into them, or really see how this information process is really going, you know. And if it's just some kind of course, I'm not talking about genetic drift and variations. I mean, in higher species, but we can then end up if we start with false premise, and it's there are some very credential biologists that point to this and have done a little bit research, but the problem is, of course, that they are not, their theses are not adapted or acknowledged because of this pressure on everything being, it has to be a random. I mean, it's it's also have to do with Crick, of course, because he set up this dogma, but so it's not that easy. I mean, we know a lot about, we know just like the big picture. I mean, the big picture that we have evolved from we have a common ancestor, but we don't know how it functions, and this can change the picture, turn everything up down. It can change everything, you know.
Well,
Actually,
I mean, I'll respond to this, and that being said, we could, well, okay, I'm going to say this right quick. Well, if what you mean by the DNA being information, if it has like some type of specific type of meaning, you know, because see the difference is when scientists talk about DNA and how it has genetic information and stuff like that, they're usually talking about the particular traits and functions that relate to to living organisms and stuff like that. But if your meaning is something different, like whether it comes from intelligence or whatever, the matter is whether or not the model has predictive power, with regard to coming up with some predictions about phenomena in reality. So I mean, and honestly, I would have to say, like, the problem with that particular view of I guess you're talking about idea or alluding to it in that sense. The problem with it is that it lacks predictive power. It really doesn't really answer anything or gives us any answers, and so that's why it's not it's not accepted as a science at all. I mean, that's honestly subjective, because when we're looking at the actual DNA and just seeing it just self-replicate and operate and stuff like that, we understand that through general laws of physics and chemistry and how that stuff functions and stuff like that. Now, I could now that's not to say that evolution occurs and there is no possibility of the supernatural or whatever. But I mean, by all means, there probably could be. Who knows? But
I'm not talking about anything supernatural. And I forget it. I don't think you know. So I don't think you know enough about biology and evolution.
I do.
I really don't think you.
I mean, that's why I have the position I do. That's why I understand that science works and religion is not science. That's why I'm explaining to you.
I was not talking about this, but you seem to know enough to be sure of how this functions. But well, okay.
I mean, honestly, if that's my position. Honestly, like I said, there would have to be predictive power with regard to this, and it's not there. I mean, and there could be one day, but there's still much to be learned, much to be researched. But what
I was talking about was just results of research. Real research, not from some kind of ID research. I wasn't talking about anything supernatural. It's just that there are some very serious questions that may turn the whole picture around. Not the whole picture, of course, but that we have to get away from the idea that it's write reads only a write system. So, and it's I mean, if you want to adapt from your environment, you should be able to take up information. It would be very useful to take up information from the environment and transmit that to the operator system that are responsible for gaining information change. But how it current is, like you say, it's not science, but it's a very, very science. I mean, and it's. But I don't think you. I think you misunderstand. I think you don't. Misunderstand me or don't understand what I'm talking about. But it's a very important topic.
I would agree with that, Bob.
Well, I mean, we could agree to disagree, like I said, but honestly, I mean, you know,
agree. It's not agree. I'm just talking out of research on the field. I'm not a biologist or something like that, but the research show what I was talking about, the facts about like different bacteria but they haven't started to do so much research on multi-level cell systems. But you can do that, and it's then possible to perhaps find out more about this information system, because it is an information system. That's
Before we get off this, let's just focus on one thing. What do you mean by information? Could you give me the definition?
I don't want to discuss this because it's an information system. You know, the DNA.
I'm asking you. What do you mean by information? Do you mean the information about the particular segments of DNA, like genes, which relate to the traits and function of organisms, or do you mean information that you think can only become from like a mind or something like that? Like, is that what you mean?
No, not from a mind, but no, not from a mind. Information is like if you want to bake a cookie, I can give you information what to put in this cookie, and you do it, and you have your apple pie or what you have. This is just a metaphor, of course.
You mean a recipe?
So like
information there is
You said, I remember you saying earlier, just a bit earlier, that it was like an intelligent process. So you know that's why I actually brought that up.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing about it. It's intelligent system. You know, it's not if you have a random system that just throws out every kind of possibilities, and then suddenly you got the right combination or the right information, and then natural selection work on that. That's not an intelligent system. But if you have the cell taking information from its environment, and so how transmit it, and so they are co-working. You know, you have a right script system, and that is I will call it intelligent. I mean, what should you else call it? And it has nothing to do with human intelligence. I mean, why a bacterial is not a human? I mean, it's not so very interesting to talk about that. But it's a natural, intelligent system.
All right. If it's intelligent, in what sense? Generally, intelligence has to do with things like problem-solving capacity.
Exactly. Okay. So problem-solving of the bacteria I was talking about is to one strategy. You could program it yourself, a strategy, instead of just. To me, it's also unbelievable how it could function otherwise. I mean, the DNA is just throwing out a lot of possibilities, and then suddenly, by accident, it gets some kind of information that makes it resistant. It has to get this information from its environment. So, and what is really happening? No, let me finish. So, what is happening is that it's a system that works the way that it, copy the genes in the environment, and then you can be pretty sure that if something new comes up in this environment that this culture needs, someone of them will have it. And they actually also, not only just copy it, they also share it with other bacteria. That's an intelligent system. It's problem solving.
Share it?
Yes, they do.
Horizontal gene transfer. That's what he's talking about.
Oh, I see.
Did you say accident in your statement?
Yeah, horizontal gene transfer. Of course, it's a kind of horizontal gene transfer. But the interesting thing is, if you are in an environment and you need some new, of course, natural selection work, but you have to come up with new. How to say, new information to solve a problem, and to do this, you need information from the environment. It's not just. I don't know if you understand it, but
I think what you're talking about. Well, let me just respond to just what you said. I think what you're talking about can be actually be explained if life lives in an emergent universe, and I think that's the case of what we're looking at. I mean, life lives in a part of the universe which kind of self-organizes towards complexity. So.
Yeah, of course, this is so obvious. I mean, what are you talking about? Actually, I mean, what has this to do with? Of course, we live in it's complex. I mean, I don't see where you go with that.
Well, I mean, you're saying it's an intelligent system and it's complex and stuff like that, but I'm saying what you take to be intelligent, I mean to be emergent.
No, but Nadia said it pretty right. Intelligent, of course, you can define this differently, but it's what it capacity to solve a problem, or in this case to adapt to the environment. And if it's a system that takes information from the environment, and due to this information make a change in DNA, like bacteria do in real life, you can call it an intelligent system. You know, it's not 100 monkeys just typing away on a typewriter, and suddenly the right letter comes out. You understand? It's more like if you go to a foreign country, you take up the foreign language there and try to write with that instead of sitting having 100 monkeys typing for 1,000 years to get a sentence in English.
Yeah, but life. What we understand about life is that life is generally just. It's an emergent property of interacting molecules that follow the laws of chemistry.
What does emergent mean?
What
does emergent mean? Can you explain emergent? That's a very popular word.
So emergence. Okay, it's basically it's a name for a phenomena that's. I mean, it's a rising of complexity coming about from simple regularities.
That's emergence?
Yeah, that's emergence. Like you can find tons of examples of this, whether you're talking about the biological organization of life, or like morphogenesis, like how like the body it's like the way the body plan develops, or organogenesis, like just how organs sort of develop and move about and stuff like that, like flocks, like how birds get together and form those patterns, or like ants or termites forming social structures and the like, or the game of life, that mathematical system that just basically studies how complex structures come about. It's all around because the universe itself is emergent. It's everywhere. So
emergent is complexity evolving out of non-complexity, and it's everywhere. That's emergence, or what?
Yeah, it's basically the rise of complexity coming about from simple regularities. That's how it works.
Okay. I don't agree that is emergence. But...
Well, well, of course you're free to disagree, but as far as the data actually shows, that's actually what's occurring in the universe.
I think you have to specify emergence a little bit more that it should have any sense.
Okay, let me produce. Okay, let me use just one example. Let me make this specified sequential. Hold on a second. Yeah. Hold on. Let me just look about. Okay, you've heard of Conway's Game of Life, right?
What game of?
Oh, okay, hold on. I'm gonna screen share something right quick. Just hold on a second.
I think it has to do with something with change of properties, and I think you have to go there if you want to explain emergence.
Can I just say something? While you're doing that, Hermine, I've got to ask you, Hermine, what are you cooking?
Oh, it's Ermine, and I am making...
Sorry.
No, it's fine. We made banana bread earlier. I'm making chicken that bakes in its own gravy.
I thought it was fried chicken, yeah?
Well, you actually bake it, though. So it's not...
I just had to ask, because I've been watching you fascinated. I'll be quiet now, sorry.
Oh, it's fine. Thanks for asking.
Well, immersion is that that the emerged properties, or the emerged thing has properties that or the complex. I don't what should I say? Thing has properties that are totally different from the smaller, the simpler things they come from. That's emergent. So they use it to explain how something complex can have properties that are not found in simpler structures, or what you call it.
What is that?
No, that's emergence. So everyone, I mean, that's the word that is always used all the time. Consciousness is emergent. This is emergent. Everything is emergent. So. And it's a way to explain. It's a way to explain. Explain away a lot of things, I think. But it's also right. I mean, it's but.
Explaining away is different.
I mean, consciousness is a perfect example of emergence, isn't it?
No, because it's incoherent.
Yeah, you have chemicals pure chemicals and
Yeah,
energy
yeah.
are
So
pure, and
there's a
out
link
of
back.
it, thought emerge, or consciousness emerge, and they have like the properties, or they are, you can, something other, something with totally different properties. I mean, a thought has not the same properties as electrons or neurons, and that is.
Yeah, but you wouldn't. Yeah, but Belt, you'd be honest in saying like you wouldn't be able to like produce those thoughts without all those neurons working together to like actually keep your cognitive faculties functioning, right?
Yeah, I don't understand where you want to go with that, or no, I didn't understand the question.
Well, I mean, okay. What I was asking was, you acknowledge that the neurons and the synapses firing going off in the brain. I mean, that's sort of let's say vital for you producing conscious thought, right?
Yeah, and the thing is that neurons and what's producing is not has the property of consciousness cannot be directly arrived out of this out of this system. A thought is more than a neuron. You understand? It has different properties.
Yes, but the whole that those neurons produce is better than the sum of its parts.
Out of non-life, pure chemistry, you get consciousness. That is emergence.
Well, I mean, okay, mind emerges from matter and then starts manipulating matter. Whether it's producing tools or computers or like cars, something like that, or cities. Things with purpose and stuff like that. I mean, our consciousness, when coupled with like a billion atoms working together through basic generalities, generally can self-assemble and produce complex stuff given time and variation. I mean, I actually did a recent video on this in which I was responding to a creationist who said one of the most complex structures we're aware of is the human brain, and that was so amazing in that it could process information on a similar level to a computer, but it's fairly just a matter of just empirical research to acknowledge that the way the brain actually works and functions is a result of having selective pressures placed on our ancestors for them to actually just apply their brain power to their environment, being able to like adjust to it, and then genetic changes accumulate. Only the most clever could survive, and the most adaptive that could actually produce things, externally with purpose, like tools and stuff like that, language, and also physical things like repudiate and brain development, all that. I mean, that we can understand how this stuff works, but with regard to how it occurs naturally, it's generally a matter of emergence. It just tends to self-assemble.
I don't think I'm not complex things. I mean, complexity. I don't think it's so very interesting. I mean, it's how to say, the invention of the wheel. It's not less wondrous than a spaceship, because the spaceship is much more complex. It's not less wondrous, more wondrous. You understand? It's just a matter of quantity. It's just a matter of quantity, nothing else. I mean.
What? Spaceships.
Yeah, I mean when the human brain is so complex that it's unbelievable, but it's just it's a quantity measurement.
Oh.
Yeah, but spaceships are simpler than the human
Change
brain.
that topic if you think it's. I think
Abza?
Yes.
Spaceships are less complicated than a human brain.
Yes, of course. You cannot compare it.
Right.
I didn't compare it. I compared it with the invention of the wheel and a spaceship. It's
What does it have to do with the human brain, though?
Sorry?
What does that have to do with the human brain and the emergent property of it?
No, it was just a comment about this always this going to complexity to show how special this is, or how yeah. It's like intelligent. It's like human intelligence, or like when in evolutionary, like popular, and how it is always how to say showed or explained. It's always this more and more intelligence. You know.
Right.
It's quantity. We have more and more quantity, but I think that is not so interesting. I don't think like the number of brain cell. I mean, one brain cell in itself. That's the big wonder. And if you have
no, it's not. No, it's not the wonder. It's
yeah. Then you prove my fact. Yes, but then I would agree if you then say the human brain is also not more wondrous than one brain cell, you know.
Then what is not more wondrous than what?
No, I said one nerve cell is as wondrous as the human brain.
No.
Okay.
No, the human brain is a collection.
Yeah, and that's
because it's a collection. Because it's a collection, it has emergent properties.
Yeah, it's like
You couldn't get a brain to think on one brain cell. You need the whole collection of brain cells before you can even get to the point where the brain functions properly. You can't just have two brain cells come together and go, oh, well, now let's start thinking.
I don't know. I've met some people.
You see what I mean? I don't understand why you're saying that in the emergent properties of life aren't specified complexity. I don't understand why that isn't the case for you. Why you think there should be some top-down thing that brought all the brain cells together.
No, I'm not talking about top-down.
Well, it seems to be what you're implying, and the way you've been arguing against.
I just pointed out that the number of brain cells and so on. I mean, just it's not more wondrous than the occurrence of one brain cell or one neural transmitter.
Yes, it is, and that's what I said when I started this. Yes, it is. The fact you don't understand that one brain cell is nothing compared to the collection, because the collection do a lot more than the individual. That's kind of what we're talking about, emergent properties.
That's what I said earlier in the sidebar about.
When we are talking about.
Say again, Balthazar.
Yeah, when we are talking about emergent properties, yes.
Right, so you would agree then that a collection of brain cells, which make a functioning brain, are more wondrous than a single brain cell.
Yeah.
Good. Okay, next topic.
Yeah, but
Please change the topic before Hermine takes her own life by the sound of it.
It is a little mind-numbing. Sorry.
That's right. It just made me laugh. You went, oh, and you disappeared. I thought I was going to shout, don't do it, don't do it.
Oh,
I expected to see you walking past with a stool and a piece of rope. But I didn't.
right, because we don't shoot ourselves, women. We do it a different way.
Got to be more dramatic.
I forgot you're in the States, of course you do. You just as easy to get the gun out the drawer and blow your brains out.
Right, no. Women will take pills.
Yeah, because it's too messy. It'd mess your kitchen up if you used a gun, wouldn't it?
A lot of cleaning.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than the police department and the coroner and all that coming round, and your kitchen's a mess. That'd be the first thing they'd think of. Look at the state you left her place in. Look.
But you know that killing yourself by pills is a far worse way to do it, because you invariably end up just having a heart attack or some kind of.
Yeah, but it wouldn't mess your kitchen up. It wouldn't ruin. If the kitchen would be all tidy and nice and clean.
Everywhere. You'd be vomiting.
Well,
everywhere.
maybe. But
whereas if you blow your brains out, then you just that's it.
You know it's going to be messy.
Maybe if I'm going to plan it, I'll do it Dexter style. I'll make sure I put plastic sheathing everywhere.
With a little note saying, please tidy up before you leave.
Right.
Yeah.
I've got company coming tomorrow.
Right.
If I was going to do it, it would be 2 grams of cocaine and a bottle of Jack Daniels.
Oh, no. I agree with the cocaine, but I go with, and I don't know how much, I'd go with some Highland Park.
I mean, I actually, you're right. I don't think
We're actually disagreeing over what alcohol we would use to kill ourselves. That's brilliant.
No, but actually, do you know what I would do?
Single malt or double?
I'd go with port and lemonade. But I wouldn't be able to too much lemonade, otherwise it wouldn't work. So.
Liquid. Yeah. Did you guys see? Oh, I already showed you guys the banana bread. Oh, it came out perfect.
It was brilliant.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah. I think if I was going to do myself in, I'd have to be pills. I couldn't do anything that was painful.
I do have a friend who did it with a gun. No, a friend of a friend who did it with a gun. And the problem is, I don't know if he flinched or what is, but now he's a vegetable.
My brother killed himself with a gun.
Oh, I thought you didn't have guns in the UK.
No, he's American. I'm half. Well, I'm not half American. I have dual citizenship.
I am so sorry. That is so sad to hear. Oh.
Yeah, he had post-traumatic stress disorder he was a Vietnam vet, so he had stuff going on.
God bless him.
No, I mean he wasn't religious, so his wife was uber, but he himself wasn't. So I suspect that's why he didn't want to hang around. I don't know.
Oh, I thought you were going to say he was tired of his wife's dog.
No. I mean, years ago, years ago he said to me that that the church had stolen his wife.
Oh.
But he was an atheist for a long time. But then when they lived in Gulfport, where Katrina hit, do you remember Katrina, the hurricane?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And when the helicopters were going up and down the coast, it brought on out of nowhere. He'd been, well, I wouldn't say he'd been fine because he had a temper, but he was a completely capable guy. He had a job at NASA down in Louisiana. But basically, the helicopters that were going up and down set up a psychotic episode.
Oh.
And he was never ever the same person again. He ended up in a wheelchair at one point.
Wow.
Well, if it was just a case of his religious wife annoying him, I'd have just shot my wife.
No, but what happened was because he was in such a state, because he was so in such a bad place, he started going to church with her because he didn't have a lot of choice, to be honest with you. She's a very, very fundamentalist Christian. Up until the point where he was living his life normally, he didn't go to church. But then once he became reliant on her for pretty much everything, he had to go to church with her. And he did start to go to Bible study and what have you. And I don't know if he ever really did believe, or whether he just felt he had to, or whether he was terrified. I'll never know, and I don't think anyone will.
Right.
But he did certainly start going to church, and so I don't know what happened there. Who knows?
Right. Oh.
But it came out of nowhere because I'd been talking to him. He was coming over to see me, we're gonna drive up. We're Scottish. Our ancestry is Scottish, and we were going to drive up there and have a look around and stuff. And he was all excited about it. And then out of nowhere, I got a phone call from his daughter to say that he'd sadly shot himself. Got 3 Purple Hearts as well. He was a brave guy. So he wasn't a coward. Do you know what I mean? He wasn't a coward. He just couldn't cope with it, with the mental torture anymore, I don't think.
That is.
I think I know people have there's 2 different views on suicide. One is that people who do it are cowardly, which I disagree with completely and always have, long before my brother did it. And the other, of course, is that in my opinion, is anyone that has the guts to do that I think it's a brave thing to do, but you know, each to their own.
Simon, I have an example that perhaps can, I don't think you will understand it, but perhaps tells a little bit. Know. Yeah. So
there's a god.
So if you have 4 nodes, nodes. What is nodes? You're a musician, so musical notes, or you understand?
I'm struggling to hear you accurately. A little slower, a little more deliberate.
If you have 4 different notes,
how do you spell that? N-O-D-E-S?
No, it's your. What's your?
Spell it for me. Spell it for me.
What's your avatar name? Simon Dunk, and then you have something in.
Naked Notes.
Notes.
Notes. N-O-T-E.
Yeah, but you. So I said notes. Notes. Okay, so if you have 4 different notes, and.
Mate, can you spell it in the sidebar for me? Because I don't know whether you mean notes or nodes.
Like in naked notes.
With the T.
So when you compose music, you that's the notes. Not what you write down on paper.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So I try this. No, perhaps it will be a little bit slow because I have to think about it when I am.
Yeah.
So you have 4 different notes. Mm-hmm. What makes?
Did you make smell again?
Or no? You have different notes. What makes a piece of music? And don't go this route of how how we perceive music and so on. I know all this.
What makes what? What makes what, Balthazar? What makes 4 notes what?
No, if you have different notes, and what makes a piece of music amazing? Is it the number of notes, or is it how the notes are combined? Is it the complexity of the melody, or can it also be the simplicity? I don't know how to express this, but perhaps you understand.
Okay, let me think about it. I understand what you mean now.
Yeah, that's a little bit what I mean.
It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be complexity. That's for certain. What type of simplicity, or how simple it has to be, and that I'm not certain of yet.
Yes, and I mean a very simple row of notes can be more amazing than if you use a lot of notes. You understand? It's about.
Yeah, but that's more to do with absence than it is to do with presence.
Or even personal preference or certain effect. Some people like simple melodies. Some people like complicated classical pieces. It doesn't really.
Or jazz harmony, for instance.
Yeah.
Which is much more complex, but still can be very simple. But still can be very simple.
But it's not the amount of notes, and
no.
It's yeah. That's what I mean by why I don't think complexity is everything. You know.
It's not. It's not everything, but it's a very important component of it. So, for instance, if somebody has, 40 or 50 years worth of moving notes around, then they're more likely to be able to arrange them in a simpler way, which has more meaning than somebody who hasn't. And this is only being able, you can only do this because of the complexity of the brain in the first place. The music itself is not inherently more or less complex. It's just a perception of complexity.
No, but it's
when you hear more notes, you think, oh, that's much more complex. However, the human brain could hear all of those notes and just assign one chord. Or you could just play the chord. And that's kind of two ways of doing a very similar thing. There's two ways of doing a very similar thing in music. One using a lot of notes and one not using a lot of notes. So I agree with your... I agree with how you're trying to phrase it. How you're trying to get to it.
You can also use this as an evolutionary example. So you can say natural selection is what people like. And if you come up with a very simple harmony, or I don't know what words, a very simple melody can be so stupidly simple, and people just love it, and so it's selected for, and it's not selected
but that,
because
again,
of
my point being, Balthazar, but that depends on the minds already. The minds have to be complicated enough to be able to interpret the simplicity or complexity of the melody they're listening to. So I'm afraid the example doesn't work as emergent property, because what you're emerging to is being read by something which is already complex.
No, I think you put too many factors into it.
I don't think it's a very good analogy, is what I'm trying to say to you. I think the analogy breaks down quite quickly in terms of relating it to specified complexity and emergent properties. So, for instance, mathematically, right, we can have a very simple mathematical system. 1, 2, 3, 4. Take a number, add 1. Take that number, add another, add 1 to it. Take that number, add 1 to it. That's a very simple system, and yet it leads to an amazing amount of complexity.
Yeah, and so that's why I think that.
However, if I take a chaotic equation, it can be just as simple, but the amount of complexity is a great deal more.
Yeah, but
so the same number of pieces.
The invention of simple mathematics. I mean, if you just the wonder is that we came up with some kind of mathematics, and on that there are no.
No, it's no wonder at all. Just look at your fingers. It's no wonder at all we came up with that system. There's nothing amazing about it. It's perfectly straightforward. In fact, it's less complex than the human brain.
I don't think every mathematician would agree with that.
Well, I'm sure they'd all agree that we came up with mathematics and numbers because we see the physical world. If we didn't see the physical world, we wouldn't have come up with the numbers.
I think perhaps that's.
If I give you something, I'm implying. If I give you something, I'm implying a number.
I mean, this is a question that has interested mathematics.
No mathematics in that at all. I'm just giving you something.
Can I ask a question? Balthazar, are you saying that sorry, so just so I understand, because I don't know you, but are you saying that what is your argument that a creator created maths, or it was what? Can you explain to me what you're trying to tell us?
No, I was just trying to explain something I said about complexity, and I said the invention of the wheel, the invention of a spaceship is not more wondrous than the invention of the wheel, because it's more complex, and it's made with mathematics. the invention of mathematics are as wondrous as everything that emerges out of it. You know, all kind of new stuff that emerges out of it. But
so you're saying that mathematics is more wondrous than the invention of the wheel?
No, I said no. I said no. I said that.
Sorry,
I'm sorry. I am bad articulating myself. I said the spaceship, because of its complexity, is not more wondrous than the invention of the wheel. I mean, of course, this is against intuition. I mean, I understand this, but I just try to. That's why I took this music example, because Simon is a musician, and I wanted to hear what he thought about it. And for me, it's not about how many notes we have and which notes we have, but that the ability, or and in a when we talked about complexity, it's the most simple melody is
the only reason for
not less amazing. It's like Mozart saying
the reason
it's not like
the reason for that, though, is that the brain is already complex. So we're fitting a pattern, we're writing a pattern, and then a brain is interpreting it. We're not writing a pattern and then the pattern is therefore interpreted by everybody the same. So to say one thing is more complex, or a simple melody is better than a complex melody is incorrect. It depends on the complex. It depends on the complex brain that's listening.
I also listen to jazz, Simon. So it's not my.
I just don't. To be honest with you, Balthazar, I've been listening to you with Wolf as well, and that's why I kind of piped up, because he was explaining it reasonably accurately. Better than I could explain it, that's for sure. And I didn't understand where your objections to his argument were, and I don't see why your argument is an argument or an objection to it.
I was just reacting on the last thing he said, because when he explained emergence, I didn't. To me, it was. I know what emergence is, but when he explained it, it was not the real explanation, and it started with the biology and how it works, and Adam also. I mean, they take it for granted. Yes, we know how it works, and there, in my opinion, not my opinion, but there are new theses that are. Goes against neo-Darwinism, and I think they are extremely interesting, and they are not, they don't build on the dogma that is always presented here from people talking about evolution on YouTube.
Right, but they still, Balthazar, all the new theories are still based on evolution, are they not?
Yeah, how many times shall I say that? I'm not.
Well, I know. You just said in your last sentence.
If you want to
talking about evolution. You just said in your last sentence, all these people on here talking about evolution as if they're wrong. And I'm just saying, all these theories you're talking about, all these theories you are talking about are evolution. So we should be on here talking about evolution, because that's the way it happened.
I started to talk about the specific mechanism, and that is how is the information process working from DNA throughout the whole cell. And it's an incredible important question in how evolution works, and it has nothing to do with some kind of theology or something like that.
No, it's to do with natural selection and random variation, or variation of
Yeah,
gene mutation versus natural selection. I
but
don't see why I don't see why you can't get emergent brains from that process. I mean, this seems to be the argument that you seem to make. It seems to be it's too complex, or it's somehow more complex than
it had
simple.
to be an intelligent creator that.
I never said that.
Or hang on a minute, or that it's no more complex than the simple. And I disagree with both of those statements because they inevitably lead you down a theological road.
What, Balthasar? Are you a theist, a deist, a pantheist? What are you?
I'm a theist, and what has that to do with it?
No, I'm just curious. That's all. I'm just wondering where you're coming from because I don't know you, so I was asking that question.
Okay.
Okay. So, if I can understand this correctly, I will try and really get behind what you're saying now, Balthasar, and really get to it. So what you're kind of saying is that the wondrousness, a horrible word, but there you go, the wondrousness of the simplicity of the mechanism itself is as wondrous and as the complexity and the emergent properties of that system. Is that correct or no?
Sorry, repeat it another time.
So the wondrousness, the simple parts of the system are as wondrous as the complex emergent parts. Is that what you're trying to say? So the extra complexity in the system doesn't lead to emergent properties because the original
emergent properties. It was just the reason I said that because I got a little bit. I've heard this. Talking about complexity and how complex and how. It's obvious, and I just wanted to take it another direction. And it's like a razor blade. A razor blade is not very complex. It's less complex than a shaving machine, So you can actually use it for more purposes.
Yeah, but there's a different. A razor blade isn't part of a shaving machine. Do you mean like the flower is as wondrous?
Mark, I don't want to go down equivocation. I really don't. Balthasar does struggle with English, and we have to try and understand.
Sorry. I was trying to simplify actually, and saying, is he saying that the flower is, or the ingredient is as wondrous as the finished product?
No, I said the pure fact that we got when we take the pure fact that we got a mathematic.
Yeah.
That is to me the wondrous part, and I said also the same with
Okay, stop there. You said the point as well as I've ever heard it so far. So we're saying I disagree because it's on the basis that it's what we get from mathematics, which is more wondrous than the actual mathematics. The fact that we can model journeys to the moon and then execute them, the fact that we can use mathematics in a specific way, that's more wondrous than the actual mathematics itself.
That's another thing. But
again, because trips to the moon are emergent properties.
If you first invented mathematics, you can do everything.
Trips to the moon. Trips to the moon are emergent properties. Trips to the moon are emergent properties from mathematics.
Yes, of course, but with mathematics, we wouldn't have a trip to the moon, and that's why I used also the example invention of the wheel.
Oh God, don't, because by my very analogy of the moon, you can simply see that a car with 4 wheels is more complex than a single wheel.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, but it's not more.
Specified complexity is what is important. That's why they use it as a term to describe this particular function and feature. Because you can't have specified complexity from, from one thing. There has to be things interacting in order to get this specified complexity. And what we're saying is that beyond a certain level of interaction, you no longer just get simple connections. You get complex connections. And those complex connections are the emergent properties. And this happens within numbers and number theory as well. I think there is a good analogy in numbers, like you're saying.
No, then I'm not understood. I'm totally fine with that. But Simon,
I don't think I really understood you said.
I was not talking about theology. It has nothing, but we can take it on a theological level if you want to.
I wasn't going theological, no. I was just going mathematical.
Okay. No, not you, but if you want to, we can take it on a theological level.
No, we'll keep it on a mathematical level. It's best. Specify complexity is about information. And obviously, information is best portrayed with mathematics.
So now I'm making the gravy for the chicken.
Is that?
But when we
oh no, soup, isn't it?
Sorry. When we talk about when we
Hermine, how do I pronounce your name? I'm so sorry. I hate because people pronounce mine wrong all the time, and it annoys me.
Mine's Ermine.
Ermine. That's beautiful. I do like that.
As in AIR-MEAN.
Oh, or
No, it's air. AIR.
Her. HERR. Me.
No, it's pronounced AIR-MEAN.
Yes, sorry, Mark. I was trying to be funny. That's what
I see. Sorry.
Detecting humour there. You know, sarcasm. I'm spending too much time around Americans, Mark. That's your problem.
No, I was going to say air mean as in sort of like some sort of sneaker.
I've got it in my head now. Air mean. Okay. But then that takes away the beauty of it because it looks beautiful as well. Anyway, let me ask the question, please. Now I've completely forgotten what the question was. For Christ's sake. Oh, sorry. Pardon me. Blaspheming. No, can't.
Excellent. So, Mark, you're going to have to get an American accent now. You realise this? I want to hear your broad American accent.
Thanks to Ermine, I now have 4 slices of cheese on toast with mustard.
Oh,
we don't. You know, you do like you do your cheese grilled cheese sandwich in the States. We don't do it like that. We just put cheese on top and stick it under the grill.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we like to add all the butter and all the margarine, anything that will kill you.
My ex-husband is a New Yorker, and when we moved back to the UK, we went into the first morning we arrived. We went into the cafe, and he said, "I want a grilled cheese sandwich," and they just plonked a slice of bread with some cheese on top. They'd melted under the grill. He wasn't impressed.
Yeah, I bet. That's funny. That's really funny.
Anyway, sorry. I'm sorry I keep going off topic, but I'm fascinated. I'm watching. It's fascinating watching.
I'm cooking for about 30 tonight. So.
I was going to say, who are you cooking for? Because you're cooking an awful lot of food.
30 teenagers. It's my daughter's 18th birthday was last week, so we're having the party this weekend.
Oh, wow.
And,
So you've got 30 teenagers in your house later on?
Good grief.
God help me, yes.
We'll need more than God.
I presume there's an alcohol ban.
You know what? My whole thing is, I just better not know about it, and nobody's gonna leave.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So I don't want to. If you guys are gonna do something stupid, do it before you're 18. And so, Ariana already turned 18, but she decides to do something stupid.
Well, in the UK, you can drink from when you're 18. You see.
Right. Well, I let her drink wine. Especially when we travel to Europe.
Well, I was about to say, in the UK, the kids, what is it, Mark? Kids are allowed to drink wine from, I think it's from 12 or 15 or something, aren't they? If they're with an adult?
As long as it's in a restaurant.
Yeah, in a
7.
restaurant.
And with a meal.
Did you say 7?
Yeah, in France, 7.
Oh, right, okay, yeah. Well, in France, they just, it's like a glass of water to them, isn't it, really?
Right.
Yeah, well, obviously they don't drink fortified wine at that age.
But I was just watching the news, and apparently our binge drinking is going down, and more and more people are giving up drinking in the UK. I was quite impressed with that.
That is pretty good.
Yeah, well, we do have a bit of a reputation for it. Let's be honest.
It's down from 29% to 18%.
And
us college kids here in the States, we can put some drinks down.
And you know why? I'm gonna blame God. I'm afraid.
Why?
What for binge drinking?
Oh, I see. All right. Well, hardly anybody's smoking sort of like less and less in the UK now.
I did get a taste for alcohol from taking communion first. Because
Did
it was
you?
such a small amount. Because it was such a small amount, I used to really love it.
Well, it's quite a sweet wine, isn't it?
Well, I used to be one of those altar boys, and I used to have to get the wine together at the beginning.
Yeah,
so,
okay.
And what they do is they have a special, well, at Church of England they have a special type of wine they buy, and it's quite strong, so you have to water it down for the congregation.
Did you see today that they've
After a while, I just never bothered putting the water in. I used to take a couple of. I was only 13. I used to take a couple of swigs out of the bottle as I was doing it, just like.
Oh my!
Sunday morning swig.
Did you see that the Church of England have done two things today? The first one is they've taken the devil out of the baptism, whatever it is, service.
Church of
They had it.
England.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, no, not completely, because I saw it in the Daily Mail.
Oh, okay. Right.
Oh, but hang on a
Yeah.
second. The Daily Mail is a pro-Christian publication, so.
Yeah, the Daily Mail would have said it's because of the gays or something, though.
Yeah.
But what's the other thing? Carry on talking. I'll go and find that.
They would have said it. They would have said probably that the devil has been forcibly removed from the ceremony by immigrant gays.
Yeah. With the threat of Nazis behind them.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Something quite interesting, which I never knew was the case. I mean, this is how much you don't know about your own country's religion. Apparently, they didn't bury suicides properly, and they've put forward a motion that they must have the same burials as everybody else.
Right. Yeah. You couldn't be buried in a church ground if you
That's
committed
right.
suicide.
Yeah.
Suicide, yeah.
And that's apparently still stands.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, they used to bury you in different directions and shit.
I mean, but they'll more than happily bury child abusers, murderers, all this, but they wouldn't. Suicides were the only ones they wouldn't bury.
Well, I'm sure it's quite specific in the old Bible that suicide is a quick way to hell.
But why?
Why? Because otherwise everybody would be committing suicide to get to heaven.
Oh, that's quite right. I'm going to say something that's probably going to annoy a couple of you, but that's quite convenient, isn't it?
Yeah, of course.
Let's
Have
make
you
sure that
noticed
people.
how convenient
Let's
this book is?
Yeah. Let's make sure the serfs don't go around killing themselves to get to heaven, because back in the day, that's what would have happened, isn't it? Everybody
Well, exactly.
You don't go to heaven when you die.
If you were a slave and you were almost being worked to death, and you were just about hanging on, surviving, didn't have decent food, and every day was a drudgery. Obviously, your easy way out would be to kill yourself, but that wasn't allowed. So you were told that you couldn't even have that way out. You couldn't even get out by killing yourself. So you had to continue in the drudgery of life that you were in.
Do you know, I never thought about it. I just presumed it was because the only person that could take a life was God.
Yeah, otherwise you'd have the poor old slave master or the poor old master with no slaves. They'd have all topped themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Well, think about that. I mean, if you think about the nature of the God that sets that law, then
Well, the other thing is fascinating that we don't really talk about is how manipulative and clever the people were that wrote the Bible.
Oh yeah.
Far better at it than the politicians we have today.
Well, I mean, the Bible's a compilation of texts, isn't it? It's not
more so the people that edited it, I feel.
Yeah, and then interpreted it.
Yes,
they're the real manipulative ones, and most of those are through like the Middle Ages. Like,
I know religion isn't all about control.
And even Paul.
You can imagine the priests at the time that the first, as I say, religion started when the first con man met the first fool. Well, it was sort of like, the priest would have said, well, tell you what, we've got this religion and this is what happens and here's your rewards and here's this and here's that. It's competing, isn't it? Kids control people.
Well, if you go down that road, of course, when Christianity started, it was cheaper to be saved by Jesus because he didn't require you to buy a chalice, a bull, and any kind of sacrifice, or make any donations to the church itself when you first became a member. whereas all of the other Mysterian religions had some kind of financial penalty for joining.
I didn't know that. It's fascinating, isn't it?
So you devise a religion that's cheaper and got more rewards and
it's more truthful. It's the right way to go. Yeah.
they still haven't worked out that they want you to worship that god in the coldest buildings around.
Thanks, Emmy. Pleasure to hear your voice.
I just listen a lot. I'm always multitasking. I enjoy it though. Really.
That's what Eddie Izzard said, wasn't it? Come and worship me in the coldest buildings you can find, and mumble a lot.
But isn't that something, John? Who's John? Mark. Isn't that something to do with the sort of Middle Ages onwards about suffering and what was it? What were they called? The people that not pilgrims. What were they called? The people that specifically went through hell every day. They didn't eat or they didn't drink, and they.
Well, the monks and all that lot.
What did you say, Simon?
Aestheticists.
The what?
I think they're called aesthetics. Yeah.
No, it was a group of people and the word begins with P that were
Puritans.
That's it, Puritans. These are the ones I'm talking about. And I think that the whole cold buildings and austerity and all that sort of thing, doesn't that come from that?
No.
Okay. Well, there you go.
But no, it does. I mean, there are
hundreds of years earlier, if not 1,000.
Well, yeah.
The French monks were famous for retiring to very difficult conditions in order to contemplate their mortality and their closeness to Jesus.
Yeah, well, Jesus never had central heating, did he?
But that's how religion works. But that's how religion works, though. It's the more you suffer, the more you feel closer to God, right?
Well, it's about renouncing the physical world, so yeah.
It's only down one path. You can also have other paths to Jesus. I mean, that's just one interpretation. It's a very common one from the medieval age, of course.
Well, this is how why Hitchens detested Mother Teresa so much, and also exposed her. She wasn't interested in relieving the suffering. She was interested in perpetuating the suffering.
Did you hear what the Pope said today?
Praise Allah.
Weirdly, I didn't.
Praise Allah. Yeah, funny you should say that. No, he's apparently, and as I'm one of these people, apparently not having children is incredibly selfish.
Well, they would say that because if you have children, you perpetuate the state of reality. Thus, continue.
Exactly. Well, my attitude was that he wants to make sure that there's more kids to indoctrinate.
Surely he only means it's evil if you're a Catholic.
So says a celibate virgin that wears a dress.
Exactly.
I find it really kind of unsettling that the church that is famous for abusing kids wants all of its followers to have more kids.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this is. I mean, I got into a bit of an argument with the Facebook trolls who say that women who don't have children are extremely selfish and don't know what they're missing, have no life because they don't. Children are everything, and it really annoys me because the reason I didn't have children, it isn't because I'm selfish. It's because I'm completely the opposite. I had two very dysfunctional parents who didn't teach me anything about love or empathy. Everything that I am, I've self-taught. And I don't think that I'm capable of having a child and giving that child a healthy upbringing. I mean, I'm too old now, but ever since I can remember, I was terrified that I'd be like my mother or my father. So I chose not to have children in case I repeated history. And that's the truth.
It's perfectly rational.
I mean, can you imagine if more people did that? If more people thought like I did? There would be so less. I mean, we've got thousands.
Well,
and thousands
I think the point is, Annabelle. That's an individual choice, and what I would argue for is that no woman should be smeared, with discrimination because she chooses that, or because she chooses to have 20 children or 3 children.
I completely agree. I don't care if you have children. I do have a small issue, and it's not a big deal. It's just my personal opinion, so it doesn't matter. With people that have lots and lots of children, just based on the fact that I just worry that they don't. There's always going to be that one or two children. If you've got like 8 or 9 kids, you're spreading yourself really thinly, aren't you?
Well, it's their choice, isn't it? It's
Yeah,
their choice. Some women can do that.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know any of those women.
Most of them can't walk straight anymore.
Walk.
Even walk. Yeah.
I mean, a lot of the comments on this particular thread were all about how we're sick of your unruly children running around causing mayhem. And I just don't think that's a fair comment either.
There's a woman that lives near me. She's got 9 children.
It can be a fair comment. I mean,
saw her
let's
in the
face
shop
it.
the other day. She looks like John Wayne with arthritis.
8 of them are in the basement. This is really why I'm cooking so much. Shut up.
See, now I have dogs instead of children because they do shut up eventually. If you beat them.
They taste a bit better.
Oh, somewhere Jackie's just fainted.
Yeah, Buster would rip my hand off if I even came close to him with a hand.
He likes hands, does Buster.
Yeah, and feet.
Especially if you put them near a bag.
But I must admit that over the last couple of years, maybe a bit longer, I have wondered whether it was not that I made a mistake, or perhaps I don't know. I love babies. I love babies. They're so cute and adorable, and I love watching one born every minute. And I get really sort of like emotional. But as soon as they start talking, that's when I start to lose interest.
Oh.
No, seriously, I can't be doing the back chat. I mean, I've got some friends with some very precocious children, and my hackles go up. I can't be in the same room as them, and that's wrong. There's something wrong with me in that respect. Can't hate children just because they're precocious. That's their parents' fault, not them. But I do.
Them as well. I mean, I like children, but I couldn't eat more than one a day.
Did you say you couldn't eat more than one a day?
Yeah, he's a typical atheist. I mean, dude, you have to use more sauce. Okay, that's the trick.
Thank you, Art. I knew I was going wrong somewhere.
Well, that's what they say about a dog. A dog is not just for Christmas. With luck, there's usually some left over for sandwiches and
You know what's weird? I'm actually more uncomfortable about the talk of eating dogs than babies.
Yeah, that is weird.
I don't know if I got desensitized by the whole trope of atheists eating babies that I kind of whatever. Dogs, I mean, come on.
Well, I get far more upset when I see animal cruelty. When I know this, and in some respects this is wrong again, but I do get far more emotionally upset with animal cruelty than I do with child cruelty, which I don't understand why. I just do. I can't.
And you have empathy for animals, not for children, Annabelle.
Well, this is the thing. That's the truth, and I don't. It's not because I do.
That's all right. Nobody's criticising it. Nobody should be able to criticise.
We're glad the world does not have
do you know what I think it is? I think it's because I was very badly treated as a child, and I've become immune to. I'm like, you don't know what it. That sort of kind of like that Monty Python sketch. You don't know how good you had it.
Yeah.
I hate when parents say that.
But I know, but that's what I'm saying. When I see a child sniveling and crying, I mean, I don't feel as a person who was abused herself, should feel so much empathy and so much understanding. But I don't. I'm much more upset. I actually get really, emotional when I see a dog being beaten or a dog being, dumped or stuff like that. Whereas if I see a situation where a child has been beaten, it washes over me. I don't know why.
Parents say some stupid things. I mean, like, do you want a slap? Well, yeah, yes, please. Of course I do. Or I'll give you something to cry for in a moment. Or what's the other one? You'll be laughing on the other side of your face in a minute.
I think we have. I don't think we have so much empathy for children in some respects because we realise we can't demonstrate that empathy in public because it's the parents' job to do that, not ours. So in some way we have to distance ourselves from other people's children in order not to become emotionally involved in the parents' decisions about how that children is raised. So
And
I think it's easier then to have empathy for animals where we are in control of it.
Well, I think that's become more to the fore in a lot of ways because of people's terror of child molestation. I mean, when I was young, you know, if a young kid had fallen over in the street and you go over and pick the child up, and the mother or father come running over and say, "Don't touch my," you know, and people look at you strange if you try and say to a kid, "Are you all right? Have you lost your mum or dad, or you've fallen over?" It's just yeah, exactly. That's how you get looked at, as if.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm kind of afraid of that too, actually.
Yeah, you know, you can't have a grown man. If you say, for argument's sake, a 7-year-old girl fell over in the street, and a stranger, adult male goes over and picks her up and, you know, rubs her knee, brushes the grit off her knee, and says, "Oh, are you okay?" and puts an arm around her or something. Oh, you can't do that anymore.
On the other side of the coin, though, Mark, you know, when I was a kid, it was more than obvious that my dad and my mum were really not very good parents, yet nothing was done about it at all. Nothing. Nada. Zilch. People didn't want to get involved. So
no one minds if you go and pet their dog or their cat or something, do they?
No, but what I'm saying is that
You get accused of bestiality.
I think that people accepted, you know, let's not forget we were sending kids up chimneys 60, 70 years ago.
If only. My son would be out earning his keep.
Well, quite. You would not. You're such a liar.
I'd have him in the workhouse and then up the chimneys.
I mean, it was terrible the way children were treated 100 years ago. Terrible.
Yeah, well, you only got to look at Oliver.
They were just considered small adults. That's basically up until about when they were about 6 or 7, they became useful, didn't they? They could do stuff.
Yeah.
Whereas now, we still don't expect them to do anything until they're about 26.
That's pretty accurate.
I mean, if you say to me, "Oh, my daughter's still at home at 26," I mean, I left home for, you know, obvious reasons. I was in care anyway, but I didn't really live at home from when I was 9 years old. So when I hear about people's children still at home at 30, and I just think, are you nuts? I just don't get it.
Yeah, well, there's a bit of parental pressure as well. I mean, when my son leaves home, I'll be gutted.
Gutted? What do you mean by that?
Well, I'll be on my own. Well, you're used to having your child with you all the years, and you know, of course, I'll let him go, but you know, I'm not looking forward to that day when he leaves home. Plus, a lot of financial pressures on kids these days. They can't afford to leave home, can they?
Right. How old's your son? Do you have a while?
Yeah, spot on, Mark.
Sorry?
How old is your
Spot
son?
on,
Do
Mark.
you have a while?
My son's 12.
Oh, that's such a great age. Oh.
What? Home at 12? Kick that bastard out. Give him the work, dude.
How many hours a week does he do, Mark?
I don't want him working for someone else. He's got enough to do here.
Is it less than 100?
Just about, yeah.
But you do make him do chores, Mark?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I always did chores.
He has to do Mark's job as well.
I'll tell you what else I found. This will be. I didn't know this either about the. It wasn't so much the church, I don't think, more the government. But all the children that were born out of wedlock, it might have been the Catholic Church, I don't know. A lot of children born out of wedlock in the 20s and 30s and 40s were sent to Canada and Australia. My grandmother. Well, two things that happened. Obviously, it runs in the family. My grandmother, her mother was sent to an asylum for postnatal depression after she had there was 3 girls, so whoever the youngest was never came out. So she was, what's the word? When they put someone in...
Abused, I think.
No, not abused. When they put someone in an asylum for life, that's it. Incarcerated or...
Institutionalized, isn't it?
Yeah, something like that. So my grandmother was brought up by her grandfather, who struggled with the situation, and they ended up having no money. And my grandmother stole a loaf of bread when she was 15. I mean, this would have been in 1917. and she went to prison for a year. And when she came out of prison, she got involved with somebody out of wedlock and got pregnant and had a boy, Lawrence his name was, and he was sent to Canada.
There's still places like that in the UK now. There's 2 homes in Southampton for unmarried mothers that are run by Catholic nuns.
Really?
Yep.
Are they still called homes for unmarried mothers, though?
Something knocks. I think one of them is not some sort of phrase like that, but it is Saint something or other, and it is a Catholic home for unmarried mothers, usually teenage girls. Their parents, out of embarrassment, their parents send them there until they've had the baby, and then they decide what to do with the baby, whether it's going to be kept. And
I was very thankful. I stayed at a place similar like that because my parents kicked me out when I got pregnant, and it allowed me to get my shit together, keep my kid, raise her, all sorts of things.
I think
it's very thankful.
I think it's much different these days. I think back in the 20s, 30s, 40s, and even up to the 60s, if you got pregnant out of wedlock and you went to one of these homes, they took the baby off you.
even that word says it all, doesn't it? Wedlock.
Yes.
Does it sound like a padlock?
But you know, my mother never married my dad. Well, she did eventually.
Well, wedlock should sound like a lock because you shouldn't ever be able. You shouldn't be able to get out of it the way we can today, willy-nilly.
Oh, so it's perfectly acceptable for men to beat the crap out of their wives for years and years and years, but she shouldn't be able to leave.
That's the basic rednecker view, I think, yeah.
It's a ridiculous
No,
thing to say.
it comes from the misunderstanding as to what marriage actually is and what it means. Most people have sort of understood marriage to be some sort of ceremony.
If something like that's going on, the woman can leave until the man gets the help he needs. But that's not grounds for divorce.
What if he won't accept the help?
That's not grounds for divorce, are you kidding?
You took on that risk when you married the man.
What happens to the kids? What happens to the kids? Does she take the kids or does he take the kids?
Well, hang on a second. Did you say that's the risk the woman takes when she marries the man?
That is exactly right. That's the risk the woman and the man take. I mean, what happens if the woman ends up being some kind of promiscuous woman? Do you divorce her? Well, you've got the right to, but you don't have to.
Well, I mean, promiscuity is a bit different to extreme violence.
Are you a parody?
You're
You
suggesting
cannot possibly mean what you're saying. It's absolutely ridiculous.
So the man can beat the crap out of a woman and she leaves him, and then once he's got some anger management, she should go back to him.
Marriage is not what people think it is. It's
And
the
can I
biggest,
also point
one
out
of the
something
biggest
that you seem to be missing is that what about the absolute horrific experience the children have to go to watching their father beat the crap out of their mother? Please explain how that works.
Well, you have sort of straw man in there with that.
Well, it's quite simple. I mean, it's her fault. She should have brought the sandwich from the kitchen. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
That was horrible. I'm sorry.
That's all right. I don't mind. I can. You know what? My whole life has been a tragedy. However, I'm fine. I've got a great job. I've got my own business. I've had a great life. I've travelled the world. I mean, there's been ups and downs, but I don't blame my stupid parents. My father was a violent alcoholic, and he used to beat the crap out of my mother on a monthly basis. And this was before domestic violence was illegal. So the police would stand at the end of the drive, shouting at him to calm down. Meanwhile, my mother was lying on the ground, covered in blood, because my dad was drunk. And he had no control over his temper. It had nothing to do with my mother's promiscuity or her inability to be a good wife. She was a fabulous wife. It was because my dad was a thug.
There's a disconnect here, though, isn't there? I mean, he's coming at this from a completely different worldview and perspective, isn't he? So
I don't care where he's coming from. It's a ridiculous. It was a stupid worldview to have.
Right, but it depends, doesn't it? I mean, obviously, I agree. I agree with everything you're saying. It is daft, but I mean, from his worldview perspective, it's a different.
Well, if that's your worldview, that you think women should stay with violent, drunk alcoholics.
I didn't say that.
My mum did try and make it work, and my dad, he did go off to have. It wasn't anger management back then. They used to chuck them in the psychiatric ward, dry them out, and then send them back home. He did try and clean his act up on a couple of occasions, and my mum did support him through it over and over again. Yet he couldn't do it. He's used his fists every time. And your Christian's worldview is that women should tolerate that.
That's not my word. I didn't state that
No,
at all.
not
Did I?
yours. Sorry, I meant. Wasn't it Christian Hillbilly that said that?
It was. Well, his view was the wife should leave the husband until such time as the husband sorts himself out. Then she should.
But all of this built.
She should go back to him, but not divorce him anyway.
Sorry for interrupting, Mark.
That's right.
Yeah, that's a better way of putting it, Mark. Yeah.
But the fact that she'd have to go back to a husband that had been violent to her.
Still got to get hit the first time every time, isn't she? In order to find out that he hasn't changed.
And I mean, all of this is built on.
So you got to work at that marriage. That marriage is a two-way street. You got to work at it.
What if your husband is a
violent? Take those.
You're saying deliberately inflammatory things. If a man beats the shit out of a woman once a day for a year, and then she leaves him, and he says it's okay now, I'm changed, she should go back to him?
Well, if she waited a year, there's a problem there.
Sorry?
I said if she waited a year, there is a problem there.
How long should she wait?
How
long should she wait? What, a day? How much should she be abused before she leaves?
Go to the church. She should go to her church friends and say, "This is what's going on." Take the preacher back there.
How many blows? How many blows should she take before she goes to the church?
Then that is abandonment.
Yeah, but how many blows should she take before she goes to the church?
All the police.
Oh, go away. Let somebody else that's more adult talk.
Oh,
if you're saying that people shouldn't divorce because of domestic violence, I think you're wrong.
Yeah. He's saying the woman should go to the church rather than the police. That'll be helpful, wouldn't he?
I know it's
because his worldview is based on.
Hey, go to the police. But if you want to get the help, then you go to the church.
Oh,
the church will help. Now, you want to get it stopped, you go to the police.
Yeah,
his worldview is based on completely different paradigms. Like there's a massive disconnect here.
You know, it's men like him. I bet you probably have punched your wife a few times because you think it's perfectly acceptable.
Oh, wait a minute, that's not fair.
Your microphone's awful low, I can't hear you.
That's not fair.
Well, I'm sorry, the things that he is saying is appalling.
Right, but I've just, I mean, you have to understand his...
They're disagreeable.
No, I'm sorry.
Appalling? You want to hear appalling?
I've watched my mother get beaten. I've watched my dad beat the crap out of my mother, and I'm telling you now.
No man should beat a woman. I don't care who it is. No woman should beat a man. I don't care who it is. Because we are called as husbands to love our wives the way Christ loved the church, sacrificially. And wives are called to obey and submit to their husbands. I own my wife, and as such, I am responsible for her.
You own her? Did you say?
Oh, dear.
Of her.
Did you say you own your wife?
Yes, I did.
Oh, my goodness.
It's a poor choice of words fused with a massive disconnect going on here.
See past the words. See past the words.
Well, yeah, maybe we can try, guys. Maybe we can try and clarify here.
He knows what
Christian Hillbilly. Does your wife also own you, for example?
Yes.
Right. Well, that's kind of understandable.
That's kind of meaningless, then, isn't it?
No, it's not meaningless at all. It's not meaningless at all because I own my wife and she owns me. We together are
How
a single.
horrific.
I am the head of the household. I have to be the one that makes the ultimate decisions.
Why?
When it comes down to something and we can't agree, I am the one that has to make the final call. I'm the head of the house. And dang it, I better make the right call.
So it's not equal. It's not an equal. Hang on a second, Annabelle. It's not an equal ownership then, Annabelle. It's not an equal ownership then, is it? If you make the decisions and she owns you, you own her, and you make the decisions, it's more like you own her.
We're both equals, but we have individual jobs to perform. The man is called to be the head of the house. The man is called to be the spiritual leader. The man is called to be the protector, the provider of the home. The woman is called to be the nurturer, the mother, the one who brings the children up.
I do all that.
That is the way God designed it.
Well, I do all of that on my own. So now what have you got to say?
So what happens when the
I say I pity your children. That's what I got to say.
Oh, no.
Fuck you, you fat piece of shit. You wouldn't dare say that to my face.
Exactly. He's a
You
coward.
wouldn't.
Yes, I would.
Yeah,
You wouldn't stand it very long. I'll tell you that now.
Well,
You're
what
on your
did he say?
back.
Someone
I
wanker.
pity your children. I
Fuck
pity
you.
any children
Well, because I'm
that do
single.
not have their biological parents in their lives. I
You're a
pity
coward.
any children that
Piece
don't
of shit.
have that.
You're a
You said that in my
stinking
face,
little
you wouldn't be
coward.
standing up very long, I tell you now.
Can someone please expand on what he just said? I couldn't
Mark,
hear
he
it.
says
I
to
said
Stephen
because
he's
I'm
a
a single
coward.
parent, he pities my children, the piece of fucking shit.
Not
Yeah,
to
you,
mention that he
you
thinks
can't
that-
say that.
I said I pity your children because I
Well, I
pity.
dare say, Christian, as long as you say that you own the bruises on your wife's face. Yeah, as long as you say you own the bruises on your wife's face, then I think everything's okay with that.
He's just a snivelling little coward. That's all he is. He's hiding behind his computer screen. He wouldn't dare say any of this in real life. Stand in this room for any of this.
Ma'am, I say this to people everywhere because I'm
No,
a
you
preacher. If
Yeah.
you want to know
You
more
wouldn't
about
say-
me,
you wouldn't
like
say-
I have my phone number. It's on my website.
Hillbilly. Hillbilly.
Yeah.
Feel free to
Hillbilly.
visit.
From behind the
Hillbilly.
screen. From
You'd say it
behind the
once to
screen.
me, son, and then you'd be on your back.
Yeah. You're a nasty bit of work.
Once
You say,
again,
call yourself a
I say
Christian.
it
No
to
wonder.
people
No
all
wonder
the
Christianity.
time.
I don't care. You'd only say it once to me. That's what I'm telling you.
Everywhere. And you know what? I've been threatened by worse than you, so I ain't worried about a darn thing.
Because you're hiding.
The fact is, if you want to know more about me, visit my website.
You're a little. Who cares about your website? It's still behind the screen.
Oh, it's got my phone number on
You know nothing.
Stop on by for tea, you can do so.
You know nothing about me as a parent. You know nothing about my children. You've got a bigoted, hideous, inhuman
Sir,
view.
I know all about children. I've raised 7 of them.
You know nothing.
So what?
Children need to have their biological parents in their
That's
lives.
not always possible, is it? That's not always possible. That's not
committed to those.
What if one parent dies, you idiot?
Exactly, it's like Mark saying it's not always possible, is it?
I pity that in children too. Wouldn't you pity that child that lost a parent? I sure would.
You
scum.
I sounded more ignorant all the time.
And
Yeah,
this,
you
everybody,
just-
ladies and
Well, you
gentlemen,
are.
this is why Christianity is dying out, because of people like him.
Oh, Christianity's not dying out, ma'am.
Oh, yes, it is.
Oh, it is. Oh,
Filtered.
absolutely. If you
It's actually being filtered. There's all kinds of people who claim to be Christian, like this woman Sarah that was in
You're
here
no
earlier. She
Christian.
claimed to be a Christian,
You're no Christian.
and yet she didn't even know anything about Christianity.
You're no Christian. You're
There's another guy called Tommy, Tom, and he doesn't even know what Christianity is about. Oh yeah,
You're a liar.
Christianity's not dying out. It's simply being filtered, and the real Christians are going to be the ones that are
That's
left.
of you. You're a nasty, vile, bigoted,
You know what? That ain't up for
man.
you to even make that call, ma'am. I'm simply speaking the truth, and the truth
You're a
hurts.
nasty, vile,
The truth hurts
bigoted
because
old man.
when you put salt in the wound to get out the bacteria, it burns. Guess what? It burns, and that's what the truth does. The truth
You're
burns.
a nasty, bigoted old man who hates life and takes it out on everyone else around.
Oh, I love life. I love life. I'm having a grand old time.
So what are you doing on here, being a vile, bigoted old man?
I'm not being a vile, bigoted old man. I'm sitting there in Miss Nadia's room. I come here to talk to Nadia all the time. You can ask her. I'm a regular.
You have said some
There's enough-
terrible, disgusting, vile things this evening, and the fact that you don't even
No,
know.
I say the same thing all the time. Ask Nadia. Ask Nadia. I say the same thing.
To ask Nadia.
I need to talk to her about her situation. I talked to Nadia about the fact that Nadia has deformed the body that God gave her, and yet Nadia can still repent and be saved.
This is what I mean. This is the sort of.
It's
vile,
funny.
bigoted
It's actually funny you
Christian-
should say that. It's actually funny you should say that because I mean I personally believe Nadia's fate, if you will, coming from your worldview. I mean, she's more likely to get into the heaven realm than you are. I mean,
He's just a vile creature. It's exactly why Christianity is dying out, because of.
Oh, Christianity's not dying, man.
But it is.
You're right.
I'll be back. I'll be
But
back
it
in a
is.
second.
The
Boy,
most,
it is in this country.
the safest, most secure, happiest countries on the planet are losing their religion. The most dangerous, the most uneducated countries are the most religious. Doesn't that tell you something?
did you try to say something, Simon? You were
Hey Mark, I guess you can kick Wolf, but we should ask him first. Maybe he's there. I'm pretty sure he would be willing to leave himself.
Yeah, that's why I said I typed there, asked him if he was around. So.
Simon, did you
Let's
say
give
something?
him-
That I heard you
Let's give him 5 minutes. If he
Okay.
doesn't answer, yeah, I think it's fair game to kick him.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you, Art. The voice of reason, always.
I know I have my moments. I mean, I'm mostly asshole.
You see, apparently, Art, in some of the comments, I think Michael Lamb was complaining that I think it's just me, but maybe you and I have taken over Nadia's Hangouts.
Really?
Apparently.
I've been quiet for.
I think what she doesn't realise is I think she probably wants to come into these Hangouts, but Michael Lamb hasn't worked out that she's blocked us or me, so she can't come in.
Right.
Well, I
Can
know
have a
she
go-
blocked you. Yeah.
Mark, I want to have a go at you if I can.
Go on.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
It's all right. You know, I don't mean it personally to start with. Okay.
Go on.
Yeah, you do when you are getting into full flow.
Yes.
I love the dryness. I love it because it's irony and it's very British and I love it, right? But I understand when people misinterpret that. I can hear it in your voice.
What, misinterpret what?
The irony and the dryness.
Oh, I see. Oh, yeah.
Humor.
I like humour
I
more
want to point
than
that out
sarcasm.
to you because you had an argument with someone the other day, and although I disagree with them, and I virtually always agree with you, I do understand when they say it comes across in an antagonistic way.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's really the dryness and the humour. That's what
Yeah,
I
but
see it
Mark-
as, being
Mark knows
British
that-
and understanding the culture. You know, I can kind of go, well, he's saying that to be ironic. He's not saying it to be inflammatory.
Exactly. A lot of my stuff comes from satire and sarcasm.
And you've got to understand that that doesn't always get understood, especially by
Oh, yeah.
someone who's having an opposing view.
Yes, indeed. Yes.
But Mark, if you're honest, you do that purposely. Let's be honest.
No, not well. Sometimes I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes I
when
do,
it's
but
full
not.
flow, it just comes out naturally. When it's full flow, it comes out naturally. It really does. You can hardly distinguish between your points and your irony.
I mean, I should have been a calmer with Hillbilly.
They are almost the same thing.
I should have been a bit calmer with Hillbilly there, but it's just about,
I'm sorry, I can't.
very
be doing
defensive of my kids. No, people that say that they pity my children because, because I'm a father and a mother to them. It's ridiculous.
It's
Not
definitely
only that, I mean, I'm
Mark,
sorry, but
was it a real dig?
sorry,
Was
telling
it's
telling
definitely a
somebody
dig,
that they
Mark.
should stay married to a man that's beating
Yeah,
the crap out of them.
whatever.
I'm sorry, that's just wrong.
Yeah, of course it's wrong. But what the point is, although it's a dig, is it a really serious dig that you need to get emotionally involved with?
No, probably not. No, but it's it's easy. It's also easy. I see where Simon's saying it's easy to forget that Hillbilly's coming from a very bigoted, old-fashioned, outdated point of view.
Well,
Does that mean we have to stand back and let
Annabelle,
him
Annabelle, hang on, Annabelle.
Oh no.
He's using the opposite of irony in some respects against your
No,
tactic.
he's just a bigot. That's all he is. He's just he's just a horrible man. Horrible man.
Okay, we can
But it's
justify it as he's a wanker. All right, that's fine. That's not what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to say something different.
Okay,
Okay,
fair
so I
enough.
don't want to go round the well, he's saying stuff which is just stupid.
I know,
well,
but
okay,
it's just.
but
Can I
that's
just
not
say this?
the
I mean,
point.
I'm going to let you finish, but let me just explain why I get so upset, because he's never ever going to understand as a woman or as a child what it's like to be at the end of the abuse that he thinks that I should have accepted or that my mother should have accepted. So he's got no right whatsoever to comment.
But
Anyway, and that's all I'm going to say.
He's making conflammatory statements which are designed to get to that point in you.
Yeah,
And if you just jump on it, if you just jump on it and go, oh my God, that means his worldview is X, Y, X, Y, Z. Those are assumptions of your world, of his worldview that you're making. And if you can't see that that is just leading you to be inflammatory and emotional, where you should be being reasonable.
In other words, to put it in 3 English words, he's winding me up.
Exactly.
Go
But
is.
he's making you assume his worldview, and then
Oh, I
when
know
you
he's winding me
assume
up,
his
but
worldview, he will tell you you're wrong.
but still, I know we should all be this and be that, but fuck him anyway, because he.
Yeah.
Right,
Okay.
can I just say,
not
I'm
behind
expected
you,
to
Mark.
shut up so that this bigoted old fool can rage and rant and tell me that my mother deserved it, more or less.
Once again,
He's not saying that though, is he? He's coming at it from
you're
completely different.
personalising it to the point where you are now assuming his worldviews, and he's made you do this deliberately. So when you do challenge him, he can say you're wrong.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, Simon. Basically. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think anybody with a modicum of intelligence can see what he is. And the fact that I overreacted
They
to
can,
it is
which is
purely
why we
based...
don't need to justify it.
Can I finish? The fact that I overreacted to it is purely based on the fact that it's such a personal thing for me. It's not just a subject that I've looked into or I've read about. It happened to me.
And that's why you should be mindful of it.
And I think on that basis, he's listened to you recounting and me recounting personal stories, and then chosen his moment to say exactly the thing he knew that would push.
That just makes him. But that just underlines my opinion of him. Then that he's a vile, nasty piece of work.
Exactly. So there's no point in engaging, and what you're doing is engaging and giving him the rope to be able to make you engage.
But I guess
I know
the
that's
way
really
to
difficult.
look at it is that I'm an emotion. I mean, we're all different, aren't we? We all deal with things differently. And if we were all the same, and we all calmly accepted that the guy's a dickhead, don't let it get to you, don't rise to his bait, then life would be very boring.
No, it's not really boring, actually. It allows
it's
you to be much more manipulative with his words and put them
I'm
back
not
to him,
that
so
smart.
he gets wound up instead of you.
But I'm not that smart. I don't know how
Notice
to
he's
do
walked away.
Oh, he's listening. Oh, he's listening.
Of course he is, because, that's ego for you.
Yeah.
That's the difference between men and women, isn't
No,
it?
he's not. He's probably gone to make his wife a sandwich.
Has anybody noticed though that the more Christian you go, the more to the extreme, the more judgmental you become.
Yep. That's what I was trying to say, that he's the reason why Christians are leaving the ideology in droves.
I mean, even in like, should I say, village Church of England Christianity in England in the 20th century, it was just a massive nest of gossips and judgmental old women.
Yeah.
And social climbing.
Yeah.
I live opposite the Catholic Church, which is still quite a thriving church in comparison to Church of England. Every Sunday, they all pitch up, without fail, dressed to the nines. There's hundreds of them. The rest of the week, not a thing. It's as dead as a dodo in there.
I should think it's a while since Hillbilly's done any climbing by the look of him. Social or otherwise. Sorry, I couldn't help that.
I didn't get that at first, Mark.
I said it's been a while since he's done any climbing by the look of him, social or otherwise.
What's he making in that shed of his? Is he making the balls for ball
His
gags?
wife's coffin.
Crucifixes, probably.
Yeah, I see. It's either crucifixes or the balls from ball gags.
Jesus save signs.
Oh, finger the sign.
Oh.
Well, he says he's a preacher, and as the preacher
He's
got
a
a
preacher?
Yeah,
preaches to his own family, and that's it.
yeah. The preacher. The point was, we all know what's happened coming out in the news about pastors and that. They're worse than Catholic priests. So they need something to shut the kids up with.
Did anybody see that video of that preacher saying that he punched a kid to punch God into him?
Oh yeah.
I don't buy it myself. I just think
that turned out to be fake.
Yeah. Is that right, Commando? Was he just bullshitting?
Yeah, there's. I remember seeing someone who broke it down. Like they basically proved it to be fake. I'll try and find it if you want.
You can also, Wayne. You can also tell in the way he tells the story is that the story changes slightly as he's telling it.
Yeah, but then that's
really, I didn't pick up on that.
That's quite common in pastors.
Yeah, you can see
isn't it?
in his eyes as he's going, and I punched this kid, and he blinks like I didn't actually punch this kid, but that's what I felt like doing.
But what's
You know what I
worse,
mean?
telling
And I
you
shouted at this kid, and that's probably what happened. He probably just shouted at this kid, and this kid went, "Well, if you're going to shout at me, then I'm not even going to fucking respond, you dick."
Yeah,
you know?
there are tells when you're watching
Excuse
somebody
me.
making something up as they go along. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
But isn't it terrible that either way it's still pretty damn awful, isn't it? And he's either boasting about lying about pushing his kid and boasting about it, or if he did.
What it shows me is that his thought process was ahead of his reasoning. He said the first thing that came into his head, and then he started justifying it. And as he starts justifying it, he realizes, oh, there's a fucking tricky problem at the end of this. Like I've committed violence.
Are you a psychologist?
Desperately no.
No,
it's
just that you're very good at.
It's a bus driver.
I'm a busker.
I don't know. I have no idea. I just said
well,
that.
the thing is, Simon, it's what that bloke were doing is no different from the quote I'm going to give next. I don't know where I've paraphrased it from, but it's basically, you will believe if it kills you.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you cannot admit to a social, a cognitive dissonance. You cannot admit to it and then maintain that you're right about anything.
I'm terrible.
This is the problem, because there is inherently a cognitive dissonance in these beliefs. Yeah, any time you claim you're right, if you have to justify it to the nth degree, you will end up exposing your dissonance. Yeah, you will end up exposing that rift in your logic, or at least your worldview.
But don't we
And
all
that's
have cognitive
always
dissonance?
a problem.
Don't
Say
we
again?
all have it? Don't we all
Yeah,
have
we
it?
do, but
Yeah.
most times we don't mind exposing it.
No. Well,
Most
that's what I'm doing. I mean,
happy
kind of.
to go, I want
me.
Chelsea to win, but I like Liverpool, Do you know what I
Well,
mean? You
just
support
now,
both sides at once.
Just now, when I was yelling at Christian because I think he's an idiot. Well, okay, I think he's a lot worse than that, but I'm going to be polite now. Just now, when I was yelling at him, I knew what I was doing was wrong. I knew that I was allowing him to manipulate me, but I couldn't help myself. I couldn't stop myself. But it was only when you explained it to me eloquently and calmly that I was able to bring myself to realise that you were right and I was wrong.
Yeah, I mean, once you take the step back, everything becomes clear. But the key or the trick is remembering that you're going to take a step back at the end anyway.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you go, I'm going to have to take a step back anyway if I get wound up. So I may as well just take the step back now.
I would like to offer an alternative take on what Hillbilly said, and I don't want Annabelle to go on one of her famous fallouts with me when I say this. No, my buddy Mark. But when I did hear it, and I thought, ouch, Mark's bit there. When he said, I pity the children of single parents, that could be taken one of two ways.
Yeah, but first of all, he didn't mention single parents, to be fair, he just said, I pity your children.
Ah, well, that's a red rag to a bull.
It specifically made it Mark's children.
If he'd have said, I feel sorry for kids that have not got both parents in the home, then that would be a fair thing to say.
Yeah, and I agree with you.
Yeah.
Because if the kid has lost its parent through death or illness or even divorce to a certain degree, obviously the child is going to be affected by it. But it's better for a child to be with a single parent, a good, honest, decent single parent, than two parents with one of them a raving lunatic.
But then I'm gonna turn on Hillbilly by saying that just by being a smug, sanctimonious arse, as he said it, then all bets are off.
But it wasn't that actually, Wayne. It was more the whole point. He's very sexist and misogynistic in that he's in charge at home. She does as she's told. Therefore, even if I beat the crap out of her on a daily basis, she needs to work at it, and she needs to help me get over my problems. That sort of attitude.
That isn't what Christian Hillbilly was saying, and that's what he was trying to lead you to believe he was saying.
So what was he saying?
He was saying that in the marriage, he owns his wife as his wife owns him, and that both parties are supposed to work together for the benefit of the union. The man in the man's way and the woman in the woman's way.
Yeah, exactly. There's a bit of a disconnect of language there, isn't there? That's
And
not-
then he
There
said,
is a disconnect.
but then
and
he
I'm
said
not
at the end of
justifying it.
Then he said at the end of it, if they couldn't agree on anything equally, the decision was
Yeah,
It's
the
his,
man in the
ultimately
man's
his.
way and the woman in the woman's way. And he believes
And
the man's
I
way
asked
is,
him why
is
3
to have
times
the
and he
final.
ignored me. He wouldn't ask me why he was in charge and she wasn't.
Because it says so in the Bible.
Right, there you go. So, it's like, the Bible means jack shit to me, so please,
Exactly, and that's why he can do this, and
Yeah.
know that you will assume he means things that he can later deny, even if he does mean them at the time. He knows he can later deny them.
I was going to get to that.
That's why it's a trap. That's why it's a trap, and you can't just jump in with emotion and go,
Well,
I'm passionate because I believe in this subject because I have personal experience. I value your personal experience on this, and the choices you've made seem to be you justifying to yourself how these people can be bad to you, and I would fully accept that your rationalization is fully cognizant and honest. Okay, we can see his isn't. That's why because his position is inherently dishonest in some fundamental way that we believe, you will always fall into the trap if you jump down persecuting a single belief that he has, because he has a Bible which can give you 5 other beliefs which are contradictory to that.
The thing I think
So
the
there is
problem I
no
have
winning
is that,
in that
no, but
situation. There's
I
no
mean,
winning.
Mark and Wayne have both been at the end of my wrath, so it's not unknown for me to completely lose it for
We all have our
sadly
different ways.
Sadly, my
We all have our different
well,
ways.
actually,
There's
the thing
nothing
is,
wrong with there's nothing wrong with passion.
Annabelle's middle name is actually Khan.
I like you, Annabelle. Please don't make me an enemy.
No, I'm not. I'm passion. Yeah, that's probably a good. Yeah, I like that. Passion, boys. Remember that next time I'm having a go at you. I'm
Not
just being
necessarily
passionate.
bad. It's just in some circumstances, it's not the best approach.
I think if Hillbilly had said, I pity children that don't have both parents, I could see that in a certain extent.
I
Because
don't
yes,
like the word pity, though,
I
in
did.
that context, though, Mark.
No, but then he obviously knew what he was saying by saying,
It's
I
derogatory.
pity your children. In other words, that was a slight on me.
Yeah, no, but I think it was a slight on all single parents, because I took it.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah, it is. Of course, it is. Yeah.
It's like I said, if he had said, I feel a little bit of sorrow for the children
Yes.
of single parents, then that's a different ballgame.
Yes, because in an ideal world, a child would have both parents, but for whatever reason, I don't know what he thinks. Even pity to a certain extent, yeah, because if one parent is abusing a child, then they're
Can I
better
also-
off without that parent.
No,
Can I point out that he kept saying he also kept saying biological. He also kept saying biological parents, which is which again is such an insult to anyone that's raised a child that's not biologically related to the child.
Yeah.
Okay, so look, here it goes, right? We know that the statistics of the violence to non-biological children is higher than biological children, number one. Number two, I think we all agree, and all the single parents I've ever spoken to have agreed, that they would claim it would have been more ideal if they had their partner and their partner didn't have the problems that caused the split.
Of course.
And that they could have just got on. Of course, that's obvious, okay?
Yeah.
So, in a sense, the point that Christian Hillbilly is making, when you push it to that extreme, is of course true. The point being is that that's what he's doing. So when he said this to you, Mark, he was directly implying a social thing, which you would agree with.
Well, when he
But
said,
in
I
your
pity
case,
your
you,
children.
you make it different because you work harder as a parent than you would as a parent of a couple of people raising a child, right? You try and you try and give your child, you make up for your child's deficiencies by not having the mother there.
But also he knew what he was saying. He wasn't saying it in that context. He said,
No.
I pity your children.
Yes, I know,
made that- he
and
made that
that's
assertion.
why I'm saying to you. That's the trick.
Oh yeah, I know.
You make
yeah.
a general point which is true, and then you personalise it to an individual. That
It's
individual is going to go
more.
on.
Yeah, it wasn't so much the slight to me. It's just that people like him wouldn't say that to my face or any single parent's face.
Of course not. Of course, because it's a ridiculous point to say. It's like when a copper comes up to you and says, you know, do you know you were speeding? You know, it's like if you say no, well, that's what you have to say. If you say yes.
That reminded me
of
a funny story. When I say funny, it was about 2 years ago. I was stopped on the way home from work by a lovely British police officer who looked like he hadn't been out of a police station for some considerable time. He was stood almost in the middle of the road with a speed gun. How I didn't hit him, I don't know. I just didn't see him to the last. It was just, well, he was. So he said he pulled me into a little side road, and he did the officious bit. You know, came up to me with a clipboard. I wound the window down, and he said, "Do you know why I've stopped you, sir?" And immediately put the clipboard to his chest like it was a quiz.
Yeah.
Like he had the answers and I couldn't see them. And I said, no.
Did you say, is it a multiple choice?
Yeah. And then he said, do you know what the speed limit is on that road, sir? And I said, maybe 30. And before I answered, he did the same thing with the clipboard, like hid it. And he said, yes, 30. Well done. Fucking hell, what's it? And then he said, and what speed do we think you were going? And did the same thing again with his little clipboard, but this time with his little gadget next to his chest as well, like I couldn't crib.
Yeah, I have the answer.
Yeah, and I said, I don't know. And then he sort of turned it round slowly and pointed, 42. I went, oh dear. He said, well, yes, and that's far too serious to be dealt with by a driver awareness course. I'm afraid I'm going to have to deal with it by way of a fixed penalty ticket and 3 points on your licence. All that sort of
I had a couple of years ago.
And a £60 fines. And I said, oh, okay, fair enough. At that point, I'm thinking, okay, I'm going to get a ticket. Write the fucker out, give it to me so I can go. So he says, do you have your documents on you? And I said, yes. And I said, yes. And he said, could I see your driving licence? I said, yes, certainly. So I took my photo card licence out, which goes back to about 2000 and early part. Anyway, so when I had hair.
About 20 years ago then.
So he looked at the photograph with me with hair, looked at me, looked at the phone, looked at the driver, looked at me. About 6 or 7 times he did this. And I'm thinking, fucking get on with it. And then he said to me, you haven't got any hair, sir. and I looked at him without thinking properly. It was a stupid thing to say, a bit like, well, this is the analogy with hillbilly. I said to him, I said, bloody hell, with powers of deduction like that won't be long till you're in CID, will it? And I thought, well, I'm in for a penny, in for a pound, I'm going to get a ticket anyway. So he sort of partly ignored that, and then made the second mistake, because I was a bit pissed off by then, still keeping me there. He said, so when was that photograph taken then, sir? And I said, when I had hair, obviously. And he said something like, and sort of handed it back and then wrote the ticket out. And the best bit was, I went off on my way. I sort of thought, I'm sure that wasn't a 30-mile-an-hour limit. So I checked, and it's a 40.
Oh, wow.
So I was only 2 miles an hour over the limit. So I wrote I wrote in, and they let me off the ticket and sent me a letter saying that the officer concerned had been sent for retraining.
Well, let me tell you mine, Mark, because I had a similar happenstance back in 2009. I was proceeding to work one morning on the road that's a bit of a rat run.
Why are you not in court now, love?
What?
I was proceeding in a northerly direction.
Proceeding in a northerly.
You know what I'm like.
You've got a fantastic accent, Wayne.
Thank you, sir. Anyway, so I'm going down this road that's a bit of a rat run, and you tend to get a lot of cars up your arse. So you end up, your speed creeps up. It's 30. Anyway, I'm going down this road, and all of a sudden this bloke walks out the middle of the road in high vis and puts us up to stop the car. Now, there was no camera or anything, right? So I thought, mine's going to overdrive. I'm thinking, oh, I know what this will be. I've had this sort of thing before. Stopped and asked to help with inquiries. Well, it weren't. It was a traffic stop. Anyway, so I wound the window down, and I says, morning, officer. How may I help you? And he says, you have been recorded doing 43 miles an hour in a 30-mile-an-hour limit, and you will be prosecuted. You have been recorded on that camera over there. It pointed to where there were a civilian operator with a camera-mounted tripod hidden behind a bush. Would you like to view the evidence, sir? I says, nah, they're all right, kid. Just get his ticket so I can piss off. And I've got to get to work, pal. See, because the thing is, I was respectful to start with, and then as soon as he gave that tone, that were it. My duty was over.
Disconnect,
Yeah. And I thought, I'm not going to fucking scrape. I'll take the ticket. Anyway, so he didn't like that. And he says, do you have your driving license on you, sir? I says, no. I says, and to be honest with you, I can't. I looked for it the other day. I can't even find it. He says, do you realise you are breaking the law? I says, I'm a bollocks. I says, he says, it's against the law to not have valid driving documents. I says, get on that bloody radio, and you will find that every one of my documents is in order. He says, well, yeah, but you've got to have. I says, you haven't got to produce it. I says, you're telling me in this day and age when everything's on a bloody database. I says, get on that pissing radio and find out, and you'll find out, and you can ask me any question about my identity.
You
Anyway.
don't have to be you don't have to be carrying your documents with you. That's not law.
I know that. Yeah. Anyway, so anyway, he gets on radio, and have a guess what they were doing while they were on radio.
Facebook.
Around the car for something else to nick you for.
Looking at the tyres. Yeah, but the thing is, he must have been as blind as a bat because every one of them were bald on inner edge. Every one of them.
He was probably looking at it going, how much paperwork is this?
They do it all the time. My dad told me he's seen it when my dad used to do when they used to get seconded to traffic duty occasionally when he was in uniform when my dad was a police officer. And anyone they pulled over, give them any lip, they'd walk round the back of the car and say, "Oi, you've got a brake light out, sir." And he'd say, "No, I haven't." And then the officer would get his truncheon out, smash the brake light, and go, "Yes, you fucking have."
I've got a story.
Just hang on, though. There is a postscript to this. Anyway, so I took the ticket, and he gave me a producer. I got to go to the cop shop, and the thing is, I'd got to get another license. I was going to say I got to procure another license, just roundabout. So I'd got to apply for a photo card because I'd only ever had my original paper one. Anyway, there was a bit of a problem because they are quite quick in sending replacements, but on the day it had to arrive, right, the very last day, it didn't turn up. Went down to the cop shop. I'll just say one thing first. When I got back from cop shop, the new license was there. The postman had took it to the wrong house, and somebody had brought it round. But anyway, so the damage was done by then. Oh, sorry, not the damage. You'll soon find out. Anyway, so I goes down at the cop shop and I explained the situation to this looked like a really old school Bobby behind the counter. They were a right twat. And I says, like, look, I says, I've got a producer. I says, but I can't produce. I says, I've had to send off a replacement driving license, and it should have come today, and it's not come. But as you know, it come when I got back up. Anyway, we'll have to, this have to be a court matter. Obviously, it can't be processed as a penalty notice. It's going to have to be. I says, well, if that's what you want to do, if that's what's got to be done, it's what's got to be done, right? And I'd got the producer on the counter, and I'd got my dad with me, and because we were going somewhere, we were going to nip somewhere, and he says, "Hey, Wayne." I says, "What now?" He says, "Where did that?" I said, "I got stopped." I says, "Broom Hill Road." He says, "It says fucking Broombank Road on here." Well, you should have seen that copper's face.
Did he really say? Where did that stop you?
Where did they get stopped? Where did?
No. Did he really actually use the words? Where did that stop you?
That's not what I said.
What did you say?
I says, where were it that got stopped?
That got stopped. Yeah, sorry. I just wondered if he actually used the term that.
My dad's as broad as I am. That's where I get my speech
I just
from.
love it. I just think
Yeah.
that, yeah.
Yeah, my dad's that's
I
where
like
I
it.
get my speech from.
Lenores, Mr. Wilkes.
Oh, yeah.
I did hear. Where did you say thou stopped?
Oh, well, anyway, it's
And
got
that's cool.
it's
That's really cool.
it's got that in it anyway. It's all thee and that. See, the thing is, a lot of people think there's thee and that, and there's dee and da.
Where does D and dar even come into it?
Right. This is the thing. It's some people.
Why did I ask that question?
No, it's not going to take a long time. Some people in Sheffield speak in what they call a D-dar accent. Now, here's the thing. It's not limited. It's not limited to a certain area of Sheffield. It's just some people in Sheffield, and it's dying out as more young people are speaking more. Well, young people's accents are changing. So the traditional Sheffield proper D-dar is dying out. Now, if I was to say, somebody I want to say, how are you going on? Are you all right? I would say, are they going on? Are they all right? So it's that, right?
Where's the word? I said the D-dar.
I'm going to that.
All right. Okay.
Now, as a D-dar, I go, now then, D-dar 8.
Say the one again. Wayne, say the one again. Say the one again.
Now then, are they all right?
And the D one.
Now then, D-dar 8.
That's really good. I like it.
Stop it, Mark. It's like speaking in tongues.
It is. It's brilliant.
Yeah.
Can I tell?
It's very fast. The thing about the Yorkshire accent is one of the fastest paced accents there is. It's all based on economy.
Really shocking.
It absolutely.
I mean the poetry. The poetry.
That's because it's so cold outside. You want to get indoors, so you speak as quick as you can.
Can I please tell my story because you two told yours? Can I tell mine, please?
Go on.
I got two. Very quick. First one, coming down a slip road, car in front of me, a state car driving at 0.05 miles an hour. And we all know that when you're on a slip road, you keep going. So as I went past said estate car, I gave him the "you're a fucking wanker" sign. Okay. Carried on. He came, sped round right in front of me, whacked his light on the top of his roof, jumped out of his car. It was a copper. So lesson number one, that was where I learnt not to argue with coppers and to agree with everything they say. I mean, I'd learnt that when I was younger, but really, with traffic cops are an entity of their own. And my other one was just recently, 99 miles an hour along the M27. Silver Golf comes up behind me, so I think it's trying to get past me, so I move out the way, but it turns out to be another, not private cop car, what do they call it?
Unmarked.
Gives me a ticket, actually and this is completely the opposite to you two, very charming, having a bit of a go at me, and then I made the mistake of saying, after I'd got my ticket, I said, in all fairness to me though, because I've got quite a high performance car, I said, I do have a very high performance car, and you don't, and he stopped me, put his hand up, he went, "Madam, if you continue with that line of argument, you'll be getting a court appearance." So I had the complete opposite. Anyway, that's my story, finished now, I'm going to shut up.
I'm going to say something about police, I'll bring a story up in a minute, just for general discussion about the police, but something that you might not be aware of.
Oh, pardon me.
Mark might be, but if you get stopped by the police, a non-uniformed officer cannot do you for a traffic offence.
I think these two were uniform. They were just in an undercover car.
Yeah, an unmarked traffic car. Yeah, but like you say, if they were plain clothes, can't do you for a traffic offence.
I didn't know that. Why not?
Can I just get in a quick story as well, which hopefully won't take long, but it's kind of a story the other way, if it need be said, because we've had 3 negative stories. So if I can just tell a quick positive story in a sense, which is I was coming back from work and it was the first dry day. I was on a motorbike. I used to ride motorbikes, and I was coming back from work and it was the first dry day after winter, and so the roads were dry for the first time. And when you're on a bike, that's a nice feeling when you've been riding around on skiddy roads for a while. So I was giving it a bit of whack, and went through this lovely set of bends and stuff. Came around a corner, overtook a few cars. I was probably doing about 105 or something. Pulled back in, and right in front of me as I pulled back in round this corner was a car bang smack in the middle of my lane, headed towards me, or stopped in the middle of the road, but facing towards me.
Oh, God.
Okay, I couldn't. There was traffic on one side of the road, so I couldn't go on the opposite side of the road. I slammed my brakes on, couldn't get out of the way of it, hit the front of this Mini, totally wrote the Mini off, smashed his windscreen with my wrist, broke my back. But, lots of shit was going on.
Oh.
And all I could, when I was sitting on the road behind the Mini, and I heard one of these guys get out of the car and say something like, "Oh fuck, yeah." And then they were obviously all in shock. At the same time, a bike copper was riding up the road the other way, and he stopped, went straight over to the car, okay, looked in the car, and said, "What do you think you're doing?" And the guy responded, and this is what I heard: "It's all right, mate. I'm a copper." And my heart just went through the fucking floor, because I've written off my, expensive motorbike. I fucked myself up. You know what I mean? Not in a good way. Anyway, to his credit, the bike copper went, yeah, you're going to have to breathe into this.
Well, there you go.
Lo and behold, the other copper was drunk.
Yeah. So he was parked in the middle of the road, or he was just driving in the middle of the road?
He was parked. He'd actually tried to pull into a bus lay-by because he thought it was a turning off away from the traffic.
Because he was drunk.
And obviously he pulled across and then realised that it was just a lay-by bit and there was no way to get through. So he tried to sort of get into reverse, and that's when I'd come round the corner.
Oh, God. Do you still ride a bike?
No, I couldn't. I got back on a bike about 5 days later, and then I haven't ridden since.
Simon, do you mind me asking? Can I just ask where he lives? I mean, you don't have to tell exactly, but which part of England?
London.
So
London.
did you ever do the A29 Bognor route?
Yep, a couple of times. My favourite is the 303.
Yeah, no, not the 303, the A29, it comes down.
Yeah, Bognor. Yeah.
From Horsham.
Yep.
And there's because on Sunday mornings all I can hear a motorbike.
It's the road. It's the road to Box Hill, and Box Hill is like a.
Yeah, that's right. It's the A24.
For everybody. Yeah. So yeah, you get lots of bikes along these roads out there. They're really great roads to ride.
I dread, because there's a road that I'm up and down all the time. It goes from Whiteways, which is the top of the South Downs, where all the bikers get together.
Yeah.
It goes to Arundel, where I live, and it's quite bendy, and you dread that, because they literally do because when you said 105, it didn't shock me, because they come past us all the time.
Yeah.
And I worry that I'm going to come round a corner one day and meet a motorbike.
Yeah. Got to keep your ears open on a Sunday.
Well, one guy died. We've had so many of them die on Bury Hill for that reason, and it's awful.
Yeah, absolutely.
Simon, it reminds me of what you said. Reminded me of what happened to me back in '93. I'd just been to the petrol station, and I was going back on my way back home, and I came round a bend with a junction on it. And there's hatch markings in the middle of the junction that will have relevance later. In the middle of the road, middle of the corner, because it were like a place where things could go into and wait before turning the junction.
Right.
And I got skittled off by a lady driver pulling out of that junction on me. I broke my femur and my fingers. But I was my leg was internally nailed, and I was off of sticks within 6 weeks. If I'd have got paid out while it was still summer, I would have bought another bike, because that one written off. I would have bought another bike, and I would have been riding again. I got paid out 6 months later, which took me to the middle of winter, and the bike, and I didn't have a car license. I bought another bike, rode it to work 3 times, bottled it in the wet, and took it back and lost money on it. Started driving lessons the following week, and gave up biking for 15 years. And then in 2008, I thought, fuck it, I'm having another one. And I've still got one.
I mean, a couple of days after my crash, because the damage I'd done to my back was mainly on the coccyx, so it's not like they could actually do anything about it, you know. And I went into work about 4 or 5 days later, because I was just bored, and so I went into work, and my mate was there with his bike and stuff, and as I was walking past him, I just thought, I can do this. I've got to get back on a bike, otherwise I never will. You know? So I just said to him, mate, throw me your keys. He had a 350, 2-stroke 350, and I got on this thing, and it was so different to my normal bikes, which were all 4-stroke. And this thing just fucking took off.
Well,
you know? And I was like, oh my god, this is a baptism of fire.
The bike I got knocked off.
Wrist, I've got a broken back, and I'm fucking hacking down the A3 doing 100 again.
The bike, listen to this one, this is a good one. The bike I got knocked off was a 2-stroke 250 sports bike. It was a KR1. Prior to that, I had an RGV, but I took the RGV back because it had got a fault. And I said, right, sort that out and lend me another bike. Anyway, while they were looking at the RGV, which they didn't fix, I eventually said, right, fuck it, I'll swap it for that KR1. And but anyway, while they were looking at the RGV, they lent me a 350 power valve.
Yeah, that was the one I had. Yeah, they're great.
Yeah, right. Yeah, a lot of bottom end torque compared to 250. Right, but get this. I was doing day release Thursdays at college at that time, and so I'm going towards I'll tell you where, the town where my college were, and there's a big roundabout, and I thought, oh, if I take the right-hand lane, I can sort of beat the traffic that's going in the left-hand lane and scoot off the exit I want. And there were a bus at the head of the queue in the left-hand lane. So I was sailing down to right-hand lane, approaching this roundabout. Stopped beside this bus, thinking, well, yeah, because I'll just nip out around this bus. Yeah, I nipped out all right. I forgot how much torque this 350 had got. Dumped the clutch. The front wheel came up. I've never wheeled a bike in my life. I went right. Get this. I went halfway around that roundabout on the back wheel.
Oh my god, that is lucky, man.
Yeah, pull the clutch in, push the back brake on, because front brake does not go in that when you're in the air.
Yeah. I've done that.
got it down. took my exit, pulled up, took my helmet off, and sat there with my head in my hands.
Did you cry?
No, I was just doing lots of shaking.
Just close, yeah. I love those 350s though. I mean, when I got on this thing, I just took off because it was at the time it was like the most modern bike you could get, technology-wise, you know. And it was as light as anything, so the brakes were so good on it. I remember racing my mate on. He had a Moto Guzzi.
Yeah.
And I remember, you know, him coming up going, yeah, but I've got a Guzzi. You know, and I went, no, you don't understand. This is a race bike.
I have friends who are all scooter fans.
Oh, they all want crushing.
No, wait for this. He cracked me up. Listen to this. He says to me the other day, well, not the other day, a few months back, we were chatting away, and I said, we were driving along, and this guy went past on a massive bike, and he said something under his breath, and I said, yeah, but you've got to give it to them, Neil. They go 5 times fast. No, I get there quicker than they do. I said, oh, well, how does that work then? Because he's got a Lambretta. I mean, he's 50 and he's got a Lambretta. You know the type. And,
yeah, you can do them up, you know.
No, it's not that. No, his argument wasn't that. His argument was that because it's uncomfortable on the bike, you guys have to keep stopping and filling up as well with petrol or whatever.
Oh, right.
And he can trundle along at 60 miles an hour quite happily for hour. He can go for 2 or 3 hours or something. That was his argument. But he hates you as much as you hate them.
Yeah, obviously. I did have a mate that had a 250 scooter, and he put a fuel injection system on it.
my mate, right?
It was quick, but fucking dangerous.
Yeah, exactly.
My mate who came up through bikes in the 70s and 80s, because he's older than me. He's 53, my mate John. And so when he were young, it were all like fizzies.
That's what I had. I had a fizzy.
His first bike was fizzy. Then it were like RD 250s. Then
that's right.
Then Z900s, things like that. And he says, I want to win the Euro Millions. I says, why? He says, because I'd buy up every scooter in England. Right? He says, I'd buy a field, and I'd pile the scooters, no matter, even if they were collector's items, every scooter had been a pile in the middle of the field, and I'd have a wrecking ball smashing them all up and a fire.
I didn't think that was coming. But you know the smell of two-stroke engine oil, or whatever it's called? What's it called? Two-stroke?
Yeah.
Yeah, that smell of the fizzies and what's that reminds me of my teenage years, and we used to there'd be like 4 of us on the back of a fizzy going down the road. And
yeah, but you know, of course, you know what's the most annoying thing about two-strokes, though, don't you?
No,
yes.
Yeah.
The sound.
Yeah. Bing, ding, bada, ding, bing, bada, ding, ding.
Yeah, but I love that. When I hear that now, or if you don't often hear it anymore, but if I do hear it, boy, does that bring back memories. Oh my god, my boyfriend.
Do you remember those big Suzuki two-strokes? Because they used to do that really badly.
Yeah, the GT. No, hang on.
Remember. Yeah, you'd rev them up and they go ding 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 ding.
Yeah,
like, fuck, what's up with your bike?
Is it GT750?
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, that was it. Fuck yeah. The guy next door had one of those KH900s.
Ah, the
750. Yeah, 750 bore out. Fuck,
yeah, it was a KH, wasn't it? The Kawasaki KH with 2-stroke. Yeah.
How come a bike a 950 can do 110 miles an hour, whatever it is, but a 950 car can't?
Weight.
Is that? I mean, obviously that's the obvious answer, but I wondered.
And aerodynamics.
Right. Okay. So that's
car's
all.
Got a lot bigger front end.
Yeah. I mean, it's obviously common sense, but I just wanted to check because I don't know anything about cars and bikes.
Well, the thing is, there is a point where cars do have a higher top speed, and that's because of weight. Because the thing is, there's top speed and there's air and there's acceleration.
Right. Yeah.
And there's 2 factors that govern both. Right. Acceleration is governed by, in its basic form, acceleration is governed by power and weight.
Right.
All things being equal. But top speed is governed by power and aerodynamics.
Air resistance.
Yeah. So even though the weight, it might be heavy, the weight doesn't have the bearing on the top speed because it just means it'll take longer to get to that top speed. But once the momentum built it, you know what I mean? Once it's
I get it.
The momentum aids it, the weight of the momentum, the inertia.
Right, I have a question for Simon. When you were 16? Because if you don't mind me asking, I'm 48. Wayne's 42. How old are you?
49.
Oh right, so you're my age. So basically, same.
I thought you were younger.
I'm older than you. You're just a youngster.
Yeah, you sound
But
younger. Anyway.
Wayne's an old man in a young man's body.
I am not an old man in it. I feel about 25.
Oh,
I'm keeping quiet.
Yeah.
It's just that I'm very old-fashioned.
Yes, but you're lovely, and I love you. But Simon, I want to ask you: were you a skinhead, a punk, a mod,
a
or
rocker.
were you?
Rocker.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I live about a quarter of a mile away from Hammersmith Odeon.
Right.
Oh, really?
Listen to this one,
West
Simon.
Londoner.
The friend of mine who hates scooters, he says, if he'd have been in the 60s, he would have been neither a mod or a rocker. He says he would have been a mocker. And apparently they were a thing. They were mockers.
Yeah, they were.
Hang on. And that's people who liked motorbikes but didn't like rock and roll music. They liked the mod music scene, but liked motorbikes.
Well, they had scooters.
No.
No.
They had proper
the mods had scooters.
Yeah, that's.
The mods.
I thought you said mockers.
Yeah, so the mockers were into mod music, but they had motorbikes.
Oh, so you don't consider a scooter a motorbike?
No.
Only from a purist point of view, though.
Yeah, exactly. But listen, the funny thing is that when I was growing up, I was a skinhead. I mean, I wasn't really a skinhead. It was just a fashion. It was just a tribe, wasn't it? But the only tribes that were allowed in my town were either skinheads or what we would call casuals. You know, like London, you know, the guys from London. You know, all the Armani outfit, jumpers and all that.
Tacchini and all that lot.
Yeah, exactly. Kappa and all that.
Save me, please.
There was a small band of rockers that were kind of nerdy. We just used to laugh at them. Sorry.
Yeah, but when you talk about mods and rockers, or the rockers that we talk about in the 60s, they were.
Oh, it's a different. We're talking about a different thing.
Yeah, they were into rock and roll.
Rock and roll.
These guys,
not rock music. It was rock and roll.
So you were rock music or rock and roll, Simon?
Rock music.
Ah, so you. I would just call a metalhead.
I saw Black Sabbath when I was, I think it was 12.
Really?
They were supported by Van Halen.
See, that's so American sort of rock. Obviously, British rock bands are world famous. But did you like the American stuff as well?
Yeah, I grew up in. Although I was born over here, we moved to Canada for quite a few years. So I grew up on Canadian bands and obviously American bands.
So you must love Nickelback then.
No. Oh yeah, and I don't love them. I think they're all right. Yeah, I like them. I don't love them, but I'm into, you know, I don't know. I play guitar. I've always played guitar. That's what I did for a living. So I love guitar music.
Did you play in a band?
Yeah.
Anybody that we know?
I doubt it. Otherwise, you would have heard of me already. Rapid City.
No, not. Yeah,
that's what I said.
No.
No.
Yeah, but hang on a sec. I'm into old school jazz, funk, disco music.
You would have liked us, actually. You would have liked us. We were a funk band, funk band.
I love funk. I mean, I just put something on Facebook, which I was waiting for a response from Wayne but I didn't get.
What's that?
So, A Touch of Love by Slave.
I've not seen it.
You won't know it. But Mark will know it, right?
How do you know what I won't know?
Because you don't listen to jazz, funk, and disco. It's not up your street.
You don't know what I like. All sorts.
No, come on, be honest.
I do like disco.
He's very electric.
I do like disco. I love disco.
Really? Well, okay, then I have to eat the humble pie because I did not know that. I thought it was.
I can't imagine Wayne doing disco.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit shocked myself. I'm going to get over it, but.
Now then, Simon. I was a gatecrasher kid.
A what?
Of course,
yeah.
Oh, the club. Sorry.
Yeah, I was into the clubbing scene in the 90s.
Did you go to Hacienda?
Oh, I see. Right.
No, I didn't go to Hacienda because it were full of. It were apparently full of like. You're right. You're right. Them types.
I was a regular. Well, I say regular as much as I could with either Turnmills or
Gosh.
Ministry of Sound or
I
Fabric.
used to work. I mean, I went to Turnmills, but I used to work right opposite Turnmills in Clerkenwell. Ministry of Sound, yeah. But before that was the WAG Club. Remember the WAG Club? And the Hippodrome used to be quite trendy before it was turned into a strip club, or now it's a casino. But there are, I mean, what other clubs? I don't know. I'm nearly 50. I don't go clubbing anymore. But
no, I don't. I give it. Well, what it was, I took redundancy from a job back in right at the end of '99, and so I'd not got a lot of redundo money. And I knew we're going to have to spread it thin because I knew that the jobs I wanted weren't going to like materialise straight away. So I thought, right, I've got to cut back. First thing's got to go is the clubbing because it were what bulk of my income were going on prior to that point.
Those are the days.
Yeah, clothes and clubbing.
Yeah, and booze and drugs.
Yeah, of course.
Wayne, I'm going to put something in the sidebar to see whether you've seen this yet.
Also, just to say, I put a link in just above that, which is one of the last tracks I did.
Well, I'm on my phone, so I'm okay. I want to see that, so I'm going to go and get my computer.
Well, that's a track you've produced, is it?
Oh, be quiet.
No, I played all the tracks on it.
Sorry, guys.
I wrote it.
Sorry, Simon.
I wrote it.
Screen. Hang on
Yeah, okay. I wrote it and played all the tracks on it. I recorded it over like 2 days.
Pop that in watch later.
Yeah, it's only a 2-minute track. You know,
Yeah,
I woke up one day and went, oh, I got a few lyrics. I should do something with this.
Right, and what's this with March?
But also, in the future, I'm going to be putting up a couple of my old things as well from the funk days. So hopefully you'll like that kind of stuff. It's kind of dance music, really. And then there's I've got a MySpace channel as well, which has got some more kind of jazzy world music.
So what do you do now, Simon?
Now I kind of teach a little bit. I play with a violinist.
You play the violin?
No, I play with a violinist, and we play
right. I see. Right, sorry.
Jazz music and Django Reinhardt, that kind of thing.
Oh, nice. Have you ever played Ronnie Scott's?
Yes, I have actually.
It's one of my favourite. Now
I got busted. I got busted outside smoking a joint. Can you believe that?
Well,
yeah.
I find that just annoying because it's like the centre of the universe.
Fucking annoying.
Why would a cop come and... It's like, you know... Oh, God. Why would a cop go do that in the most... What's the word?
There you go. I only wanted to get out because it was like a really hot gig.
I mean, if you were doing a line...
It's a very small venue.
If you were doing a line of coke on the pavement outside, I could understand. We're talking about Soho in London here. When I first ran away, that's where I ran away.
I only got nicked because the guy was all right with it to start with, but my mate came out, the drummer came out, who was black, and as soon as he saw my mate, he just went, "All right, I'm gonna nick you."
Yeah.
I got slung in a cell for 4 hours, and I thought, what the fuck's going on? So I asked, and they went, yeah, we're dealing with it. Another 3 hours later, so it's 7 hours now I've been in the cell, and I come out, and the whole band, all black, are sitting there waiting for me. If they just fucked off, right, 7 hours earlier and left me, I'd have been out in an hour. Yeah.
Gosh, so when did you move back? When did you move back from Canada?
Oh, a long time ago.
You've lived in London ever since, yeah?
Well, yeah, they were, around. I've moved out to like Surrey. I lived in Weybridge for a while, and
very nice.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. Just near. I got lag, so I'll shut up for a moment.
Who's got the echo?
Is it me? Say something.
Have you?
1, 2.
It's me. I'll be right back.
Burn her.
Shit, that
what
always
causes that anyway?
I think it's something to do with the mic picking up the actual feed, output from the everybody else.
You've got no headphones. Yeah, the mic in the laptop picks up the sound coming out of the laptop and then feeds it back in.
Weird.
I've just shared that picture on G+, Mark.
It's good, isn't it?
I opened it up, but I didn't. Oh, right. Wow.
It's a Side 10 atheist piece of genius.
The thing is, though, the only British people are the masters of using the word cunt.
It's just fantastic.
If we screen share it, Annabelle, will you be able to see it on your phone?
I think she's on her laptop now.
No, I'm just trying to get in. I don't know what I'm getting. I can't work out why I can't get into the Hangout. Is it full?
What?
Oh, it's full. Yeah, that's why you can't get in from your.
All right, I'm going to try and come out of the. Bear with me a second. Stupid.
There's only 10, including you. You should be all right.
Where is it then? No,
You
I've
can
lost
go
it.
out and come in at the exact same time.
You're in the Hangout.
Yeah, I know. I know I'm in this one, but I'm trying.
No,
to...
you mean she wants to come in on a different device?
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
No, I'm just trying to find out which one it is because there's so many on Nadia's page.
Oh, dear.
Wait, and you need to take the link from the top of this page. I'll post it to you.
She can't copy that from a phone to a.
Can you post it to me on my Facebook, please, Mark?
I'll do it.
That will make that will be making
Oh,
it
you're doing it, Mark?
easier.
Yeah, I'll do it. Cool.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say, just to finish my story off quickly, that after after the copper had gone up to the policeman in the car that had caused the accident and said, "No, mate, you breathe into this. I think you've been drinking." That copper not only did that for me, he then went and measured the skid marks of my bike, and then then went to the hospital and waited for 3 hours till I came out of surgery, all right, in order to talk to me, to make sure I was A, all right, and B, let me know that he had breathalyzed the other copper and would be taking action on it, and C, to say, how fast were you going? And I just went, I was doing about 100, and he said, it looks like to the skid marks you were probably doing about 85, but we'll say it's 50.
Wow.
I mean, that's a pretty decent bloke, isn't it?
Hey, do you guys think that in about half an hour you can give me 5 minutes as I whip through a dish real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. I just want to. Somebody said they wanted to see how to make this Sicilian potatoes, and I don't remember who it is, but I got everything chopped up and ready to go. So I just want to.
Hermine, are you quite a proficient cook then? Because whenever I see you cooking, is that your passion? Is it?
It's not my passion. Like I wouldn't want to do it for like a restaurant, but it's very relaxing. So I'm often entertaining. I would say about 6 times a year for 20 to 30 people.
Yeah.
And it's just something I enjoy. I mean, I just make whoever's favorite dishes. I have a ton of them, and I get great recipes, and I'll try them with Ari and I. And if it's a hit, then we'll continue it. Or